Chapter 264. In fact, the trial that Li Tianyi had arranged was very interesting. This trial not only tested a warrior's strength, but it also tested a warrior's intellect. Furthermore, there was no loss of fairness. If one wanted to reach the end and obtain the right to enter the Great Fei ancient pagoda to cultivate, one had to possess powerful strength. Of course, this trial did not focus on an individual's strength. It also focused on the strength of the entire team. Normally, if he were to behave like a normal person, he would not have a chance to win in this trial. Su Yan was secretly impressed by Li Tianyi's arrangements for this trial. While he looked at Macario Ice and company standing beside him, he also felt wistful. If not for the trip to the Blood Demon Cave that made Su Yan understand that on this path of the strong, one could not only rely on oneself, but also rely on one's friends and brothers. Su Yan would definitely be at a disadvantage this time. Especially at this juncture, it placed more emphasis on the friendship between friends. Just as Li Tianyi finished speaking, many warriors who were usually on good terms with him stood together to prevent any sneak attacks. Of course, there were also some powerful warriors. He did not care about this at all. His expression remained the same. Leng Jun could not help but look at everyone. His eyes emitted a sharp glint as though he was looking down on all life. On the contrary, some of the weaker warriors were in a much more miserable state. Furthermore, there were some who were usually lowly and did not have any friends by their side. As they stood in the surroundings, their faces were filled with horror. Their hands were constantly covering the dominoes at their waists, afraid that their dominoes would suddenly light up. Of course, even the warriors who had friends did not have it easy. They looked around cautiously with similarly cautious expressions. At this moment, all the disciples were in danger. They were afraid that the dominoes at their waists would suddenly light up. Su Yan also had a similarly cautious expression. Su Yan, are you afraid? Under the heavy atmosphere, Dong Qinghao, who was standing beside Su Yan, suddenly asked Su Yan. Yes. Su Yan was stunned. He turned around and saw that Dong Qinghao still had that frivolous smile on his face. He felt a lot more relaxed. He smiled and said, "Scared? How can I not be scared? Coward." Before Su Yan could finish speaking, he heard Ming Ruofeng snort disdainfully. Su Yan ignored him and looked at Dong Qinghao instead. He smiled and said, "I'm afraid, but what's the use of being afraid?" Dong Qinghao was stunned by Su Yan's rhetorical question, and then he suddenly laughed out loud. "Su Yan, I really didn't misjudge you. Don't worry, as long as I, Dong Qinghao, am here today, you, Su Yan, will not be eliminated." Dong Qinghao's words were sonorous and forceful. They were absolutely from the bottom of his heart. Su Yan was touched when he heard this. He nodded to Dong Qinghao. He wanted to say something, but he had never been good with words. He pursed his lips for a long time and didn't say a word. Xiao, at this moment, a crisp sound suddenly rang out, and a bright light shone from the waist of a cultivator. The cultivator didn't expect that he would be the first person to have his domino lit up. He suddenly screamed in fright. Unfortunately, before he could finish his scream, a whistling sound came from the void. A figure flashed, and then the person's domino was shattered. Not only was the person's domino shattered, but he was also seriously injured. Pucci, the person spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. This sudden change caused the already tense atmosphere to become even stranger. Some of the weaker cultivators looked at the person who had fainted. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and their faces were filled with horror. Su Yan also frowned. Although he wasn't afraid, he couldn't say that he wasn't nervous at all. After all, Su Yan wasn't one of the strongest here. Instead, he was one of the weaker ones. Especially when he saw the person's fast movements just now, Su Yan was even more nervous. He frowned and asked himself, if my domino lit up, would I be able to resist such a fast attack? Su Yan, this person is Nangong's strongest Murong Fu. At this moment, Dong Qinghao, who was standing beside Su Yan, spoke again. Murong Fu. Su Yan frowned slightly. Although he was now the palace master of the Monster Palace, because he had only been in the Monster Palace for a short time and there were so many disciples in the Monster Palace, Su Yan could only remember the names of these people. However, he didn't know these people. Hearing Dong Qinghao's words, Su Yan's eyes immediately shone brightly. He didn't know this person, but he had heard about him. This person was Nangong's strongest cultivator. His strength was close to the peak of the spiritual sea realm, and he was extremely sinister and ruthless. And the one in purple. He is North Palace's strongest cultivator, Yuan Taiqing. Before the second domino lit up, Dong Qinghao told Su Yan about all the disciples in the Monster Palace and the strongest cultivator in the North Palace. Dong Qinghao pointed at another person and said, "That person is West Palace's strongest cultivator, Lei Gao." Yuan Taiqing, Lei Gao. Su Yan listened to Dong Qinghao's explanation and frowned more and more. Although Su Yan was now the palace master of the Monster Palace, he naturally hoped that the Monster Palace's disciples were as strong as possible. However, Su Yan knew very well that although the Monster Palace was unified now, it was still in a state of disunity. Now, it was only supported by the last trace of the Princess of Chu's majesty. If everyone knew that the Princess of Chu had fallen, the entire Monster Palace would definitely fall into chaos again. Moreover, they didn't know whether these people were friends or foes. In addition, these people weren't originally disciples of the East Palace and were very loyal to the Monster Palace. Their strength was very likely to become a threat to the Monster Palace. Therefore, when Su Yan heard these people, not only did Su Yan not have a trace of joy, but he was also somewhat worried. I quit. Just as Dong Qinghao continued to introduce Su Yan to some of the powerful disciples of the other three palaces, a disciple suddenly shouted and crushed the domino on his waist. Everyone was stunned. Su Yan watched as that person disappeared from the trial grounds. He was stunned for a moment, and then the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a light smile. This Li Tianyi's arrangement is indeed quite good. Just this round alone is not only a test of a disciple's strength, but also a test of their wisdom. Indeed, on the path of cultivation, the firmness of one's mind was of utmost importance. Just like here, if one couldn't even withstand this most basic of dangers, then this person definitely wouldn't be able to go far on the path of cultivation. However, Su Yan didn't look down on that person. After all, the person who had just left was only a 2-star heaven stage cultivator. Under the scrutiny of so many experts, not every warrior could withstand it. If it weren't for Su Yan's extraordinary intelligence, he would have already chosen to withdraw. Swish, at this moment, another crisp sound rang out. Following that, a resplendent beam of light shot out from the waist of a martial warrior's. With the same loud bang, the domino on that person's waist was crushed by Murong Fu. This disciple who was eliminated was obviously also a disciple of the Nangong Palace. Murong Fu had shown mercy for him and did not hurt him. That person was extremely moved. Even though he had been eliminated, he still thanked Murong Fu endlessly. Murong Fu did not pay any attention to this person. His face was still cold as he narrowed his eyes. The light from the corner of his eyes swept across the area, and his face was filled with disdain. To him, he was a divine dragon. Everyone here was nothing more than an ant. As for this trial, it was just a waste of time for him. Swish, at this moment, another domino lit up. However, this time, it was not Murong Fu who made a move, but Yuan Taiqing. The speed at which he dealt with that person was not the slightest bit different from Murong Fu's. Swish, just as he eliminated one person, another domino lit up. Swish. Swish. Swish, this time, it was not just one domino that lit up slowly. Instead, several of them lit up consecutively. The entire trial ground was suddenly thrown into chaos. The entire scene fell into a riot. This time, because there were more dominoes lit up, and their strength was much stronger than the previous two. Not to mention, these people had some followers around them. It was not something that Yuan Taiqing, Murong Fu, and the others could deal with in one go. The entire trial ground immediately fell into a riot. The sound of fighting constantly rang out. Fortunately, none of the dominoes on the Eastern Palace's side lit up. Su Yan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He did not participate in the battle and retreated. However, Ming Ruofeng did not retreat. Instead, he joined the elimination round. Qin Luo was originally the strongest person in the Eastern Palace. However, because he had fallen in the demonic blood cave, only Qin Luo could fight against the disciples of the other palaces. This was also the reason for Ming Ruofeng's conceit. Therefore, even if the Eastern Palace disciples were not attacked, Ming Ruofeng still joined the hunt. That's right, for these masters, this was a hunt. Only by hunting down the cultivators whose dominoes lit up could they open the barrier and enter the competition. Due to the presence of the strongest experts from the various great palaces, the people whose dominoes lit up were unable to do anything even though they tried to defend themselves. It didn't take long before they were all eliminated. Some of the people who were still stubbornly resisting were even seriously injured because of this. These masters turned a blind eye to this. They only cared about starting the next round as soon as possible. Originally, they thought that after these people were eliminated, the barrier blocking the path would open. Unfortunately, the barrier was still there. Everyone couldn't help but frown. Su Yan was also the same. Counting the people who were eliminated, he thought to himself, so only 9 people were eliminated. There's still one more. Chapter 265. Su Yan was immediately stunned. Just now, when he saw the dominoes of those disciples light up, he was secretly rejoicing. Although Su Yan was arrogant, he was not an arrogant person. He was very clear that with his current strength of a 1-star celestial phenomenon stage, he was merely an ant amongst the many experts and disciples here. If the domino lit up, then he would not have the chance to resist at all. As expected, the moment Su Yan's domino lit up, a powerful wave of energy suddenly rushed over like a torrential storm. Murong Fu. Su Yan's eyes immediately turned, seeing that this person was Murong Fu. A bright light immediately condensed in his eyes, his body quickly retreated, and a snort came out from his nose. Humph, I didn't expect that the last one would actually choose me, but wanting me to surrender is definitely not my, Su Yan's, character. Although Su Yan was clear that this time, he was very likely to be eliminated. However, because of Su Yan's personality, he would definitely not give up just like that. No matter how strong the other party was, he had to work hard. It was not because of any reason, but because his name was Su Yan, and his bones flowed with that arrogance. Murong Fu was the strongest person in Nangong. Facing this person, Su Yan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The spirit energy in his body was circulated to the limit, and his figure quickly flew backwards, narrowly avoiding Murong Fu's attack. Su Yan dodged Murong Fu's attack. Murong Fu could not help but be stunned, then the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. Very good, with the strength of a mere 1-star celestial phenomenon stage, you were actually able to dodge my attack. You have some ability, but do you think that resistance is useful? As Murong Fu spoke, his eyes shot out a disdainful gaze. To him, even if Su Yan dodged his attack, it would be useless. This was because in his eyes, a 1-star celestial phenomenon stage was like an ant, and he was a divine dragon. How could an ant compete with a divine dragon? Hee, Murong Fu, don't go too far. This Su Yan is someone I'm protecting. At that moment, Dong Qinghao had already walked in front of Su Yan and blocked Murong Fu's path. When Su Yan saw that Dong Qinghao had come to protect him, he couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw Dong Qinghao's gaze, he felt touched. He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand and thought to himself, Dong Qinghao, Su Yan, will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Dong Qinghao. When Murong Fu saw Dong Qinghao stand up, he couldn't help but laugh. I thought who it was. A mere 8-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, do you think you can stop me? And me? At this moment, Ratley also stood up. Following that, Gung Ji, Macario Ice, Hao Fong and the others all stood up and blocked in front of Su Yan. When Murong Fu saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Naturally, he wasn't surprised by these people, but by Su Yan. Su Yan was only a 1-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. He never thought that Su Yan would have so many people standing up for him. Not only him, even Su Yan himself didn't expect this. Good boy, you have some skills. Murong Fu looked at Su Yan, and the corner of his mouth rose into a devilish smile. At the same time, he looked at Su Yan and frowned. Suddenly, he laughed out loud and said, I thought that you were so familiar. So you are the spirit drawing boy who was chased by the Guyu sect in the Hengduan mountain range. What, spirit drawing boy? When Murong Fu thought of this, his entire body suddenly trembled. That's right, Murong Fu was none other than the Monster Palace expert who saw Su Yan when Su Yan was being chased by the Guyu sect in the Hengduan mountain range. When Murong Fu had long forgotten about him, he only felt that Su Yan looked familiar. Only now did he remember. Since he remembered, Murong Fu knew that this person was only a mere spirit-drawing realm cultivator. Moreover, Murong Fu clearly knew that the last time he went to the Hidden Devil region, it hadn't even been half a year. Half a year, when Murong Fu thought of this, his heart was incomparably shocked. In half a year, a spirit-drawing realm cultivator was actually able to step into the celestial phenomenon realm. How could Murong Fu accept this? How is this possible? How is this possible, this cultivation? Murong Fu looked at Su Yan with a face full of shock, and then a wave of killing intent immediately surged in his eyes. Because Su Yan was in the Hengduan mountain range at that time, he didn't know about Murong Fu. Seeing the sudden burst of killing intent in Murong Fu's eyes, he couldn't help but frown. Murong Fu, I have no enmity with him, why would he suddenly show such a strong killing intent? Not only Su Yan, but even the others also frowned. This was because they didn't know why Murong Fu would suddenly produce such a strong killing intent. Under this strong killing intent, the spirit energy on Murong Fu's body also surged. Su Yan, quickly crush your own domino, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Murong Fu looked at Su Yan and said gloomily. The viciousness in his words was clearly much heavier than before. The other disciples also felt Murong Fu's aura. However, they all thought that Murong Fu would be able to get rid of Su Yan, so they didn't help. They only held the attitude of watching the show. Su Yan sneered and didn't answer Murong Fu's words. The cultivation technique in his body slowly circulated. When Murong Fu saw that Su Yan, a mere one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, actually dared to look down on him like this, a strong wave of anger suddenly surged from his chest. He coldly shouted, Su Yan, you're asking for trouble, don't blame me. Actually, Murong Fu still hoped that Su Yan would not crush the domino, because only by doing so would he have a chance to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of Su Yan. Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, all of you, quickly step back. Otherwise, don't blame me, Murong Fu, for being impolite. Murong Fu swept a glance at Macario Ice and the others, and said domineeringly. Macario Ice and the others were also the cream of the crop in the Eastern Palace. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Hearing Murong Fu's words, Macario Ice immediately revealed a cold smile and shouted, Murong Fu, don't be arrogant. Today, I have so many people here, it's absolutely impossible for you to eliminate Su Yan. Then give it a try. Murong Fu had always been ruthless. Hearing Macario Ice's words, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly surged violently. His body was like lightning, and he stretched out his hand to grab Macario Ice. Be careful. Seeing this, the frivolous smile on Dong Qinghao's face disappeared. In exchange, it was replaced by a grave and stern expression. With a light shout, he immediately took a step forward and patted his storage bag, and a long sword flew out. This long sword was obviously not an ordinary item. The moment it flew out, it immediately surged with a bright light, and a burst of whistling sound broke through the void. It was so deafening. Whoosh! Dong Qinghao did not slow down at all when he took out the long sword. The spiritual energy in his body surged, and he immediately slashed horizontally at Murong Fu. Murong Fu's attack on Macario Ice was immediately cut off. However, Murong Fu's speed was too fast. With a flip of his body, he dodged Dong Qinghao's attack. Immediately after, Rat Li and the others took out their magic treasures and jumped up, attacking Murong Fu. Even though Murong Fu was an expert in the spiritual sea realm, he could only retreat in the face of so many experts from the Eastern Palace. Very good, very good. What a good Eastern Palace. Murong Fu stopped and looked at Macario Ice and the others. He could not help but sneer. Then, his eyes turned, and a disdainful light flowed out. He snorted and said, "But do you think it will work?" While speaking, Murong Fu's body suddenly surged with a bright light. In an instant, a huge burst of energy followed. At the same time, Murong Fu waved his hand and shouted, "Today, I will let you all see the true strength of the spiritual sea realm. The strength of the spiritual sea realm is not something that you can resist." Bang! Under Murong Fu's words, a loud sound suddenly burst out. Murong Fu pushed out with both hands. A powerful energy surged out like the waves of the East Sea. It was so fast that it was like a bolt of lightning, directly pressing down. "Be careful." Macario Ice, Dong Qinghao, and the others' faces changed at the same time, and they hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, Murong Fu's huge energy was too fast. Bang! After a few loud sounds, they were all sent flying at the same time. Poochie! They all spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. "Today, I will kill you arrogant people." Murong Fu had always been ruthless. After this battle, seeing Macario Ice and the others being repelled, he had no intention of letting them go. His body leaped up, and he immediately pressed forward. "Be careful." Macario Ice and the others shouted at the same time and jumped up from the ground. One by one, the cultivation techniques in their bodies began to revolve rapidly, and a dense energy burst out from their palms. 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. That's right, they all used the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. The power of the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill was naturally earth-shattering. What's more, they were all outstanding disciples, so the power they burst out was even more shocking. When they condensed the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill at the same time, the whole space suddenly seemed to be torn apart. Light overflowed, and there was a burst of loud noise. Murong Fu frowned slightly when he saw the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, but it soon disappeared. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Do you think it's useful?" While speaking, Murong Fu immediately waved his hands. As he waved his hands, the surrounding air seemed to have become turbulent. Countless spirit chis surged into his palms, and a huge energy storm began to spin. Collapse of Mount Tai. Wild Dance of the Fire Dragon. Silver Snake Strike. Macario Ice and the others shouted at the same time, and each launched the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill formed in their hands. Several forces condensed, and the powerful force was like a giant thunder exploding from the horizon. All of a sudden, countless explosions rang out. Chapter 266. What a powerful force. The spectating disciples also revealed looks of surprise on their faces. Murong Fu frowned when he saw this, but it only lasted for a moment. Soon, a cold smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he waved his hands quickly, and suddenly, a powerful force burst out. With a loud bang, a huge light screen surged in front of him. "A few mere sky phase cultivators want to fight against me?" Murong Fu shouted coldly. Suddenly, he pushed his hands forward, and the huge screen of light suddenly flew toward Murong Fu. Bang! The two forces collided in mid-air with a loud bang. The powerful force was like a storm, rushing out. The gorgeous light screen lit up the entire training ground as if it was daytime. Although the two forces were very strong, in the end, Murong Fu was still stronger. Bang! With a few loud sounds, Macario Ice and the others were sent flying. Poochie! At the same time, they all spat out a mouthful of blood, and their bodies flew back. Bang! With a loud bang, they fell to the ground. Then, Murong Fu took advantage of them and looked at them with a devilish smile. "You rats want to stop me? You're courting death." As he spoke, Murong Fu waved his hand. In an instant, a powerful force surged. Die! Murong Fu roared and slapped his palm towards the group of people. Macario Ice and the others saw the powerful force approaching and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, their speed was too slow, and they could only watch as the powerful force approached. When they saw this huge force, their hearts sank to the bottom. They were all the favored disciples of the Eastern Palace. When had they ever been humiliated like this? However, at this moment, under Murong Fu's absolute strength, they did not have the slightest strength to resist. They could only watch as they walked into death. None of the disciples present cared. There was a mocking expression on his face, without the slightest bit of sympathy. This was the time of death that was about to happen. To them, it was a bit of schadenfreude. This was because everyone here was from the East Palace. For many years, because of the competition between the four great palaces, they could not enjoy some of the resources of the Monster Palace. Even though the Monster Palace was now unified, they still held some grudges against the disciples of the Monster Palace East Palace. Therefore, when they saw so many Eastern Palace disciples about to be killed, they did not feel any pity, only joy. Someone even laughed and said, "The disciples of the Eastern Palace really don't know their own limits." A cold smile appeared on Murong Fu's face when he heard this. Bang! Just when everyone thought that all the Eastern Palace disciples were going to die today, a figure suddenly flashed, followed by a dazzling light. Suddenly, a loud bang resounded through the heavens and earth. What is this? What is going on? Everyone shuddered at the sight of this. Even Murong Fu was stunned. The light receded, and Su Yan's figure slowly appeared in front of everyone's stunned expressions. The moment they saw Su Yan's figure, everyone was stunned again. How is this possible? How can a mere one-star celestial phenomenon realm block the attack of a spiritual sea realm? What exactly is that defense? Everyone looked at the frosty light jumping on Su Yan's body, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Murong Fu looked at the ferocious expression on Su Yan's face and was slightly stunned. He kept shaking his head and said, How is this possible, how can you block my attack?" Not only them, but Macario Ice and the others looked at Su Yan with a look of surprise on their faces. At the same time, they were also touched. Although they stood up for Su Yan today, they stood up for Su Yan because Su Yan's strength was not enough. Under Murong Fu's attack, everyone thought that they were going to die. They never thought that Su Yan would actually save them. They were actually saved by a one-star Emperor Realm cultivator. How could this not surprise them? The few of them had mixed feelings. At the same time, they were astonished. At the same time, they were touched, and even more so, they were suspicious. They doubted how Su Yan could block Murong Fu's attack. Puchi. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did the few of them come back to their senses. They hurriedly jumped up from the ground and went forward to support Su Yan. "Su Yan, are you all right?" The few of them looked at Su Yan with concern. "I'm fine." Su Yan gritted his teeth and forcefully suppressed the churning in his heart. Looking at Murong Fu's figure, he couldn't help but bitterly laugh in his heart. It seems that with my current strength, even the profound ice divine shield is still unable to block Murong Fu's attack. The difference in strength is too great. He, a dignified spirit sea realm expert, was actually blocked by a one-star heaven phase realm expert. This is definitely a humiliation for Murong Fu, a great humiliation. Murong Fu looked at Su Yan with killing intent in his eyes. Thinking about how fast Su Yan's cultivation speed was, the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. "Su Yan!" Murong Fu suddenly roared, and was about to attack Su Yan. "Be careful!" Su Yan hurriedly warned. At the same time, the spirit energy in his body slowly surged. The moment the spirit energy surged, Su Yan immediately felt the blood in his body churning. Puchi! Another mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth. "Su Yan, you rest first. Let us do the rest." Macario Ice and the others saw Su Yan's appearance and comforted Su Yan. The few of them stepped forward at the same time and blocked in front of Murong Fu. When Murongfu saw that the few of them were blocking him without any fear, the smile on his face became even colder. His eyes flashed and he said with disdain, "A few scoundrels want to stop me? You're courting death." As he spoke, Murongfu suddenly jumped up. With a wave of his hand, a magic treasure appeared. This magic treasure looked like a kasaya. The moment it appeared, it emitted countless rays of light. Obviously, it was not an ordinary item. Murongfu waved his hand, and his posture suddenly swept out like a sharp sword, directly attacking Mikaryu Ice and the others. The speed of the attack was as fast as lightning. The ray of light surged, and a violent energy instantly erupted. Swoosh! It tore through the void, and suddenly, countless sounds erupted. "Be careful!" Mikaryu Ice and the others shouted at the same time, and the few of them scattered at the same time. "Is it useful?" When Murongfu saw that the few of them dodged his attack, he coldly smiled. At the same time, he jumped up, and the kasaya in his hands suddenly expanded. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and a powerful force erupted. It went straight for Mikaryu Ice. When Dong Qinghao and the others saw this scene, they hurriedly took the opportunity to attack Murongfu. But just as they took a step forward, a loud bang rang out. The force that flew over suddenly exploded in midair, and attacked the few of them at the same time. The speed of this force was too fast. Dong Qinghao could not dodge in time, and was directly sent flying. Dong Qinghao. Mikaryu Ice had always been at odds with Dong Qinghao. But at this moment, when he saw Dong Qinghao being sent flying, his heart could not help but tighten. At the same time, he looked at Murongfu with a vicious look in his eyes. "Murongfu, I'm going to kill you." Mikaryu Ice roared. Holding the magic treasure in his hand, his body madly rushed forward. His hands formed into claws, and directly grabbed Murongfu's throat. "You overestimate yourself." When Murongfu saw this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. His body moved, and he arrived behind Mu Lubing. With a clap of his hand, he sent Mu Lubing flying. Die. At the moment when Mikaryu Ice was sent flying, Murongfu had no intention of letting Mikaryu Ice go. He shouted coldly, and his body suddenly pressed forward, waving the kasaya in his hand to attack Mikaryu Ice. Senior Brother Mu. When Su Yan and the others saw this scene, their hearts tightened. They all wanted to go forward and save Mikaryu Ice, but unfortunately, their strength was limited, and it was too late. They could only watch as Mikaryu Ice was hit by Murongfu. Bang! Just when everyone thought that Mikaryu Ice was going to die, suddenly a figure slid past and blocked Murongfu's attack. Everyone was stunned. Ming Ruofeng, its senior brother Ming Ruofeng. When Rat Li and the others saw this, their faces were immediately filled with excitement. They shouted, "Great, it's senior brother Ming Ruofeng. Now we don't have to be afraid of Murongfu." Ming Ruofeng blocked Mikaryu Ice. Mikaryu Ice looked at Ming Ruofeng, and his heart was moved. He wanted to say something. However, Ming Ruofeng did not look at him. Instead, he turned his head and coldly looked at Murongfu. Murongfu looked at Ming Ruofeng's cold face, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. "Ming Ruofeng, I didn't expect you to come and oppose me. Not bad, in your eastern palace, other than Qin Luo, only you have some ability. But Ming Ruofeng, do you think you can stop me with a mere 4-star spiritual sea realm? You should know that I am a 6-star spiritual sea realm cultivator." Murongfu said with contempt in his eyes. He did not put Ming Ruofeng in his eyes at all. Ming Ruofeng did not answer Murongfu's words. He only coldly looked at Murongfu. A light flashed in his eyes, and the spiritual qi in his body surged, bursting out with a powerful spiritual energy. Very good, very good. Murongfu saw this and could not help but nod. At this time, Chu Linger and the others stood beside Ming Ruofeng. They each took out their own weapons and looked at Murongfu. Murongfu saw Chu Linger and the others and could not help but frown. If Ming Ruofeng did not make a move, perhaps he would not be afraid. Even if a few more divine emperors came, he would still not be afraid. However, now that Ming Ruofeng was here, although there was a 2-star gap between them, they were still in the spiritual sea realm. Chapter 267. Although Murongfu was cruel and merciless, this did not mean that he was a reckless person. On the contrary, he was sinister and cunning. Murongfu would never do things that he was not confident in. Looking at Ming Ruofeng and the others, Murongfu smiled coldly, clapped his hands, and laughed, "Very good, very good. Several powerhouses from the East Palace have come. Are you trying to bully me, Nangong Wuren?" As he spoke, several emperors of heaven suddenly appeared beside Murongfu. These people were obviously from the Nangong Palace. Although the Monster Palace had been unified. However, after all, it had only been a short time. In addition, the enmity between the 4 great palaces had always been deep. How could it be resolved in a short time? Usually, everyone could still get along harmoniously for the sake of the Monster Palace's elders and the Monster Palace's palace master. However, today, because Macario Ice and the others wanted to save Su Yan, coupled with Ming Ruofeng's intervention. Obviously, the conflict between the 4 great palaces had been aroused here. The disciples of the East Palace and the disciples of the Nangong Palace each held a side. Although the disciples of the West Palace and the North Palace did not join the fight, each of them also held a side and were ready to move. No one knew when they would join this battle. When Su Yan saw this scene, he could not help but frown. He was now a disciple of the Monster Palace. The harmony between the 4 great palaces had always been the Princess of Chu's last wish. What Su Yan wanted to do was only to make the Monster Palace stronger. And the most basic element to make the Monster Palace stronger was to make the Monster Palace truly unified. Although the Monster Palace was now a huge sect in the outside world. But what about the real Monster Palace? In fact, the real Monster Palace was just a plate of loose sand. In the current state of the Monster Palace, if there was an external enemy invading, it would definitely be vulnerable. He looked at the several great palaces, each holding one side. Especially after seeing the Nangong disciples join in, Su Yan clearly saw the frown on Ming Ruofeng's face. Su Yan couldn't bear to see him like this. He couldn't bear to let this trial turn into a massacre for the great palaces. More importantly, it was all because of him, the palace master of the Monster Palace. Su Yan found it even more unbearable. As Su Yan thought about it, he slowly took out the shiny bone tablet from his waist. A bitter smile appeared on his face. "It looks like I won't be able to obtain the right to enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Enter the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda to cultivate." This was something that Su Yan had been preparing for a long time. This time, Su Yan was even more determined to win. But who would have thought that such a thing would happen? If Su Yan wasn't the palace master of the Monster Palace, it would be fine. But since he was the palace master of the Monster Palace, he had to think for the Monster Palace. For the sake of the Monster Palace, in order to prevent the 4 great palaces from killing each other. Su Yan gritted his teeth and raised the shiny bone tablet in his hand. He shouted, "All of you, stop." The people from several sides were about to attack when they heard Su Yan's shout. They all looked over. Murongfu also looked over. A cold smile appeared on his face. "Su Yan, what tricks are you trying to play now? Murongfu, don't you want to eliminate me?" Su Yan looked at Murongfu's evil face and sneered. He raised the shiny bone tablet in his hand and slowly said, "Since you want to eliminate me, I'll crush this bone tablet now. That way, you can stop." "Su Yan, don't." Macario Ice and the others hurriedly shouted when they heard Su Yan say that he was going to crush the bone tablet. Ratley also hurriedly shouted, "Su Yan, don't." Although Murongfu is strong, the disciples of the East Palace are not weak. We're not afraid of them. Today, we'll fight with him. Su Yan heard the sincere eyes of Macario Ice and the others and knew that they were sincerely looking out for him. It was because of this sincerity that Su Yan made up his mind. This wasn't just for the Monster Palace. It was also for the many disciples of the East Palace. Because of the Princess of Chu, the East Palace was the palace that held the most power in the Monster Palace. However, the disciples of the Monster Palace were the weakest among the 4 great palaces. This caused the other 3 great palaces to have a deep grudge against the East Palace. Ignoring the fact that the strength of the East Palace disciples today was inferior to Nangong's. Even if he could defeat Murongfu and the others today, Su Yan believed that the people from the other 2 great palaces would not sit still and wait for death. In the end, not only would Monster Palace's strength be weakened. Similarly, the disciples of the East Palace would not be able to escape this calamity. Su Yan had always been proud, but he was not conceited. He was also a brainless person. He knew very well the difference in strength between the 2 sides. This difference was not something he could make up for. Since he could not make up for it, he could only save it. And the best way to save it now was to eliminate it himself. The Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, I'm afraid I'll miss it this time. Su Yan looked at the shiny bone tablet in his hand and slowly clenched his fists. No. The disciples of the East Palace tried to persuade Su Yan, but no matter how hard they tried, Su Yan had already made up his mind. Without any hesitation, he clenched his fists even tighter. Just as the bone tablet was about to be crushed, Su Yan suddenly felt a huge force coming from his arm. This unexpected attack caused Su Yan to be involuntarily stunned. Following that, Su Yan realized that his shiny bone tablet had flown out of his hand. In his shock, Su Yan hurriedly looked forward and saw that Dong Qinghao had appeared in front of him at some point in time. Although Dong Qinghao was seriously injured, he still maintained a cynical smile on his face. At the same time, one could see that he was holding Su Yan's shiny bone tablet. Su Yan could not help but be stunned when he saw this. He asked, "Senior brother Dong Cheng, what are you?" Dong Qinghao did not answer Su Yan's question. Instead, he turned to Murongfu and said, "Murongfu, didn't you want to eliminate one person from my East Palace today? Then today, I, Dong Qinghao, will eliminate myself first. This way, you can at least let my fellow disciples go." In fact, the reason why Murongfu wanted to kill today was not only because of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda qualification fight. It was more because of Su Yan's astonishing cultivation speed that made Murongfu feel fear. In less than half a year, he had gone from the spirit channeling realm to the celestial phenomenon realm. Such a monstrous speed. Murongfu did not dare to believe that if he was given a little more time, how much would he grow? It was even possible for him to break through to a level that no one could reach. It was because of this fear in his heart that Murongfu wanted to kill Su Yan. And the matter of the domino was just an excuse. But now that Dong Qinghao had said so, Murongfu could not say anything else. Although Murongfu was arrogant and did not even put some elders in his eyes, he was still afraid of Princess Chu. After all, he still did not know much about Princess Chu. Although Murongfu was somewhat unwilling, he still said, "Today, I am here for the elimination. Besides, our Monster Palace is now unified. The 4 palaces are not divided. If someone is eliminated now, open the barrier. I, Murongfu, will naturally not make things difficult for the people from the East Palace." Good, very good. When Dong Qinghao heard Murongfu's words, he laughed out loud and instantly crushed the domino in his hand. No, Su Yan wanted to stop him, but unfortunately, he was one step too late. Dong Qinghao crushed the domino, and his domino fell into Su Yan's hand. Dong Qinghao was eliminated. Brother Dong Cheng. Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao's indifferent smile and felt bitter in his heart. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he could not say a word. Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan's sad expression and smiled. "Su Yan, go. This time, we have already discussed that we will ensure that you enter the top 10. So, go. Dong Qinghao said and pushed Su Yan. Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao reluctantly as mixed feelings welled up in his heart. He did not understand why Dong Qinghao would give him so much. "Su Yan, go quickly. Remember, you must clinch a spot in the top 10 and bring glory to our East Palace." Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan's slow footsteps and shouted behind him. Upon hearing Dong Qinghao's words, Su Yan's body immediately trembled. He nodded and turned to look at Dong Qinghao and shouted, "Brother Dong Qinghao, don't worry. I will definitely clinch a spot in the top 10 today." As he spoke, Su Yan did not hesitate and quickly ran forward. Previously, when Su Yan came, he did not think of clinching a spot. All he wanted was to obtain the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. But now, things were different. The reason why he was still standing was not only because of the hard work of his brothers, but also because of Dong Qinghao's elimination. With so many people working hard for him, just to clinch a spot in the top 10, Su Yan had to clinch a spot no matter what. The third trial was also the last trial. Although this was the simplest trial, which was just a competition of who reached the other side first, the rules that kept appearing here made the entire trial even more dramatic. However, no matter how dramatic it was, the final goal of this trial was still speed. This was because only by reaching the other side first would one be the strongest. Furthermore, no one knew what existed ahead. No one knew if there would be any more obstacles ahead. Only by rushing forward quickly and putting in a disdainful effort and sprinting quickly would one have a chance. Top 10. Su Yan looked at the main point of the other side as a resplendent glow burst out from his eyes. As the spiritual energy in his body circulated rapidly, he stepped on the sword dragon and pushed his speed to the limit. Although Su Yan had wasted a lot of time chatting with Dong Qinghao, he was still considered a latecomer. His speed was like a shadow gliding by, producing a series of whistling sounds. The disciples beside him could not help but be stunned as they looked at Su Yan's figure in surprise. What fast speed! How can he be so fast? Stop him. Chapter 268. Su Yan looked at the two-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivators blocking him. His face immediately surged with a vicious aura. Although Su Yan was the palace master of Monster Palace, every disciple here was a disciple of his sect. However, Su Yan was disdainful towards such a shameless person. "You're courting death." Su Yan immediately shouted coldly. In an instant, he took out the Ghost Howl sword and directly attacked that person. The reason why that person wanted to stop Su Yan was because he saw that Su Yan was only a one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. That was why he stopped Su Yan. Who would have thought that Su Yan would be able to burst out with such a powerful attack? They were immediately shocked and hurriedly retreated. Just as they retreated, Su Yan's figure had already slipped past them. The two of them were stunned again. Then, a disdainful smile appeared on their faces. "I thought you were some kind of hero. So you're just a scoundrel." Su Yan happened to hear the two of them. He only smiled slightly and didn't care at all. What he was more concerned about now was whether he could obtain the top 10 position in this trial. And although Su Yan wanted to kill the two of them when he saw them just now. However, Su Yan was well aware that, given his present level of strength, killing off the two of them would still be somewhat difficult. Additionally, if he were to waste his time here, forget getting into the top 10, he might not even be able to obtain the qualifications to enter the Extreme Yao Ancient Pagoda. Therefore, Su Yan didn't want to bother with them at all. As for everything they said, Su Yan believed that as long as he was given some time, he would let everyone know that he, Su Yan, was not someone they could bully. This wasn't because Su Yan wanted to dispute anything. It was because of the arrogance in a man's heart. The other side of the destination seemed to be in front of them, but when they really flew, they were hundreds of thousands of feet away. Clearly, elderly Tianyi had done something inside. Many people flew all the way and were eliminated after exhausting their spirit qi. Even those who were still persevering were becoming slower and slower due to the lack of spiritual energy in their bodies. Not only that, but because of the reduced speed, many people preferred to kill others. As long as these people were eliminated, there would be one less competitor. This was obviously a very good idea. Su Yan didn't want to stop others. But that didn't mean that no one would stop him. Although Su Yan's strength could be said to be the weakest here, because speed had always been Su Yan's strongest point, coupled with the existence of the blood dragon pupil, many Sky Realm experts might not be as fast as Su Yan. How can this brat's speed be so fast? He's only one star, yet he's actually faster than me. When a 7-star heaven phase emperor saw Su Yan follow him, he was surprised. His eyes suddenly turned and revealed a fierce light. With a wave of his hand, he attacked Su Yan. When Su Yan saw the emperor of heaven phase just now, he had already seen the mournful expression on his face. The moment his attack came, the blood dragon pupils suddenly turned and quickly retreated. His speed was as fast as lightning, causing the 7-star heaven phase emperor to be stunned. So fast. The 7-star heaven phase emperor looked at Su Yan in astonishment. At the same time, killing intent surged in his eyes. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, I advise you to be tactful and surrender obediently, lest I make a move." Although Su Yan dodged the attack of the 7-star heaven phase emperor, he couldn't help but frown when he saw his strength. A 7-star heaven phase emperor was not someone Su Yan could deal with his current strength. Looking at the many people running in front of him, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. "I'll deal with this person." At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Su Yan. Senior Ratley. When Su Yan saw that the person who came was actually Ratley, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Looking at Ratley's strength, he hesitated and said, "Senior Ratley, can you really deal with him?" After all, Ratley was only one level higher than Su Yan. He was a 2-star heaven phase realm cultivator, so it was quite difficult for him to deal with a 7-star heaven phase emperor. It was no wonder that Su Yan was a little worried. Not only was Su Yan worried, the 7-star heaven phase emperor also had a look of disdain on his face. He looked at Ratley and sneered, "Brat, you want to stop me with your 2-star strength? Then give it a try." As he spoke, Ratley's body suddenly pressed forward, and a sharp attack directly attacked the 7-star emperor. At the moment of the attack, Ratley saw that Su Yan was still standing and hurriedly shouted, "Su Yan, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. If he wants to kill me, it won't be that easy. Just remember to get into the top 10. Hearing Ratley's words, Su Yan nodded heavily. He no longer hesitated and looked at the other side of the finish line. His eyes turned and revealed a bright light. He patted his storage bag and took out a spirit-gathering pill and swallowed it, instantly recovering a lot of spirit energy. At the same time, he circulated his chi and quickly flew forward. Along the way, there were still many powerhouses who tried to stop him, but there were disciples of the Eastern Palace who helped him block them. Macario Ice, Hao Fong, and even Chu Linger helped Su Yan. Looking at their sincere eyes, Su Yan couldn't say anything other than being moved in his heart. Moreover, Su Yan knew that it was useless to say anything now. If he wanted to repay them, the most important thing was to get into the top 10 this time. With the help of these people, Su Yan quickly arrived at the other side of the finish line. At the same time, Elder Li Tiany's voice was heard. There was no other meaning behind it, but it was to announce that the top 9 powerhouses had been born. 9. When Su Yan heard this voice, he could not help but frown. Looking at the other side of the finish line, he gathered all his strength and rushed forward. There were a few powerhouses besides Su Yan. Those powerhouses looked at Su Yan with a disdainful smile. "A mere 1-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator wants to compete with us? You're courting death." This person was a 9-star celestial phenomenon emperor. As he spoke, he waved his hand and a powerful attack directly attacked Su Yan. Not good. Su Yan cursed and hurriedly took a step back. Although this step back allowed him to avoid that person's attack, he was still a few dozen meters away from that person. At this final juncture, a few dozen meters was definitely fatal. The celestial phenomenon emperor looked at Su Yan and sneered. "Kid, although you're fast, you're too weak. You don't have to fight for the last place in the top 10. Don't be happy too early. What about me? What about me?" As that person spoke, in an instant, a few other experts with the strength of the celestial phenomenon realm also spoke up. Humph. The few of them glared at each other and snorted coldly. At the same time, they ran towards the finish line. They were also blocking and attacking each other. Even so, they didn't forget to fly forward. They were all at the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm, so their speed was naturally fast. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but frown as she thought to herself, if I were to catch up now, I'm afraid I would be attacked by a few people. The difference in strength between me and them is too great, I don't even have the chance to fight back. Su Yan knew very well that with her current strength, she was no match for these people. If he wanted to obtain the last spot in the top 10, he could only surpass them in speed so that they wouldn't have the chance to attack him. Speed, I'm only at the 1-star celestial phenomenon realm. Even if I have the blood dragon pupil, how can I surpass them? Su Yan looked at them and frowned. The few 9-star celestial phenomenon emperors continued to compete, and soon, the outcome was decided. A 9-star emperor revealed a victorious smile. A woo! At this moment, a whistling sound suddenly blew by. At the same time, Li Tiany's voice sounded, 10th place, Su Yan. Su Yan. The few 9-star disciples who were competing for the 10th place were all stunned. Especially the disciple who had entered the finish line. He was dumbstruck and his face was filled with shock. How is this possible? How is this possible? How is this possible? When they reached the finish line, they saw Su Yan's figure standing in front of them. Looking at Su Yan's current appearance, their faces were filled with fear. Not only them, even the top 9 experts who had reached the finish line were shocked when they saw Su Yan's current appearance. Illusion technique. Murong Fu and the others looked at Su Yan in shock. How could this kid know the illusion technique? And it's in the shape of a dragon. Golden Mirage Dragon. How is this possible? Su Yan ignored the surprised expressions of others. Only when he heard Li Tiany's voice did the corners of his mouth rise slightly. He looked back at the people who were still competing, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He took a deep breath and said to himself, I finally did it. Just now, when Su Yan saw that the person was about to enter the finish line, he thought that he had no chance. Finally, with his last breath, he used the Golden Mirage Dragon and used its dragon form to snatch the 10th place at the last step. He did not disappoint everyone's expectations. Su Yan, tell me, how did you master the Golden Mirage Dragon? Just when Su Yan was feeling happy, Murong Fu suddenly stepped forward and pointed at Su Yan. The killing intent in his eyes became stronger and stronger. From the beginning, he knew about Su Yan's abnormal cultivation speed. In addition, Su Yan's abnormal frost defense. Now, with the Golden Mirage Dragon, Murong Fu was more and more afraid of Su Yan. Murong Fu had never felt this way before, but when he looked at Su Yan, Murong Fu actually felt some fear. Based on this fear, Murong Fu would definitely not let Su Yan live. Su Yan, you must die. Chapter 269. Su Yan looked at Murong Fu's sinister face, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a trace of a cold smile. He then turned around, not giving him any face at all, and directly ignored him. At the same time, he secretly left a mark in his heart, this Murong Fu must die. That's right, Su Yan was now the palace master of the Monster Palace, so he naturally hoped that his sect's disciples would become stronger and stronger. Murong Fu was the number 1 person in Nangong Palace. Now that the entire Monster Palace was unified, he could also be said to be the strongest person in the entire Monster Palace. With such strength, it could be said that he was a rare talent. However, this person was sinister and overly selfish. It was impossible to guarantee that he would be loyal to the Monster Palace. Rather than keeping such a genius, it was better to let him disappear. Because keeping him would only be a scourge. Of course, Su Yan was also clear that with his current strength, even if there were 100 of them, they would not be a match for Murong Fu. Therefore, Su Yan was too lazy to pay attention to him. Su Yan, you, when Murong Fu saw that Su Yan, a mere 1-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, actually dared to ignore him, a wave of anger immediately surged from his chest. At the same time, a strong killing intent erupted from his eyes. Go to hell. Murong Fu roared angrily, and suddenly attacked Su Yan. Murong Fu, don't forget that the trial is over. You dare to touch me? When Su Yan saw Murong Fu's attack, he did not panic and coldly said. Facing the powerful pressure of the spiritual energy, his eyes emitted a ray of light, and there was not the slightest trace of fear. What? When Murong Fu heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned. The hand that was about to slap Su Yan's head suddenly stopped. Although he really wanted to kill Su Yan, it was just as Su Yan had said. Now that the trial was over, the entire monster palace was unified. If he killed Su Yan now, he would not be able to escape punishment from the Princess of Chu. Humph, Su Yan, just you wait. Murong Fu coldly shouted. He gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and left. Seeing Murong Fu leave, Su Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. Although there was no trace of fear on Su Yan's face, this did not mean that Su Yan was not afraid. After all, the difference in strength between the two of them was simply too great. If Murong Fu were to go berserk, he would not stand a chance today. Therefore, Su Yan was betting that Murong Fu did not have the guts to kill him. After all, now that the monster palace was unified, all the rules had been changed. Killing fellow disciples could definitely be said to be a big taboo in the monster palace. It seems that I made the right bet. Su Yan watched Murong Fu leave. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a devilish smile. Although this was just an ordinary conflict, everyone was stunned. However, everyone at the side was stunned, especially when they saw Su Yan's calm expression. Each and every one of them was extremely astonished. Just now, when Murong Fu's spirit energy exploded, the disciples were all extremely worried. And Su Yan was only in the sky phase realm. Facing Murong Fu, an expert in the spirit sea realm, he was actually so calm. Who the hell is this kid? He actually has such wisdom. Yuan Taiqing looked at Su Yan's appearance and frowned slightly. He was the strongest person in the North Palace, so he deeply knew how terrifying Murong Fu was. Even if he faced Murong Fu, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Yet, a mere one-star sky phase realm cultivator actually dared to challenge Murong Fu. This was truly unimaginable. Thinking of Su Yan's golden phantom dragon, Yuan Taiqing looked at Su Yan with an additional charm. At this moment, the trial disciples behind also reached the finish line one after another. When Li Tiany's final voice sounded, Li Tiany floated over. After saying a bunch of nonsense, he announced the top 50 people who had obtained the qualifications to cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. A soul-stirring trial had finally come to an end. And this trial also made Su Yan become a celebrity in the entire Supreme Demon Palace all of a sudden. A mere one-star sky phase realm cultivator actually dared to challenge Murong Fu. And he even obtained the qualifications to be in the top 10. He also had the long-lost illusion technique. In just one night, Su Yan became the focus of the entire monster palace. To be honest, Su Yan didn't like this feeling. He preferred to live in seclusion in the dark and cultivate silently. This was because it was already late at night when the trial ended. In addition, the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda had gone from 10 people to 50, so it still needed some adjustments. Before it opened, under Li Tiany's announcement, everyone returned to their own residences to cultivate. This made the originally bustling East Palace quiet down. Su Yan originally wanted to return to his residence, but when he saw Dong Qinghao and the others, he frowned slightly. He stood up and said to them, "Senior brothers, today's matter has been resolved. Why don't we gather at my palace? Hey, this is a good relationship." Before anyone else could say anything, Dong Qinghao was the first to stand up and applaud. Although Dong Qinghao didn't obtain the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate this time, the frivolous smile on his face still remained. There wasn't a trace of regret on his face. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but feel touched. Following that, he went to his palace with the others. TSK, this spirit palace is indeed the #1 palace. With such luxurious decorations, it's not something our palaces can compare to. Dong Qinghao praised the moment he arrived at the spirit palace. Following that, he shouted without holding back, "Good wine, good dishes, come up." Dong Qinghao shouted a few times, but no one came out. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he turned around and asked Su Yan, "Su Yan, why isn't anyone receiving you in your palace?" Receiving. Su Yan couldn't help but be taken aback as he looked at Dong Qinghao in confusion. Clearly, he didn't understand what he meant. When Dong Qinghao saw Su Yan's expression, he frowned. Following that, he looked at Su Yan in surprise and said in an exaggerated manner, "Su Yan, don't tell me that you don't have any servants in your spirit palace?" Servants. When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he came to a realization. After Su Yan entered the spirit palace, there were indeed servants. However, they were Lu Lan in disguise. After that, the demonic sect attacked. Lu Lan was taken away, and Su Yan didn't think about servants. As a result, there were no servants in the spirit palace. Such a huge palace doesn't have any servants. What are you going to use to receive us? Dong Qinghao asked again. When Su Yan was asked this by Dong Qinghao, he didn't know how to answer. This was because entering the celestial realm was equivalent to entering the fasting period. As long as one had enough spirit energy, one wouldn't need to eat a single meal for a year. Usually, Su Yan was busy cultivating and didn't have the time to think about these things. There were no servants in the spirit palace, so there really wasn't any such thing. Sigh, forget it. Just get something from me. You guys wait for a while. Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan helplessly and shook his head. Then, he turned around and left. After a short while, he came back. Behind him was a servant who had been carrying things for a long time. There was wine and food, and a whole table was set up. Hee, Su Yan, how are you going to thank me? This table of food and wine costs a lot of spirit stones. Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan evilly and smiled. Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao's mischievous smile and smiled embarrassedly. He was about to take out the spirit stones and give them to him. But before he could take them out, Dong Qinghao waved his hand and said, Forget it. Seeing how pitiful you are, I'll give you this table of food. Come, everyone sit. After Dong Qinghao finished speaking, he unceremoniously put on the appearance of a master and invited everyone to sit. There weren't many people who came this time. Only the few people who entered the Blood Devil Cave and got rid of Ming Ruofeng. Only 5 people were left, Macario Ice, Dong Qinghao, Ratli, Chu Linger, and Su Yan. Of the few people present, only Dong Qinghao had not obtained the qualifications to cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Although Su Yan wasn't good at speaking or socializing, he knew that Su Yan was not good at it. However, Su Yan knew that the main reason why Dong Qinghao had failed to obtain the qualifications to cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was because of him. Seeing the smile on his face, Su Yan felt a little upset. Senior brother Dong Qing. Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao and wanted to say something. But before he could say anything, Dong Qinghao spoke first. Alright, Su Yan, I know what you want to say. Today, let's not say anything. Let's drink. Drink? When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he frowned slightly. He looked at the wine cup on the table. To be honest, Su Yan had never drunk alcohol since he came to this world. Come, cheers. Dong Qinghao was the first to raise his wine cup and drained it. When he saw Su Yan frown, he teased, Su Yan, why aren't you drinking? Don't tell me you haven't drunk alcohol before. Indeed, I haven't. Su Yan smiled embarrassedly. Ha. Dong Qinghao immediately laughed again. Su Yan, I think you only remember to cultivate in this life. You have to remember that you should still enjoy life. Taste the good wine between heaven and earth, often eat the good food between heaven and earth. Life should be like this. With that said, Dong Qinghao picked up a dish from the table and ate it with relish. What should be enjoyed should be enjoyed. When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he sighed in his heart. Sometimes, one couldn't just live for cultivation. Tonight, I will also enjoy myself. Su Yan secretly said in his heart. He raised his wine cup and drained it. When they saw Su Yan start drinking, their anger suddenly became active. Obviously, Macario Ice, Ratley, and even Chu Linger weren't drinking for the first time. After a few cups, everyone let go. They didn't talk about cultivation and only talked about romance. This was because they didn't use spirit energy when drinking. It was a competition of drinking capacity. After one night, everyone was almost drunk. Su Yan was even more drunk. Fortunately, because Su Yan was drinking in his own palace, he directly lay down on the bed and slept. It's rare to get drunk in life. Chapter 270. It's rare to get drunk in life. Watching everyone leave, Su Yan recalled what had happened during this period of time and couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. This feeling made Su Yan very unhappy. Especially when he thought about how Dong Qinghao had lost the qualifications to cultivate in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda for him. This was what made Su Yan feel the most uncomfortable. Strength, all troubles come from strength. Su Yan thought as a resplendent light shot out from his eyes. Su Yan was on the path of cultivation. Although he had been on the verge of death several times, he had always been able to safely survive. This time's trial. Although Su Yan had obtained the 10th spot, he couldn't be happy. Because of the strength of those disciples, Su Yan felt an unprecedented pressure and a sense of powerlessness that he had never felt before. All of this powerlessness and pressure was because he was too weak. I want to become stronger, stronger. This was because no one cheated in drinking this time. They all relied on their own alcohol tolerance to drink. With the help of the alcohol, Su Yan loudly vented the desire in his heart. His eyes shot out a resplendent light before immediately contracting. The cultivation technique in his body slowly surged. That wisp of pure spiritual energy erupted from his body. The celestial phenomenon realm could be said to be a brand new step for warriors. Stepping into the celestial phenomenon realm was equivalent to controlling the power of heaven and earth. How could the power of heaven and earth be so easy to control? One-star celestial phenomenon realm awakened the body's perception of the power of heaven and earth. Su Yan was currently in this realm. And because Su Yan had advanced to the celestial phenomenon realm too suddenly, Su Yan had yet to truly feel the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth. Su Yan circulated his cultivation technique and slowly recalled the moment when he entered the celestial phenomenon realm. At that time, Su Yan originally wanted to condense his 9th Saint Vein. The condensation of the 9th meridian allowed him to step into the peak of the Saint Vein realm and enter the quasi-celestial phenomenon realm. Feeling the power of heaven and earth, then slowly fusing the 9 meridians and breaking through to the celestial phenomenon realm. However, Su Yan did not. He only condensed 8 meridians and broke through to the celestial phenomenon realm. It could be said that Su Yan had condensed a new celestial phenomenon realm, which was different from others. And because Su Yan was in a hurry to participate in this trial. Su Yan, on the other hand, had never properly sensed the power of heaven and earth in his body. At this moment, Su Yan circulated his cultivation method and immediately felt the strange power in his body. Is this the power of heaven and earth? Su Yan felt the power in his body, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Although Su Yan had just reached the celestial phenomenon realm, Su Yan still had some understanding of the celestial phenomenon realm. He knew that after entering the celestial phase realm, he would be able to control the power of heaven and earth. As for the power of heaven and earth, it was divided into countless types of elements. Among them, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and thunder were the main elements. However, when Su Yan felt the power in his body, he did not feel this power. Especially when Su Yan circulated his cultivation technique and felt the power of heaven and earth, Su Yan did not feel the existence of the surrounding elements. This element was different from spiritual energy. Although it was different, it could be said that it was slightly similar to spiritual energy. It was a miraculous power that existed between heaven and earth, but because martial artists had different feelings towards power, it was divided into different types of power. And if a celestial phenomenon emperor wanted to level up and break through the bottleneck, he would have to feel the existence of this power in his body and cultivate it together with the purest place in the world, the spiritual energy. If he couldn't feel the existence of this power, then even if he broke through to the celestial phenomenon realm, he would only be a useless heavenly star. The celestial phenomenon realm was divided into 1 to 9 stars. 1 to 3 stars in the celestial phenomenon realm, one could feel the existence of the power of heaven and earth. 4 to 6 stars in the celestial phenomenon realm, one could control the power of heaven and earth and instead cultivate the celestial phenomenon divine skill. 7 to 8 stars in the celestial phenomenon realm, one's control of the power of heaven and earth was even purer, reaching the divine effect of releasing it. Stepping into the 9 stars was another new era, reaching the point where one could absorb the power of heaven and earth for one's own use and transform it into the spirit sea. Therefore, stepping into the spirit sea realm and opening a new realm was also called the quasi-spirit sea realm. Because of the celestial phenomenon realm, one could feel the power of heaven and earth. Feeling 1 or 2 of these powers of heaven and earth was called the celestial phenomenon of stars. If one could control more than 3, they would be called the celestial phenomenon of moon. As for the celestial phenomenon of sun, no one had ever reached it, and no one knew what it was. In addition to these 3, there was also the crippling celestial phenomenon. This kind of celestial phenomenon realm could only stay at the 1-star celestial phenomenon realm because he could not feel the existence of the power between heaven and earth. Could it be that I'm a crippling celestial phenomenon? Su Yan circulated his cultivation technique, but he did not feel the existence of the power of heaven and earth around him. His eyes couldn't help but fall into a state of confusion. Impossible? How could I condense the crippling celestial phenomenon? Su Yan muttered to himself, unable to accept this fact. But no matter how Su Yan circulated his cultivation technique, no matter how he felt the power around him, he could not feel the existence of any power at all. There was only the existence of that pure spirit chi, and other than that, there was no other power. This made Su Yan fall into a state of melancholy once again. After a few more attempts, Su Yan still could not feel the existence of the power of heaven and earth. He could not help but feel a bitter smile in his heart. The heavens would not treat me like this, actually letting me condense the crippling celestial phenomenon. Crippling celestial phenomenon realm, 1-star celestial phenomenon realm for life. Su Yan felt a burst of laughter as he thought about it. He had already suffered a blow from the spirit gathering realm for life. Could it be that he would also suffer such a blow now? Unable to cultivate, forever staying at the 1-star celestial phenomenon realm. To a martial artist, this was definitely a fatal blow. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Even with Su Yan's outstanding intelligence, he could not accept this fact at this moment. Impossible, it is impossible for me to condense the crippling celestial phenomenon realm. Su Yan roared in a low voice. Coincidentally, he saw that there was still a bottle of strong wine on the table. In a fit of anger, he directly picked it up and drank it in one gulp. 1-star celestial phenomenon realm for life, ha ha ha. Su Yan laughed loudly and drank a few more mouthfuls. He was already a little drunk. In addition to this bottle of strong wine, he immediately became drunk and fell to the ground, asleep. The moment he closed his sleepy eyes, a burst of light suddenly condensed in Su Yan's sad eyes. An evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Crippling celestial phenomenon realm, Su Yan, will definitely not stay in this realm for the rest of my life. After saying that, Su Yan was completely drunk and fell into a deep sleep. Because this was the spirit palace, no one came to disturb Su Yan's sleep. However, just as he was sleeping, a strange power surged from Su Yan's dantian and turned into a black shadow that floated out from Su Yan's body. The black shadow slowly turned into an old man who looked like he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Looking at the sleeping Su Yan, he frowned. Crippling celestial phenomenon realm, how is this possible? The celestial phenomenon realm was a legendary existence. The celestial phenomenon realm was the highest existence, and very few people had reached it. As for the celestial phenomenon realm, most people condensed the power of heaven and earth and entered the celestial phenomenon realm to control 1 or 2 types of power of heaven and earth. As for the crippling celestial phenomenon realm, in fact, this was also a legendary existence, because basically, it was impossible to condense the celestial phenomenon realm. It could be said that the crippling celestial phenomenon realm was an existence that was rarely seen in 100 years. The vicissitudes of life elder looked at Su Yan. He could not believe that such a once-in-a-century crippling celestial phenomenon realm would happen to Su Yan. How can a once-in-a-century genius be able to condense the celestial phenomenon realm? Does the heavens really want to destroy my Buddha sword sect? The vicissitudes of life elder looked at Su Yan with a sorrowful expression. Forget it, forget it. No matter what, since the Buddha sword sovereign chose him, he must have his reasons. Perhaps there will be a miracle. As the vicissitudes of life elder spoke, he turned into a shadow and entered Su Yan's body. That night, the battle for the Great Fei ancient pagoda came to an end. Some people were happy, while others were sad. However, no matter what, the outcome was already decided. That night was destined to be a peaceful one. Although Su Yan knew that he was a crippling celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, he managed to get a good night's sleep due to the alcohol. The next day, the first ray of sunlight had just risen. Su Yan had already woken up. However, he did not want to open his eyes. He could not accept the fact that he was a crippling celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. At the same time, he did not know about the appearance of the black shadow last night. Crippling celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, crippling celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. Su Yan smiled bitterly. His mind kept replaying the things he had to do. He kept replaying the humiliation he had suffered all this time. Su Yan had not been able to complete all these things. However, he had condensed a crippling celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. How could Su Yan accept this? He just lay there quietly for a long time. Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. They emitted a bright light as he shouted, "No. I can't fall like this. Who am I? Su Yan, I'm a man. A man must have the pride, backbone, and dignity of a man. So what if I'm a crippling celestial phenomenon realm cultivator? I don't believe that I will stay at the one-star realm forever. I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Su Yan roared. His eyes emitted a red light. At the same time, he jumped up from the ground and sneered, "Isn't it just a crippling celestial phenomenon realm cultivator? Isn't it just that I can't feel the power of heaven and earth? Isn't it that I can't cultivate? Then I, Su Yan, will embark on a new path of cultivation." Su Yan said in a low voice. Although his voice was soft, it was sonorous and powerful. If someone was here, they would definitely be influenced by Su Yan's ambition. Since I can't cultivate the power of heaven and earth, then I will cultivate my combat skills. Su Yan swept away the haze in his heart. He sat down cross-legged and silently recited the incantation. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to circulate again. Since I can't feel the power of heaven and earth, I can take this opportunity to cultivate my combat skills. In fact, Su Yan did not have many combat skills. Besides the sword techniques that he had cultivated before, he only had the ice profound shield left. The sword technique was a combat skill for the Saint Vain realm cultivator. After stepping into the celestial phenomenon realm, because of the power of heaven and earth, if the sword technique was the same as the power of heaven and earth, it could be cultivated together. Chapter 271. I just want to do things that are different from ordinary people. Su Yan circulated his cultivation technique. He no longer had any haze in his heart because of the destruction of the celestial form technique. Instead, his eyes were like torches as he began cultivating all kinds of sword arts. After cultivating the sword arts, he began cultivating the mystic ice-cold shield. During the battle for the right to cultivate in the Great Fei ancient pagoda, Su Yan had used the mystic ice-cold shield to block Murong Fu's attack. Although Su Yan was injured as a result, the mystic ice-cold shield's strength was evident. Although that was the case, Su Yan knew that if Murong Fu had really used his full strength that day, his mystic ice-cold shield would not have been able to withstand it. The second layer of the mystic ice-cold shield could be said to be Su Yan's life-saving charm. This was because the Great Fei ancient pagoda needed to be rearranged and would open in 3 days. During these 3 days, Su Yan did not go anywhere. he focused on studying the mystic ice-cold shield. Needless to say, when Su Yan was cultivating the mystic ice-cold shield, he immediately realized that it could be upgraded. He had obtained the invincible golden body from the Su family's ancestral pagoda. Along the way, Su Yan had relied on this to walk out of the gates of hell countless times. The invincible golden body had undergone several changes. From the invincible golden body to the dragon blood ice fire shield, and now to the second layer of the mystic ice cold shield. The defense could be said to be getting stronger and stronger. However, as Su Yan had always been pursuing strength, he had neglected cultivating the mystic ice cold shield. After 3 days of cultivation, Su Yan had made a major discovery. I never expected the mystic ice cold shield to be able to be upgraded. Su Yan looked at the frost glow on his body that was getting thicker and thicker. The corner of his mouth could not help but suffuse a faint smile. The haze that the destruction of the celestial form technique had left in Su Yan's heart dissipated at this moment. I wonder what kind of effects this mystic ice-cold shield will have when it is cultivated to the large success stage. Su Yan muttered to himself as he looked at the frost radiating from his body. If it was the invincible golden body, then it was passed down by the ancestors of the Su family. Su Yan knew that the invincible golden body would become stronger as his strength increased. But now, the invincible golden body had become the mystic ice-cold shield. Everything had changed. The profound ice-cold cover could still be cultivated. It was not something the invincible golden body could compare to. The mystic ice-cold shield was transformed from the invincible golden body. In fact, it could also be said that it was created by Su Yan. In the entire cultivation world, Su Yan was definitely the only one who knew how to use the profound ice-cold shield. Now that the profound ice-cold shield had changed, Su Yan could only rely on himself to study it. First order. Second order. Third order. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and carefully considered for a long time. A smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, he nodded with satisfaction and muttered to himself, "Well, this profound ice-cold shield can be divided into 10 orders according to the strength of its defense. 10th order, then I should only be at the 3rd order. If I want to make it into the 10th order, I'm afraid it won't be done overnight." Su Yan muttered to himself. He was quite satisfied with the order of the profound ice-cold shield. At the same time, Su Yan was also clear about the difficulty of cultivating the profound ice-cold shield. After all, the profound ice-cold shield evolved from the invincible golden body. It could be said that Su Yan already had it when Su Yan first stepped into this world. However, it was only at the 3rd order. It could be seen how difficult it was to cultivate. Of course, this division was not done out of interest by Su Yan. Instead, it was done after careful consideration by Su Yan. It was definitely not done at will. Forget it. No matter what, with the current profound ice-cold shield and profound ice-divine shield, it's still possible to withstand the full-powered attack of a 3-star celestial phenomenon realm warrior. 3-star celestial phenomenon realm. As Su Yan spoke, he looked out the window and saw the ray of dawn. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Today is the day the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda opens, right? With that said, Su Yan jumped up from the ground and flew towards the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Although Su Yan knew that he was a cripple of the celestial phenomenon realm, no matter how much the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda affected a warrior's cultivation, it was useless to him. However, this still could not stop Su Yan from heading to the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. The Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. From the first day Su Yan knew of its existence, his heart was filled with anticipation. Of course, it was not because of the rich spiritual energy inside. One had to know that when Su Yan learned of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, he was still at the sacred bloodline realm. He comprehended it one by one, so the richness of the spiritual energy was of no help to Su Yan. The reason why Su Yan was looking forward to the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Instead, he was interested in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Spiritual energy was a power bestowed by the world. It was distributed in every corner of the world, and the richness of the spiritual energy depended on the surrounding environment. The richness of the spiritual energy in different places was not much different. However, the spiritual energy inside the Great Fei ancient pagoda was richer than anywhere else. When warriors cultivated inside, their speed would be several times faster. There was definitely something strange about it. Otherwise, how could it allow people to cultivate at such a godly speed? This was also the reason why Su Yan was looking forward to the Great Fei ancient pagoda. Su Yan wanted to enter the Great Fei ancient pagoda because he wanted to figure out what was inside. Although Su Yan was now the Monster Palace Lord and had some understanding of the Great Fei ancient pagoda, the entire Great Fei ancient pagoda was a secret to Monster Palace. This made Su Yan even more interested in the Great Fei ancient pagoda. At that moment, the entrance of the Great Fei ancient pagoda was already filled with people. Be it those who had obtained the qualifications or those who did not, all of them were gathered here. It was extremely lively. However, Su Yan was a disciple who had the qualifications to enter the Great Fei ancient pagoda. The moment he walked past, the disciples made way for him. At the same time, it made some disciples who did not know the truth look stunned and astonished. Hey, isn't that Su Yan? Isn't he at the sacred bloodline realm? How could he have the qualifications to enter the Great Fei ancient pagoda to cultivate? What? The sacred bloodline realm is weaker than me? How could he have obtained the qualifications to cultivate in the Great Fei ancient pagoda? Amidst these words, a disciple who knew the truth immediately came forward to explain. What do you know? Su Yan is now a heavenly phenomenon realm expert. Furthermore, he obtained 10th place in this trial. 10th place? How? How is that possible? And when did he step into the heavenly phenomenon realm? That's right. How is that possible? When I saw him some time ago, he was only at the sacred bloodline realm. How could he reach the heavenly phenomenon realm so quickly? Upon hearing the explanation of those who knew the truth, the disciples' faces became even more astonished. All of them looked at Su Yan with astonishment in their eyes. Su Yan had given them too much of a shock. Su Yan did not respond to these words. It was not that Su Yan was pretending, but that Su Yan felt that there was nothing to be proud of. This was because Su Yan knew very well that there were many disciples who were stronger than him. Furthermore, the reason why Su Yan was able to obtain 10th place in the trial this time was because of the help of Dong Qinghao and the others. It was not Su Yan's strength that obtained it, so Su Yan did not feel that there was anything to be happy about. Su Yan. At this moment, Rat Li and the others saw Su Yan and walked over to him. The few of them had become much closer because of that night's drinking contest. Although this was a world where strength was respected, there was also true feelings in this world. In addition, everyone was a sentimental person to begin with, and they had fought together before, so they naturally came together. Although Su Yan was usually a man of few words, he did not lack that kind of passion in his heart. It was only because he had always been pursuing strength, coupled with the dangers of the world, he rarely interacted with others. Now that he could gain their friendship, Su Yan was very touched. Of course, while feeling touched, Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao and felt a little guilty. After all, Dong Qinghao had lost the right to enter the Great Fei ancient pagoda to cultivate because of Su Yan. Senior brother Dong Qing. Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao apologetically and was about to say something. However, before he could say anything, Dong Qinghao said, "Hey, Su Yan, if you're a friend, don't say anything." Upon hearing Dong Qinghao's words, Su Yan was touched once again as he nodded heavily. The friendship between friends was not something that could be expressed with words. Su Yan. At that moment, Dong Qinghao suddenly called out to Su Yan. He suddenly waved his hand as a wisp of spiritual consciousness entered Su Yan's mind. Su Yan was suddenly alarmed as he sensed the memories transmitted by the spiritual consciousness. His face was filled with shock as he stared at Dong Qinghao in disbelief with his mouth agape. Dong Qinghao, you. What about me? In contrast to Su Yan's shock, Dong Qinghao maintained his frivolous smile as he said disdainfully, "Su Yan, isn't it just a myriad manifestation divine skill? What's there to be shocked about? What myriad manifestation divine skill?" The surrounding people did not know what Dong Qinghao had transmitted to Su Yan just now. Now that they heard Dong Qinghao's words, they were all shocked, especially when they heard Dong Qinghao mention the myriad manifestation divine skill. Everyone was even more surprised. The myriad manifestation divine skill was a martial skill that could be cultivated after entering the celestial phenomenon realm. It was different from the cultivation of the saint bloodline realm because the myriad manifestation divine skill was the cultivation of the power of heaven and earth. No matter what realm one reached in the future, it could not be separated from the cultivation of the myriad manifestation divine skill. The myriad manifestation divine skill could be said to be priceless. However, Dong Qinghao played it down so casually. How could this not shock and surprise everyone? Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao's appearance and wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Just as Dong Qinghao said, the friendship between friends did not need words. Senior brother Dong Cheng. Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao and then with a thought, a wisp of memory was transmitted into Dong Qinghao's mind. The moment Dong Qinghao sensed Su Yan's memory, the indifferent expression on his face disappeared. In exchange, he was surprised, shocked, and shocked. Chapter 272. Illusion Art. Everyone was stunned when they heard Su Yan's words. Their mouths were wide open for a long time. The illusion art was much more precious than the 10,000 elephant divine skill. If the 10,000 elephant divine skill was priceless, then the illusion art was priceless. After all, the illusion art was a secret art. Not to mention a cultivator, even some sects might not have mastered the secret art. However, the illusion art was so precious. In the eyes of Su Yan and Dong Qinghao, it was so understated. How could this not be surprising? What a good way to break the illusion art. Murong Fu happened to be next to them at this moment. When he heard Su Yan's words, he was immediately furious. During the competition, he had snatched the illusion art. However, at this moment, Su Yan gave it away so easily. This was definitely a naked insult to Murong Fu. Especially when Su Yan said it so disdainfully, Murong Fu felt even more humiliated. He looked at Su Yan with anger in his eyes. Su Yan looked back at Murong Fu. When he saw the angry look on Murong Fu's face, he could not help but smile. However, he did not pay attention to Murong Fu. If Murong Fu did not take the initiative to provoke him, Su Yan could not be bothered with him at all. Moreover, Su Yan knew that he was not Murong Fu's opponent yet. It was better not to provoke him. Murong Fu was the strongest disciple of Nangong sect. From the first day he entered Nangong sect, he was ranked as a genius disciple. When had he ever been humiliated like this? When had he ever been ignored like this? If it was someone stronger than him, it would be fine. However, Su Yan was only a one-star emperor of heaven. This made Murong Fu even angrier. However, Murong Fu did not lose his mind. He only looked at Su Yan and clenched his fists. He thought to himself, Su Yan, just you wait. Just you wait. I, Murong Fu, will definitely consign you to eternal damnation. Su Yan ignored Murong Fu's thoughts. Instead, he looked at Dong Qinghao, who was still immersed in shock. He smiled and said, "All right, senior brother Dong Qinghao. Don't make a fuss over nothing. Aren't you unable to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate? Then let's practice the illusion technique outside." Okay. Dong Qinghao nodded heavily and did not say any nonsense. Although Dong Qinghao was usually carefree, he was not good with words when it came to matters of the heart. It was not that he was not good with words, but Dong Qinghao knew that friendship was not something that could be expressed with words. You are all here. At that moment, Elderly Tiany's voice sounded from the horizon. With a flash, Elderly Tiany's figure appeared on a high platform in front of all the disciples. Li Tiany could be said to have a high status in the Eastern Palace. He was the #1 person under Princess Chu. Of course, this was also because they did not know that Princess Chu had already perished. Li Tiany's authority was all because of Su Yan. The reason why Su Yan had given Li Tiany such great authority. In addition to Elderly Tiany's strength, Su Yan was very satisfied with the arrangements made by Elderly Tiany during the battle. This also made Su Yan think that Li Tianyi was a talented person. At least, he could be absolutely assured that he would be in charge of some matters in the Monster Palace. In addition, Li Tianyi was originally an elder of another palace. Now that he had suddenly been promoted, Li Tianyi thought that all of this was given to him by Princess Chu. This made Li Tianyi feel grateful. Su Yan believed that even if elder Li Tianyi could not be used by him in the future, he would definitely be loyal to the Monster Palace. In fact, no matter what Su Yan's current identity was, Su Yan still knew that the Monster Palace was just a passerby. He would leave one day. At that time, if Su Yan were to leave, the Monster Palace would naturally need some experts to manage the Monster Palace. Obviously, this Li Tianyi was a rare talent. Therefore, Su Yan could now be said to have handed over the entire Monster Palace to Li Tianyi. At the same time, he also announced the news that the Princess Chu was in seclusion. In addition, Li Tianyi's ability to handle matters was outstanding. No one suspected that there was actually a hidden story behind it. I think everyone must be waiting anxiously. Li Tianyi went from an elder of a palace to an elder of the entire Monster Palace. Naturally, he was in a good mood. From his face, it could be seen that he was radiant. The indescribable excitement in his heart could be seen. However, the moment his eyes looked at Su Yan, he could not help but frown. However, it was only fleeting. Even so, Su Yan still saw it. He thought about how Li Tianyi had dealt with him during the trial. Now that Li Tianyi was looking at him like this, he did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Although Su Yan was the palace master of the Monster Palace, Su Yan knew very well that with his current strength, he was not qualified to be the palace master. At the same time, he could not announce his identity as the palace master. If Li Tianyi wanted to deal with him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. After all, Li Tianyi was now the person in charge. If Li Tianyi wants to deal with me, it will be troublesome. Su Yan looked at Li Tianyi and frowned. He wanted to remove Li Tianyi from his position as an elder, but when he thought about it, there were very few people in the entire East Palace who could be used. In addition, if he really removed Li Tianyi's position as an elder, Li Tianyi would definitely look for the Princess Chu. At that time, he would probably reveal when the Princess Chu had died. That would make things even more troublesome. Not to mention the Monster Palace, even Su Yan's life would be in danger. Forget it, forget it. I'll deal with it as it comes. I believe this Li Tianyi will more or less be afraid of the Princess Chu. Su Yan could only comfort himself. After all, Su Yan's strength was just too weak. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan's desire for strength surged in his heart. However, when he thought of his useless celestial form, he felt a little depressed. The Great Fei Ancient Pagoda has opened. At this moment, Li Tianyi looked at everyone and waved his hand as he shouted. There was no usual gathering, alliance, bloodthirsty and converging. GSCI. Ahem suadong. Xin chi ku kuhui shuadong. Kuku kuluan pan. Pan. Su Yan was stunned when he heard Li Tianyi's words. After all, those who were familiar with Li Tianyi knew that Li Tianyi was a Luli. From the porthole? Zhizhanfeng. Zhanfeng Jia. Lu Shi. My staff merciful thoughts fly. Orderly Wanwei Huan Zhao Shua yes. When he saw everyone walk into the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda, Su Yan came to his senses and followed the crowd. The Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda was called a pagoda. However, it was not a real tower. Similarly, it was not built from the sky, but from the ground. The Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda was divided into 10 levels. The further down one went, the denser the spirit qi became. Of course, the denser the spirit qi was, the more dangerous it was. That was because the further down one went, the higher the temperature would be, even surpassing the heavenly flames. Most people would only be able to cultivate at the 5th or 6th level. The highest was only Qin Luo, who had stepped into the 7th level. This was because Su Yan had Princess Chu's memories. Although it was his first time entering the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda, he wasn't unfamiliar with it. It was just that he had experienced it in the past. Just by relying on his memories, he didn't feel much. When Su Yan entered the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, he immediately felt the rich spiritual energy assail his nostrils. He immediately felt refreshed. The Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda indeed lives up to its name. Su Yan could not help but praise in his heart. Elder Li Tiany's modifications are quite decent. At that moment, Rat Li suddenly spoke. Upon hearing Rat Li's words, Su Yan looked around and did not find anything wrong. He was stunned and turned back to ask, "Senior Brother Rat, what modifications are there?" "Junior Brother Su, you might not know this, but the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda did not have these rooms in the past. These rooms were clearly added by Elder Su Yan in the past 3 days." As Rat Li spoke, he pointed at the surrounding rooms and explained to Su Yan. "Look, Heavenly Room 1 is the place with the densest spiritual energy on this floor. On the other hand, the other side is relatively weaker. Therefore, you can tell that Elder Li Tiany has indeed spent quite a bit of effort on this modification." Rat Li pointed at the rooms, clearly very satisfied with Elder Li Tiany's arrangements. Although Su Yan had some memories of the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda, he had never entered it before. Therefore, he was not as clear about the layout as Rat Li, who had entered the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. Upon hearing Rat Li's explanation, Su Yan looked at the decorations around him. He was even more impressed with Elder Li Tiany's management skills. This also made Su Yan feel even more conflicted. After all, Su Yan still did not know if Elder Li Tiany would deal with him. Although Elder Li Tiany's decorations are ingenious, I wonder how he will distribute the rooms among us. At that moment, Chu Linger voiced her doubts. In fact, this was also a question on everyone's minds. Ha ha ha. And at that moment, Li Tiany's figure appeared in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda. Li Tiany looked at everyone's doubts and seemed to have guessed what they were thinking. He laughed and said, "Are all of you wondering how to cultivate with so many rooms? The Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda is the best cultivation ground in our Monster Palace. And all of you are the cream of the crop among the Monster Palace disciples. Therefore, all of you are qualified to cultivate here. Of course, cultivating here does not mean that all of you are qualified to cultivate here. Every month, if other disciples have the ability to challenge you and succeed, they will replace you and enter the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. Not only that, but there is also competition in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda." After Li Tiany said that, he pointed at the rooms and smiled. "Do you see that? These rooms are what all of you are fighting for in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda. Every level has 10 rooms, and each room has a different concentration of spiritual energy. It's up to you to choose which room you want to enter to cultivate." Chapter 273. Competition. When everyone heard Li Tiany's words, they could not help but be stunned. Everyone thought that after entering the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, they would all cultivate the same way. Who would have thought that there would be competition in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda? Su Yan was also surprised by Li Tiany's decision. However, Su Yan quickly understood. By doing this, it could be said that it could greatly increase the pressure between the disciples, reducing some of the extravagance and indulgence, allowing the strength of the disciples of the Supreme Demon Palace to rise to a higher level. Su Yan was more and more appreciative of Li Tiany's talent. However, as soon as Li Tiany started speaking, Su Yan felt Murong Fu's sinister gaze. Su Yan could not help but frown. After all, Su Yan was very clear about Murong Fu's malice towards him. If there was competition in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, Murong Fu would definitely not let him off so easily. Although Su Yan was not afraid of Murong Fu, the difference in strength between the two of them was obvious. The current Su Yan was no match for Murong Fu. If Murong Fu really wanted to deal with him, he would not stand a chance in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Just as Su Yan was worrying, Li Tiany suddenly said, "Although there is competition here, you must remember that you are all disciples of Monster Palace. You should be harmonious between fellow disciples. Competition is fine, but if anyone wants to harm another disciple, then don't expect me to be merciless." Although Li Tiany's words were not loud, they were sonorous and forceful. There was a faint sense of majesty in them. In fact, although Li Tianyi was now in a high position in Monster Palace, Li Tianyi was only an elder in the West Palace. Many disciples were not familiar with him, so there was no respect for him. However, following Li Tianyi's words, everyone felt their bodies tremble. This was especially true for Murong Fu, who was the pride of Nangong Tian. In addition, even the elders in Nangong Tian weren't as strong as him. Hence, Murong Fu didn't care about the position of an elder. Now that the Monster Palace had merged, Murong Fu was only afraid of Princess Chu. He did not put Li Tianyi in his eyes at all. However, Li Tianyi's words, especially the light in Li Tianyi's eyes, made Murong Fu's body and mind tremble. This was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. When Li Tianyi saw the expression on Murong Fu's face, he retracted the murderous aura on his face and revealed a smile. When his gaze swept across the crowd, it landed on Su Yan and he even nodded at him. The others might not have seen this fleeting scene. However, Su Yan saw Li Tianyi's expression. When he saw his gaze, Su Yan could not help but be stunned. Who was Su Yan? He was a genius who had lived 2 lives. How could he not understand the meaning in Li Tianyi's eyes? The meaning in Li Tianyi's eyes was clearly telling him not to worry. In addition, he looked at Murong Fu with a serious expression just now. Clearly, Li Tianyi was helping him. Didn't Li Tianyi want to deal with me? Why is he helping me now? Su Yan looked at Li Tianyi and frowned slightly. He was very puzzled. Bang! At this moment, some of the surrounding disciples could not wait to snatch the cultivation rooms on the first level. The Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was divided into 10 levels. The lower one went, the denser the spiritual energy contained inside. Similarly, the lower one went, the more intense the heat would be. Although all the disciples wanted to go down to the next level, they knew their limits. Some of the disciples knew that their strength was not enough to go deep into the second level, so they all gathered at the first level and began to snatch the rooms on the first level. Of course, most of the people fighting for the first level were at the 4-star celestial phenomenon stage. As for the others, they were all looking at the stairs leading to the second level. The second level. I wonder how far I can go with my mystic ice-cold barrier. Su Yan looked at the stairs leading to the second level. His eyes revealed a resplendent light. After all, Su Yan was only crippling the celestial phenomenon stage. Crippling the celestial phenomenon stage meant that no matter how abundant the spiritual energy was, it had no effect on Su Yan. No matter where he cultivated, it was the same to Su Yan. However, Su Yan's real goal in coming to the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was not to cultivate, but to explore the secrets that existed within the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. The moment he entered the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, the scorching heat around him made Su Yan realize that the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was definitely not that simple. At the same time, Su Yan also knew that if he wanted to figure out the secrets of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, he had to go deep inside. He definitely could not find any secrets about the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda in the first level. Su Yan, let's go. At this moment, Ratli, who was standing beside Su Yan, asked. Su Yan was stunned when he heard this. After all, Su Yan was only a 1-star sovereign celestial phenomenon stage. Logically speaking, it would be difficult for him to stay on the first level to cultivate. How could Su Yan not be surprised that Ratli was inviting him to go down? When Ratli saw Su Yan's expression, he smiled and said, Su Yan, although you are the weakest here, I believe that you will definitely not be content to cultivate here. When Ratli said this, Macario Ice and Chu Linger, who were standing beside him, also cast looks of trust at him. The trust between friends touched Su Yan. Looking around, he saw that the other disciples who felt that they had the strength to enter the second level had already gone down. Su Yan did not hesitate as he nodded and said to the 3 of them, let's go to the second level. Macario Ice and company nodded and followed Su Yan to the second level. As the few of them walked down the second level, Li Tianyi looked at their backs and the corners of his mouth curled up. He revealed a sinister smile. Su Yan, I hope you will not let me down. As long as you are not eliminated in the next round, I will bestow upon you my illusion art. With that said, Li Tianyi looked at the few people vying for the first level. He shook his head and turned to leave the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Su Yan naturally did not know about this. He was more concerned about which level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda he could enter. When he reached the second level, Su Yan suddenly felt the heat beside him become more intense. He even found it difficult to breathe. Su Yan immediately circulated his qi and activated the mystic ice-cold barrier. The moment the mystic ice-cold barrier surged, a frosty feeling came as it adapted to the heat of the second level. Ratley and company looked at Su Yan's frost-colored barrier. Although they were surprised, they did not ask any questions. All they did was nod slightly and head to the third level. They went all the way down until they reached the fifth level before stopping. I can't take it anymore. If we go to the next level, I definitely won't be able to take it. Ratley was the weakest among them. He reached the fifth level and did not follow the others' footsteps. After Ratley said that, Chu Linger shook her head and said, Su Yan, I can't go down either. Only Makaryu Ice was fine. Su Yan looked at the two of them and frowned. Originally, he wanted to let them enter his profound ice-cold shield together. However, after hesitating for a while, he did not say it in the end. After all, there was only one person on the path of cultivation. Even if he could help them now, it was impossible for him to help them in the future. Furthermore, Su Yan did not know the true mysteries of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Further down, Su Yan was not sure if his mystic ice-cold barrier could withstand it. Junior brother Su, senior brother Ratley and I will cultivate here. You and brother priest can go down. Chu Linger saw that Su Yan was in a difficult position and said considerately. This touched Su Yan's heart. At the same time, Su Yan no longer hesitated. He nodded and walked down with Makaryu Ice. Su Yan followed Makaryu Ice down, forgetting that Ratley was actually only a 4-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. In terms of strength, he could only cultivate in the first or second level, but Ratley was able to come here. Su Yan, we really didn't misjudge you. Normally, Makaryu Ice was also a man of few words. Now that he saw that Su Yan was able to reach this place with only the strength of a 1-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, Makaryu Ice couldn't help but praise him. I'm only relying on the mystic ice-cold barrier on my body. When Su Yan heard Makaryu Ice's words, he looked at the mystic ice-cold barrier on his body and smiled. Towards Makaryu Ice, Dong Qinghao, Chu Linger, and Ratley, Su Yan now had absolute trust, and there were some things that Su Yan did not hide from them. Yes. When Makaryu Ice heard his words, he nodded and did not waste any more words. He followed the two of them to the 6th level before stopping. Su Yan, I can't do it anymore. With my strength, I can only cultivate on the 6th level. Makaryu Ice stopped and said to Su Yan. Yes. Su Yan nodded and did not say anything. After all, there were very few people who could reach the 6th level. Su Yan, in the Blood Devil Cave, I was actually still a little unconvinced by you. However, the shock you have given me now truly makes me, Makaryu Ice, admire you. I believe that the Princess of Chu did not choose the wrong person. As long as you have a few more days, you will definitely surpass everyone's existence. Makaryu Ice looked at the stairs leading to the 7th level and said to Su Yan. Hearing Makaryu Ice's words, Su Yan only smiled bitterly and did not reply. After all, Su Yan knew very well that he was only a crippled celestial phenomenon. Su Yan, I can only cultivate here. You can still go 1 level down and reach the 7th level. Makaryu Ice did not mind when he saw that Su Yan did not reply. Instead, he said, the 7th level can be said to be a new watershed in the Great Demon Ancient Pagoda. After reaching the 7th level, the heat it contains is not something the 6th level can compare to. This is also why Qin Luo is the only one who has resisted the 7th level in hundreds of years. However, now that the Monster Palace has been unified, and in addition to the fact that we have not seen Murong Fu and the others in the 6th level, they have also reached the 7th level. You only have the strength of a 1-star celestial phenomenon, so you have to be careful when resisting the 7th level. Chapter 274. The Great Fei ancient pagoda was actually not that big. Through Elder Li Tianyi's modifications, each level only had a dozen or so cultivation rooms. However, in the first few levels, each level was filled with people. By the 5th level, there were fewer and fewer people on each level. There were only a few people on the 6th level. In this situation, there was less competition for cultivation rooms. Therefore, Macario Ice did not hold back when speaking to Su Yan. He spoke whatever was on his mind. He did not think much of what Macario Ice had said previously. Later on, Macario Ice's words of advice touched Su Yan's heart. He nodded solemnly at Macario Ice. Under Macario Ice's gaze, he resolutely walked up the stairs to the 7th level. In fact, even if Macario Ice did not say anything, Su Yan knew that the 6th and 7th levels of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda were a watershed in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. It could be said that the heat one had to endure while cultivating on the 7th level was much stronger than on the 6th level. This was also the 7th level. For hundreds of years, only Qin Luo had reached the 7th level. However, due to the unification of the Monster Palace, the strength of all the Monster Palace disciples had become stronger. With this, the stalemate was broken. At this moment, the 7th level was no longer exclusive to Qin Luo. Many people had gathered there. Murong Fu from the Southern Palace, Yuan Taiqing from the Northern Palace, Lei Gao from the Western Palace, Ming Ruofeng from the Eastern Palace, and a Southern Palace disciple, Sun Chu, were all gathered there. First Heaven Room. Murong Fu looked at the room in the middle. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. When he looked at the 3 of them, he sneered, "Do the 3 of you want to compete with me for the First Heaven Room?" The 3 of them could be said to be the strongest disciples in the 4 great palaces. They were all at the spiritual sea realm. When they heard Murong Fu's words, they were unconvinced. On the other hand, that Sun Chu quickly made a statement. "Senior brother Mu, the reason why I, Sun Chu, am able to come here to cultivate is because I have received a lot of guidance from you. Naturally, I wouldn't dare to compete with you. Not only that, if any of these people want to compete with you, I, Sun Chu, will also lend a hand." Sun Chu was originally from Nangong. Before the Monster Palace was unified, he was already Murong Fu's follower. Although his declaration was said to be a declaration, it was actually a form of mockery towards the other 3. It was obvious that he was implying that there were 2 people from Nangong present in the 7th layer. Ming Ruofeng and the others frowned when they heard Sun Chu's words. They were the strongest of their respective palaces and had never been oppressed like this before. Naturally, none of them were willing to admit that they were inferior to Murong Fu. "Murong Fu, the others may be afraid of you, but I, Yuan Taiqing, am not." Yuan Taiqing took the lead and stepped forward. He looked at Murong Fu and sneered, "Murong Fu, today, if you have the strength, I, Yuan Taiqing, will naturally let you have the Sky Room 1. If you don't, then don't blame me." While speaking, Yuan Taiqing took the lead and rushed towards the Sky Room 1. "If you want the Sky Room 1, you'll have to get past me first." Sun Chu saw Yuan Taiqing rushing towards the Sky Room 1 and quickly stepped forward to stop Yuan Taiqing. "Get out of my way!" Yuan Taiqing shouted coldly. The cultivation technique in his body suddenly activated, and a majestic force suddenly attacked Sun Chu. Sun Chu saw this and did not want to be outdone. He snorted coldly, and his whole body suddenly erupted with a powerful force. Although he was not the strongest of the 4 palaces, Sun Chu was not weak. However, Sun Chu's strength wasn't weak at all. He wasn't any weaker than Yuan Taiqing, the strongest person in the North Court. "Don't forget about my existence." At this moment, Lei Gao, who had been standing still, shouted coldly. At the same time, his body moved, and he rushed towards the Sky Room 1 like a ghost. "Good, good. Since you all want this room, then don't blame us for being impolite." While speaking, Murong Fu suddenly jumped up, and a burst of bright light exploded from his body. The light overflowed, and contained a trace of majestic force. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked at this sight. Rank 7 Spiritual Sea Realm, this this Murong Fu actually reached the rank 7 spiritual sea realm. He is indeed powerful. Ming Ruofeng saw this scene from the side and could not help but be shocked. He then looked at the other three and frowned. Murong Fu, rank 7 spiritual sea realm. Yuan Taiqing is not weak either, reaching the rank 6 spiritual sea realm. Lei Gao is also at the rank 6, Sun Chu is at the rank 4, and I am only at the rank 4. When Ming Ruofeng saw the strength of these people, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Before the Monster Palace was unified, everyone knew that the East Palace was the weakest of the 4 great palaces. However, because of the existence of the Princess of Chu, the East Palace was the strongest of the 4 great palaces. None of the East Palace disciples were willing to admit that they were weaker than others. Ming Ruofeng, as the second strongest of the East Palace, had always thought that he would not lose to others. However, now that he saw the strength of the 4, he could not help but be amazed. After all, the difference in strength was right in front of him. Ming Ruofeng originally wanted to give up on the Sky Room 1, but for some reason, Su Yan's determined eyes suddenly appeared in his mind. Ming Ruofeng suddenly froze. Then, he looked at the Sky Room 1 and felt a surge of heat in his body. Although the Monster Palace is unified now, the 4 great palaces still exist. No matter what, I have to regain some face for the East Palace today, Ming Ruofeng thought to himself, and the spirit in his body suddenly surged. He rushed toward the Sky Room 1. Ming Ruofeng, you actually dare to compete with me? Then I'll start with you today. Murong Fu saw that Ming Ruofeng dared to compete with him for the Sky Room 1. Anger suddenly surged in Ming Ruofeng's body. With a cold shout, the boundless spiritual energy suddenly charged toward Ming Ruofeng. Bang! That powerful force surged forward like a huge wave. Ming Ruofeng suddenly frowned and shouted softly. The spirit in his body suddenly circulated quickly, and his body quickly retreated, dodging Murong Fu's attack. At the same time, Murong Fu patted his storage bag, and in an instant, a magic treasure appeared in his hand. Ming Ruofeng was very clear about the difference in strength between himself and Murong Fu. If he wanted to win against Murong Fu, then he had to use a surprise attack. When the magic treasure appeared, Ming Ruofeng's body suddenly poured a burst of pure spirit into the magic treasure. In an instant, a powerful energy surged, like a huge dragon, and directly bombarded Ming Ruofeng's body. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Seeing this, Murong Fu sneered disdainfully. Then, the cultivation method in his body circulated, and suddenly, a burst of majestic spirit surged. Break! Murong Fu shouted coldly, and suddenly, his palm directly bombarded the energy formed by Ming Ruofeng's huge dragon. Suddenly, a loud sound surged, and the huge energy fluctuated, letting out a series of loud sounds. What a powerful force! Seeing this, the people at the side could not help but be stunned. Ming Ruofeng felt a surge in his body. Puchi! He spat out a mouthful of blood. A mere 4th stage spiritual sea realm cultivator wants to fight with me for the first heaven cultivation room? Because of the Monster Palace's rules, Murong Fu did not attack Ming Ruofeng ruthlessly. He coldly glanced at Ming Ruofeng, then turned to look at Lei Gao, and sneered, Lei Gao, do you want to end up like Ming Ruofeng? Lei Gao was also the strongest person in the palace. But in front of Murong Fu's current power, he seemed so weak. I give up. Although Lei Gao was unwilling, he still gritted his teeth and gave up fighting for the first heaven cultivation room. Seeing this, Murong Fu smiled with satisfaction. He turned to look at Sun Chu, who was still fighting with Yuan Taiqing, and sneered again, Yuan Taiqing, do you think you still have a chance to fight with me? Humph, Murong Fu, even if I'm not as strong as you, don't think that I'll obediently give up the first heaven cultivation room. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. Yuan Taiqing was much more unyielding than Lei Gao. Although he knew very well that he might not be a match for Murong Fu, he would not allow himself to be captured without a fight. A man should have a man's pride. Go to hell. Yuan Taiqing roared angrily. Suddenly, he waved the magic treasure in his hand, and a bright light burst out, attacking Sun Chu directly. His speed was as fast as lightning. Although Sun Chu was also very strong, Yuan Taiqing was still slightly stronger. Under Yuan Taiqing's move, Sun Chu could not dodge in time and was directly sent flying. Seeing his little brother sent flying, Murong Fu was instantly enraged. Yuan Taiqing, you're courting death. With a cold shout, Murong Fu suddenly leaped up and attacked Yuan Taiqing's back with a single move. This move was unexpected and ferocious. In addition, Murong Fu's strength was already stronger than Yuan Taiqing. Yuan Taiqing could not react in time and was directly sent flying. Puchi. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood gushed out. A bunch of motley crew wants to compete with me for the first heaven cultivation room? Murong Fu looked at the three defeated people with disdain in his eyes. He swept his gaze around, full of majesty. Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng heard Murong Fu's words and looked at him with reluctance in their eyes. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, Murong Fu was too strong. Murong Fu saw their unconvinced eyes and sneered. Don't look at me like that. If you know what's good for you, maybe I'll let you cultivate here. Otherwise, I'll make you scram to the 6th floor. Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng were both geniuses. When had they ever been humiliated like this? When they heard Murong Fu's words, a wave of anger surged between them. They pointed at Murong Fu and shouted at the same time, Murong Fu, don't be so smug. I don't want to stay in the 7th floor. With that, the two of them prepared to go to the 7th floor. They would rather die than be humiliated. However, Murong Fu did not intend to let them go so easily. He let out a sinister smile and said, Hee hee, why don't you want to stay in the 7th floor? Do you want to go to the 8th floor? Do you think you're strong enough? Duh. Chapter 275. Although the footsteps weren't loud, the great demon ancient pagoda itself was a sealed space. This time, the sound of the footsteps was especially ear-piercing. Everyone's gazes were attracted by the footsteps at the same time. Looking at the staircase leading from the 7th floor to the 8th floor, everyone was stunned. The moment they saw the figure appear, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. Su Yan, when everyone saw the figure clearly, they were dumbstruck. They couldn't believe that Su Yan could reach the 7th floor with just the strength of a 1-star celestial phenomenon realm. Just now, they had reached the 7th floor. They had already thought about it. Only the 4 of them could come to the 7th floor. They never expected that there would be someone else coming. Especially when they saw that Su Yan's footsteps didn't stop even after reaching the 7th floor. No one could accept this fact. Especially Murong Fu. The reason why Murong Fu made fun of Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng was because he thought that among the disciples of Monster Palace, no one else could enter the 8th floor other than himself. How is this possible? How is this possible? This kid is only at the 1-star celestial phenomenon realm. How can he reach the 8th floor? How is this possible? Murong Fu kept growling in his heart. He couldn't accept the scene in front of him. Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng couldn't accept this fact either. However, when they saw Murong Fu's ugly expression, the two of them laughed. Ha, the number 1 person in Monster Palace? So you can only stay at the 7th floor and don't have the ability to reach the 8th floor. Ha, what a joke, what a joke. Yuan Taiqing looked at Murong Fu and suddenly laughed. Murong Fu was already feeling uncomfortable. When he heard Yuan Taiqing's words, he suddenly felt a surge of anger. Su Yan, you must die. Murong Fu shouted. The spirit energy in his body suddenly circulated. He leaped and attacked Su Yan with his palm. Not good. Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng panicked when they saw this. They didn't have much feelings for Su Yan. However, the appearance of Su Yan, as well as the fact that Su Yan was able to reach the 8th level, gave this arrogant Murong Fu a heavy blow. This made them stand on the same line. Now that they saw that Murong Fu wanted to kill Su Yan, the two of them were shocked. They simultaneously circulated their cultivation techniques and quickly rushed forward, blocking in front of Su Yan. Bang! Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng worked together to block Murong Fu's attacks. Su Yan also came to a sudden realization. Because it was Su Yan who had entered the 7th level alone, Su Yan had been carefully resisting the intense heat of the 7th level, and had not carefully observed the situation of the 7th level. However, when he suddenly saw Murong Fu's attack, he suddenly came to a realization. Seeing that Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng had blocked the attacks for him, Su Yan felt a burst of gratitude in his heart. He wanted to say something. Unfortunately, Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng both ignored him, so Su Yan could only give up. He looked back at Murong Fu and saw the murderous intent surging in his eyes. He couldn't help but frown slightly. When Murong Fu saw Ming Ruofeng and Yuan Taiqing blocking in front of him, his face suddenly sank. He shouted, "Yuan Taiqing, Ming Ruofeng, do you two really want to go against me today?" "Murong Fu, I don't want to go against you, but I want to uphold the rules of the Monster Palace." Yuan Taiqing smiled coldly. He didn't give Murong Fu any face. Ming Ruofeng was also the same. He directly ignored Murong Fu. Murong Fu looked at the two's attitude and suddenly became angry. He looked at Su Yan, the murderous intent in his eyes thickening. He smiled coldly, and then the cultivation technique in his body suddenly circulated rapidly. His body suddenly surged with a bright light. A huge amount of energy followed the fluctuation. Not good. When Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng saw this, they couldn't help but frown. They secretly said to themselves, and their bodies took a step back. Su Yan also frowned when he felt the powerful energy surging towards him. Go to hell. The moment Murong Fu's spiritual energy surged, he suddenly shouted. He instantly pushed out his hands, and a powerful energy erupted. It swept over like a stormy sea. 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Heavenly Reflection. 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Yuan Taiji. When Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng saw Murong Fu's powerful energy, they hurriedly waved their hands and silently recited the chant. In an instant, 2 huge amounts of energy erupted and directly met Murong Fu's attack. The Yuan clan's 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill and Heavenly Reflection Divine Skill are quite something. When Murong Fu saw Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng attacking at the same time, he frowned slightly, but soon returned to his usual cold smile. These 2 10,000 Elephant Divine Skills are very powerful, but you two are too weak. You haven't cultivated enough, so you still lack some maturity. Murong Fu sneered and suddenly waved his hands. When he was reciting the chant, the rich spiritual energy in the surroundings seemed to riot and directly poured into Murong Fu's hands. As Murong Fu waved his hands, a huge spiritual energy ball immediately formed in front of Murong Fu. Today, I'll show you my Murong clan's 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. Murong Fu looked at the energy ball in front of him that was getting denser and denser. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he shouted, spirit-shattering fury. At Murong Fu's shout, Murong Fu's eyes widened. The huge sphere in front of Murong Fu attacked in an instant. The powerful attack spread out, and everything around it seemed to expand. A huge energy wave cut through the air, and a series of loud noises kept erupting. Bang! Murong Fu's 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill collided with Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng's 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. When the 3 huge energies collided, there was suddenly a loud explosion and a bright light shot out. The entire Great Fei Ancient Pagoda seemed to tremble at this moment. Pfft! At the same time, Yuan Taiqing, Ming Ruofeng, and Su Yan could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the 3 of them flew back dozens of meters and landed heavily on the ground. Die. At this moment, Murong Fu had already arrived in front of Su Yan in a flash. He waved his hand and was about to smash Su Yan's head. When Su Yan saw Murong Fu's palm coming down, he instantly felt a huge pressure coming down on him. His entire body started to tremble, and the blood in his body seemed to be churning at this moment. Am I going to die here today? Su Yan frowned and looked at Murong Fu with a strong sense of unwillingness in his eyes. Murong Fu looked at Su Yan's expression and immediately sneered. He had long wanted to kill Su Yan, but due to various reasons, he had not been able to do so. Now that he saw Su Yan about to die at his hands, how could he not be happy? And just as Murong Fu's huge force was about to hit Su Yan's head, Murong Fu suddenly felt a powerful force surge from Su Yan's body. Murong Fu was immediately stunned. Bang! With a loud bang, Murong Fu was sent flying. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene, including Su Yan. What? What was that power just now? Especially when Murong Fu looked at Su Yan, his eyes were filled with fear. Perimeter state. No, it's not just perimeter state, that power. Murong Fu thought about the powerful force that surged from Su Yan's body and his whole body trembled. What was that power just now? Su Yan was also puzzled. However, he quickly regained his senses and looked at the 8th level. Then, he resolutely stepped onto the 8th level. Su Yan was very clear that if he wanted to avoid Murong Fu's pursuit, then he had to leave here first. And the 8th level was obviously the best place to hide. When Murong Fu saw Su Yan walking towards the 8th level, because he was shocked by the power just now, he didn't dare to chase after Su Yan. Yuan Taiqing, Ming Ruofeng, and the others didn't feel the terrifying power that suddenly erupted from Su Yan like Murong Fu, so they weren't as frightened as Murong Fu. They only felt surprised. This was because when they saw Su Yan, they thought that today was the day that Su Yan would die. Now, the entire situation had been reversed. How could they not be shocked? Of course, besides being shocked, when they saw Murong Fu's panicked appearance, a surge of joy surged from the bottom of their hearts. Ha ha ha, Murong Fu, I didn't think that you would have such a day. Although Yuan Taiqing had suffered a few losses at the hands of Murong Fu, when he saw Murong Fu's panicked expression, he couldn't help but tease him. Ming Ruofeng also smiled and said, Murong Fu, you definitely didn't expect that you would be defeated by a 1-star heaven stage cultivator, right? I wonder if anyone would believe it. When Murong Fu heard the teasing of the two, he still couldn't recover from the shock. When Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng saw this, they no longer teased him. Instead, they left the 7th level and headed towards the 6th level. Murong Fu didn't care if the two of them went or not. He just laid on the ground and kept thinking about the scene just now. Could it be that the Princess of Chu left some kind of power in his body? No, that's impossible. Why would the Princess of Chu think so highly of him? Then if it wasn't the Princess of Chu, who else could it be? He's just a 1-star heaven stage cultivator, how could he withstand my attack? Murong Fu thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what was going on with that sudden surge of power. Sun Chu and Lei Gao looked at Murong Fu's gloomy expression and didn't dare to breathe loudly. They were afraid that they would anger Murong Fu and just stood there in a daze. Chapter 276. Murong Fu's cry was extremely solemn and grand. It reverberated throughout the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda and was heard by everyone. When the disciples cultivating in the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda heard this cry, their hearts could not help but tremble. Many people thought to themselves, this Su Yan is dead for sure. He actually offended Murong Fu. A mere 1-star emperor of heaven actually dared to offend Murong Fu. He is simply courting death. In the monster palace, Su Yan had only been there for a short period of time. In addition, Su Yan was weak to begin with, but he was able to create miracles time and time again. This had long made many people unhappy. Especially when Su Yan obtained 10th place in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda's cultivation qualifications. Everyone felt that he had just gotten lucky. Therefore, everyone was very disdainful of Su Yan. Upon hearing Murong Fu's cry, other than Chu Linger and the others who were faintly worried, the other disciples were all gloating. When Su Yan arrived at the 8th level, he also heard Murong Fu's cry. When he heard Murong Fu's cry, he realized that he had nearly died at the hands of Murong Fu. The killing intent in Su Yan's heart surged as his eyes emitted a resplendent light. Murong Fu, Su Yan, will definitely not rest until I kill you. Su Yan said coldly. He quickly calmed down. Su Yan knew that with his current strength, he was still not a match for Murong Fu. He had to learn to endure. After all, the difference in strength between the two was too great. Thinking of the difference in strength, Su Yan suddenly recalled the powerful force that surged from his body when he was attacked by Murong Fu. He suddenly frowned. What was that power just now? Su Yan circulated his cultivation method and carefully checked the situation in his body, but he was still unable to detect the existence of that power just now. Could it be the power that Palace Master Chu left in my body? Su Yan frowned as he thought about it. He shook his head and said, impossible. Princess Chu was already at the end of her life at that time. She couldn't have planted such a powerful force in her body. The more Su Yan thought about it, the more confused he became. After a long while, he smiled bitterly and said, forget it, forget it. No matter what, I still want to see what this Supreme Fei ancient pagoda is all about. As Su Yan spoke, he glanced ahead and began to walk forward. Just as Su Yan took a step forward, a wave of fanaticism suddenly surged towards him. Su Yan immediately felt as if his entire body was being torn apart by a raging inferno. Although the Great Fei ancient pagoda contained a boundless amount of spirit qi, it was still not enough. However, cultivating in the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda also contained dangers. The greatest danger was the burning sensation that came with it. The further down he went, the stronger the burning sensation became. When Su Yan was at the 7th level, he didn't feel anything with the help of the mystic ice shield. However, at this moment, just by taking a step, Su Yan felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. Waves of heat entered his body, and all the blood in his body seemed to be boiling at this moment. Mystic ice shield, 3rd level, activate. Su Yan suddenly shouted. The cultivation method in his body quickly circulated, and he directly activated the 3rd level of the mystic ice shield that he had just cultivated. Suddenly, the color of the frost became even more intense. However, just as the frost on the mystic ice shield surged, there was a loud cracking sound. The mystic ice shield was torn apart. Without the protection of the mystic ice shield, the surrounding burning sensation was like stepping into a raging inferno. It burned continuously. No. Su Yan's entire body seemed to be boiling. Beads of sweat kept falling from his forehead. He clenched his teeth tightly to withstand the burning sensation that came from his heart. Mystic ice shield. Su Yan suddenly shouted. He circulated the cultivation method in his body and activated the 2nd level of the mystic ice shield, mystic ice shield. When the mystic ice shield was activated, Su Yan felt a chill. Su Yan let out a comfortable breath. However, Su Yan quickly recovered. Su Yan had already cultivated the mystic ice shield to the 3rd level. Every level required different spiritual energy, and the defensive power was also different. However, even so, the mystic ice shield was converted from the dragon blood ice fire shield. The dragon blood ice fire shield had the ability to resist the heat and extreme cold. Therefore, when Su Yan activated the mystic ice shield just now, with the spiritual energy in his body, he could last for a period of time. However, the 2nd level of the mystic ice shield, was different. It was a powerful defense that burst out in an instant. It was upgraded from the invincible golden body. Su Yan only had to use the invincible golden body once, and the spiritual energy in his body would be sucked dry. Although he was stronger now, it was better than before. However, Su Yan was also clear that the profound ice divine shield could only last for a few breaths of time with its current spiritual energy. Furthermore, after a few breaths of time, it would completely disappear and even the profound ice-cold shield would not be able to be activated. At that time, what awaited him would be death. No, I definitely can't die here. Su Yan felt the surging heat around him. He thought quickly in his mind. He patted his storage bag and took out all the elixirs that could restrain the heat. He swallowed all of them. Not only that, but there were also elixirs that could recover spiritual energy. Su Yan also took them out and swallowed them. During this time, Su Yan also tried to use his condensed heavenly fire sacred meridian to absorb the heat around him. Unfortunately, it was useless because the heat was not emitted by flames. It was more like a fanaticism that burst out from his heart. It could not be converted into spiritual energy. Am I really going to die here today? Su Yan kept swallowing elixirs. However, even though Su Yan was the palace master of the monster palace, the amount of elixirs he carried was limited. In addition, the mystic ice shield consumed spiritual energy too quickly. In a short while, all the elixirs in Su Yan's storage bag were swallowed up. Seeing the frost light on his body getting weaker and the heat from his body getting stronger and stronger, Su Yan smiled bitterly. However, his eyes were still filled with unwillingness. He kept patting his storage bag, trying to find if there were any elixirs that were left in the corner. Unfortunately, there were no other elixirs in the storage bag. Some of the elixirs had even been swallowed by Su Yan. Finally, Su Yan patted his storage bag and took out a piece of ancient black jade. Ancient jade of the fiend celestial. Su Yan looked at the ancient jade and could not help but smile bitterly. At the same time, he remembered Mu Zijian's expectations of him. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brother Mu, I'm afraid I'll have to let you down." Mu Zijian gave Su Yan the ancient jade of the fiend celestial not only to let Su Yan take over the heavy responsibility of the Buddha sword sect, but also to let Su Yan find the secret of the ancient jade of the fiend celestial. Unfortunately, apart from Su Yan discovering that the ancient jade of the fiend celestial could absorb spiritual stones, he did not discover any other important functions of the jade. Now that the ancient jade of the fiend celestial was suddenly taken out, Su Yan found it quite funny. He also knew that the ancient jade of the fiend celestial had some intelligence, so he said to it, "Ancient jade of the fiend celestial, ancient jade of the fiend celestial, didn't you always want to leave? I'll let you go now." Whoosh, as he spoke, the ancient jade of the fiend celestial suddenly flew out from Su Yan's hand. Su Yan was stunned. He could not help but curse, "You're really a jerk. To think that I fed you so many spiritual stones. How can you just leave like that?" However, when he thought about how he was going to die here, Su Yan did not have the heart to argue with the ancient jade of the fiend celestial. Moreover, the ancient jade of the fiend celestial was only a profound artifact. It did not have any emotions, so he could not argue with it. "I never thought that I, Su Yan, would die here in the end." Su Yan looked around and sighed helplessly. Although Su Yan was unwilling, what else could he do? Now that Su Yan had exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body, even if he returned to the 7th level and was not hunted down by Murong Fu, he would still be burned to death by the scorching heat of the ancient demon pagoda. Su Yan had no chance of survival at all. Unless a miracle happens. Su Yan laughed self-deprecatingly. He was calm about life and death, but there were many things that he was unwilling to do. Bang! However, at that moment, a loud explosion suddenly exploded in front of Su Yan. A miracle. With this loud explosion, Su Yan's eyes suddenly surged with a burst of bright light. Su Yan had given up on struggling, because Su Yan was at his wit's end. He did not know how to change anything. Even if there was only a slight chance, Su Yan would not give up. This sudden loud noise was undoubtedly a sliver of opportunity. Su Yan suddenly woke up from his stupor and looked forward. He saw that the loud noise was actually from the ancient jade of the fiend immortal. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at the ancient jade of the fiend immortal and saw that it was constantly moving. What is the ancient jade of the immortal fiend doing here? Su Yan frowned slightly as he observed the strange movements of the ancient jade of the terminus immortal. Suddenly, a refreshing sensation spread out from the ancient jade of the terminus immortal, causing Su Yan's entire body to tremble. This is... Su Yan was stunned. He suddenly reacted. Could it be that the ancient jade of the immortal fiend can absorb the heat here? At that thought, Su Yan's heart was filled with excitement. He, who had given up on struggling, regained his confidence. His eyes shone brightly. He endured the tearing pain in his body and slowly approached the ancient jade of the immortal fiend. After taking one step, Su Yan felt that the heat in his body had decreased significantly. This made Su Yan even more excited. The ancient jade of the immortal fiend. I did not expect you to have such a miraculous effect. This was not the first time Su Yan had experienced the feeling of walking out from the gates of hell. However, for some unknown reason, Su Yan felt that it was the most wondrous. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his body. He slowly approached the ancient jade of the immortal fiend. The closer he got to the ancient jade of the immortal fiend, the less the heat in Su Yan's body. The smile on Su Yan's face also became brighter. The ancient jade of the immortal fiend. You did not waste the spirit stones I fed you. Su Yan was so excited that he suddenly hugged the ancient jade of the immortal fiend. Ah! Chapter 277. Su Yan was shocked as he hurriedly took a few steps back. He looked at his hands, which were already red from the heat. The pain was like being torn apart. Even with Su Yan's amazing willpower, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air under the immense pain. Compared to the pain, Su Yan was more curious as to why the immortal fiend jade had become like this. Could it be that the immortal fiend jade has absorbed the heat here and is emitting heat? Su Yan looked at the immortal fiend jade with a puzzled expression. The immortal fiend jade was a mysterious item to begin with. Even though Su Yan had obtained the ancient jade of the exterminating celestial for quite some time, he had never been able to figure out its secrets. Now that he saw the immortal fiend jade's strange behavior, he was even more puzzled. What's so special about the immortal fiend jade? After being burned like a raging inferno earlier, Su Yan's hands were still enduring waves of intense pain. As a result, Su Yan did not dare to touch the ancient fiend immortal jade. He could only watch from afar. However, because the immortal fiend jade had absorbed the heat, Su Yan could not feel the heat from the great demon ancient pagoda. Although I don't understand why the immortal fiend jade can absorb the heat here, it has saved my life. Su Yan looked at the immortal fiend jade and muttered to himself. He ignored the constant pain coming from his hands. If it was anyone else, they would have been unable to endure the pain. However, Su Yan had been eroded by the blood, burned by the heavenly fire, and the two dragons entering his eyes. All of these were excruciating pains. Su Yan had already endured the excruciating pain, let alone the pain of his small hands being burned. To Su Yan, it was nothing more than superficial knowledge. And because the immortal fiend jade had absorbed the heat, Su Yan did not need to use his mystic ice-cold shield to stay here. Without these, Su Yan did not need to deliberately block the heat of the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda. Su Yan, on the other hand, was able to properly sense the spiritual energy within the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda. When Su Yan came to the 8th level, he had been fighting against the heat of the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda. He had neglected the true existence of the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda. Although the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda contained the heat of the heavens and earth. However, there was a rich spirit chi here that was not present in the outside world. Even though I'm a crippled heaven soul avatar now and can't cultivate here, I can still use the dense spirit chi here to recover my strength. Su Yan looked at the ancient jade of the fiend celestial and saw that it was still absorbing the heat here. Since there was nothing out of the ordinary, Zhang Xian ignored it and sat down under the baleful celestial jade. He circulated his cultivation technique and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to recover his strength. Su Yan had just started to circulate his cultivation method when the surrounding dense spirit chi suddenly started to revolve. The spirit chi was originally formless. However, when Su Yan circulated his cultivation method, it was like a river that constantly poured into Su Yan's body. In order to withstand the heat of the 8th level of the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda, Su Yan had exhausted all the spirit chi in his body. In such a situation, if it were in the outside world, it would take at least a few days to recover. After all, Su Yan was now a celestial phenomenon realm expert. The amount of spirit chi in his body was naturally incomparable to that of a saint bloodline realm expert. It was precisely because he was in the celestial phenomenon realm that the amount of spirit chi required was immense. Even if he exhausted all the spirit chi in his body, it would take some time to recover. However, now that he was in the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda, he could feel the rich spirit chi around him. In less than a few seconds, Su Yan had already recovered to his peak state. As he had recovered his strength, Su Yan's hands that had been burned by the ancient jade of the fiend immortal also slowly recovered through the healing of the spirit qi. Although Su Yan was able to withstand the pain, he was still unable to endure it. Pain was still pain. Now that he had recovered, Su Yan's heart surged with joy. He spread his arms and smiled. The spirit qi in the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda is really not comparable to that of the outside world. No wonder cultivating in the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda is so much faster than cultivating in the outside world. It's because the rich spirit qi here is not something that the thin spirit qi in the outside world can compare to. Su Yan looked around and muttered to himself. At the same time, feeling the rich spirit qi, Su Yan was a little sad and disappointed. He couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that I'm in the celestial phenomenon realm now. I can't absorb the spirit qi here at all. If I can absorb the spirit qi here and turn it into my own power of heaven and earth, breaking through to the 2-star celestial phenomenon realm is just around the corner. In Su Yan's disappointment, he suddenly thought of something and a bright light burst out of his eyes. I wonder if cultivating my mystic ice-cold barrier here will be much faster than cultivating in the outside world. When Su Yan thought of this, he silently recited the incantation. With a soft sound, a frost-colored halo suddenly appeared around Su Yan, emitting a dazzling light. At the same time, Su Yan's brows furrowed again. Suddenly, the mysterious ice-cold shield on his body became resplendent once again. Although the mystic ice-cold barrier was evolved from the invincible golden body and the dragon blood ice-fire barrier, it was now the mystic ice-cold barrier. However, now that it had become Mystic Ice Shield, it could be considered a defensive skill that Su Yan had created herself. It was because he had created it himself that there were no seniors to follow in his footsteps. Similarly, there were no records about the Mystic Ice Cold Barrier. As for the Mystic Ice Cold Barrier, Su Yan had no way to learn it. He could only explore it himself. Previously, in the 3 days before the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda opened, Su Yan had been cultivating the Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier. He had figured out some tricks. The Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier could be divided into 10 levels. As for Su Yan's Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier, it should be at the 3rd level according to the classification. It had a weak frosty color. I wonder what changes there will be at the 4th level. Although the Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier's levels were created by Su Yan could only differentiate the levels of the Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier. He did not know what changes there would be at the next level. With my current strength, I wonder if I can break through to the 3rd level. Su Yan said softly. Immediately, his eyes condensed together. The cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated and absorbed the spiritual energy in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda. It kept surging into the Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier. With the continuous influx of spiritual energy, the Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier kept emitting a dazzling light. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Su Yan kept trying like this. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Su Yan tried, the spiritual energy that surged into the Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier was just to maintain its existence. It could not break through to the 3rd level. After a few more days of trial, it was still the same. Su Yan could not help but frown. According to my previous cultivation situation, the Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier should be able to break through to the 4th level after absorbing so much spiritual energy. However, why is it still not breaking through? Su Yan frowned again as he thought about it. Could it be that it has something to do with my strength? Su Yan thought of this and felt the changes in the Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier. He quickly confirmed that it was because of this reason. Although the Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier could be cultivated, it was not enough to break through just by relying on the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. One had to rely on spiritual energy to break through. And the conversion of spiritual energy had to be done by a warrior. Su Yan directly channeled spiritual energy into the Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier, but it could not form spiritual energy at all. In other words, the spiritual energy only flowed through Su Yan's body and went out after 1 round. It could not be converted into spiritual energy. If it could not be converted into spiritual energy, it could not break through. This was also the reason why a martial warrior had to rely on cultivation techniques to cultivate. This was because only a cultivation technique could transform the spiritual energy between heaven and earth into spiritual energy for one's own use through cultivation. This was also the true importance of cultivation. The level of a cultivation technique was also destined to be the height that a martial warrior could reach in the future. This was also the importance of a cultivation technique. It seems that if I can't break through to the two-star celestial phenomenon stage, I won't be able to cultivate this mystic ice-cold barrier. After Su Yan thought of this principle, a bitter smile appeared on his face. After all, Su Yan was only at the one-star celestial phenomenon stage. The spiritual energy contained in his body was also limited to the one-star realm. The spiritual energy of this one-star realm was simply not enough to break through the fourth stage of the mystic ice-cold barrier. Previously, Su Yan had wanted to use the dense spiritual energy here to cultivate the mystic ice-cold barrier. Now, it seemed that Su Yan was just overthinking things. If his strength could not be increased, he would not be able to do anything. Cripple the celestial phenomenon stage, cripple the celestial phenomenon stage. Although Su Yan had already seen through it, when he thought about it now, he still felt a faint sense of anger in his heart. Everything was because of this crippling of the celestial phenomenon stage that Su Yan could only stay at the one-star realm. Under this anger, Su Yan's eyes also emitted an unusually firm gaze. No matter what, I must break through. Su Yan gritted his teeth and began to try to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. This time, Su Yan was no longer cultivating the mystic ice-cold barrier. Instead, he was continuously cultivating and attacking the heaven and earth force that had formed in his body. It was to awaken this heaven and earth force. He was not willing to give in to fate. So what if he crippled the celestial phenomenon stage? Su Yan firmly believed that as long as he worked hard, even if he crippled the celestial phenomenon stage, he would still be able to cultivate. Just like before, Su Yan was thought to only be able to stay at the spirit-drawing realm. However, Su Yan had stepped on a new path. Su Yan was the same now. He wanted to open up a new path. No matter what, Su Yan did not believe that his generation would be wasted like this. Chapter 278. The celestial form realm cultivated the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth encompassed all things. At the celestial form realm, one could only comprehend one or two strands of the power of heaven and earth. At the celestial form realm, one could comprehend a few different strands of the power of heaven and earth. As for the celestial form realm, no one knew how many strands of the power of heaven and earth one could control. On the contrary, at the celestial form realm, one could not feel the power of heaven and earth. Without feeling the power of heaven and earth, one could not cultivate. However, Su Yan did not believe in this evil. He wanted to go against the heavens. He did not believe that he could not comprehend the power of heaven and earth. He did not believe that he would become a good-for-nothing. The immortal fiend Ancient Jade was still absorbing the heat of the 8th level of the great demon Ancient Pagoda. With the immortal fiend Ancient Jade, Su Yan was not afraid of the heat of the great demon Ancient Pagoda. It gave Su Yan a good place to cultivate. Su Yan sat down cross-legged and quickly circulated his cultivation technique, constantly awakening the power of heaven and earth in his body. If he failed, he would continue. If he failed, he would continue. Over the past few days, Su Yan did not know how much spiritual qi he had absorbed and how many times he had failed. However, he still could not comprehend the power of heaven and earth in his body. Could it be that I can only stay at the celestial form realm forever? Su Yan thought, feeling indignant. He was even more unwilling to give in. His eyes turned slightly and he circulated his cultivation technique again. Bang! However, at this moment, there was a loud explosion. Su Yan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the immortal fiend Ancient Jade. The immortal fiend Ancient Jade, which had been quietly floating in mid-air, suddenly jumped up violently. The immortal fiend Ancient Jade was originally black in color, but now it was completely red. Like a burning fire, its entire body was wrapped in flames. Su Yan could not help but frown. After all, Su Yan knew too little about the secrets of the immortal fiend Ancient Jade. In fact, Su Yan did not even know what kind of existence the immortal fiend Ancient Jade was. He only knew that it was a spirit artifact. However, after observing the immortal fiend ancient jade a few times, Su Yan felt that it was not the case. After all, the state that the immortal fiend ancient jade displayed was completely different from that of ordinary spiritual artifacts. Su Yan felt that the baleful immortal ancient jade was like a person. After all, the intelligence of the ancient jade of the immortal fiend was not lower than anyone else. Whoosh! As the immortal fiend jade trembled incessantly, it suddenly leaped up and headed straight for the 9th level of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. Immortal Fiend Jade. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but frown. When he saw the jade flying toward the 9th step, he quickly jumped up from the ground and rushed toward the 9th step. The moment Su Yan stood up, Su Yan did not realize that the cultivation method within his body had suddenly changed. A strand of spiritual energy surged into his body, exuding a strange power. Su Yan was very nervous about the ancient jade of the fiend immortal, so he did not pay attention to what was happening in his body. Bang! Just as Su Yan reached the 9th step, there was a loud explosion. A strong heat suddenly attacked him. Su Yan was shocked. In these few days, Su Yan had been at the 8th level. Because of the ancient jade of the fiend immortal, he was safe and sound in the 8th level. As for the scorching heat of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda, it could be said that he completely ignored it. At this moment, the strong heat suddenly attacked him. Although Su Yan was shocked, he quickly reacted. It seems that the immortal fiend jade is unable to absorb the heat on the 9th step. As Su Yan thought about it, he could not help but frown. When he was on the 8th step, Su Yan almost could not withstand the heat on the 8th step. The heat on the 9th step was definitely stronger than the 8th step. This caused Su Yan's heart to faintly surge with a wave of worry. After all, Su Yan's profound ice-cold shield could not even withstand the heat of the 8th layer, let alone the heat of the 9th layer, which was even stronger than the 8th layer. Su Yan was not sure if his mystic ice-cold shield could withstand the heat on the 9th step. The 9th step. Su Yan looked at the 9th step and frowned. He was in a dilemma. He did not know if he should go down. If he did not go down, Su Yan would stay on the 8th step. He could cultivate properly and not worry about this problem. But thinking about the immortal fiend jade, Su Yan did not know what the immortal fiend jade was. However, Su Yan could not give up the immortal fiend jade. Su Yan could not do it. Not to mention that the immortal fiend jade was a magical item, and not to mention that it was given to him by Mu Zijin. The ancient jade of the fiend celestial had saved his life twice. No matter what, Su Yan would not give up on it. Furthermore, the ancient jade of the fiend celestial had revealed that it was just a piece of jade. However, Su Yan could feel the howl of the immortal fiend jade. That howl was not the sound of excitement. Instead, it was the sound of someone in great pain. Although Su Yan did not know what happened to the immortal fiend jade, Su Yan was not willing to give up the immortal fiend jade just because of this. It was not only because the immortal fiend jade was in Su Yan's possession. It was a matter of morals and principles. If I die, then so be it. Su Yan saw that the immortal fiend jade had been at the 9th step for a long time. He did not hesitate anymore. He gritted his teeth and activated his skills. Holding his breath, he rushed towards the 9th step. Plop! Just as Su Yan rushed towards the 9th step, there was a loud explosion. An intense heat rushed towards him, penetrating Su Yan's mystic ice shield and entering Su Yan's body. The burning pain that surged from the bottom of his heart caused Su Yan to let out a low growl despite his strong willpower. No, I have to hold on. I have to hold on. Su Yan clenched his teeth as he circulated the cultivation method within his body to the extreme. The spiritual energy within his body continuously surged towards the profound ice-cold shield to resist the heat. Under Su Yan's efforts, the pain in Su Yan's body lessened. At this moment, Su Yan could see the situation of the 9th step clearly. Looking at the 9th step, Su Yan could not help but frown. The 9th step was different from the previous 8 steps. There were no rooms in the 9th step. It was obvious that even elderly Tianyi could not reach the 8th step. Not only that, there were no rooms in the 9th step. The 9th step was not flat like the previous 8 steps. Instead, it was full of potholes. There were many oddly shaped stones in the 9th step. Those standing stones were also scarlet in color. Clearly, each stone contained a scorching temperature. Not only that, Su Yan also discovered that there was a huge fire pool in the middle of these stones. There was lava boiling in the fire pool, like a volcano. Plop, right at this moment, a loud explosion was heard. The molten lava suddenly burst forth, giving rise to countless amounts of hot air that spread out in all directions. At the same time, there was a sudden heat in the air. Su Yan could not help but growl in pain. His whole body was hit by the strong heat and he was sent flying. What the hell is going on? The moment Su Yan was sent flying, he hurriedly retreated a little. Looking at the fire pool in the middle, he frowned. At the same time, he did not forget to quickly run his cultivation method to resist the heat. At this moment, there was another loud bang. Countless streams of molten lava surged up, forming a huge fire dragon that charged directly in Su Yan's direction. The fire dragon was as quick as a bolt of lightning. As its gigantic body slid, countless storms were stirred up, and its tremendous power erupted. Under this pressure, Su Yan's entire body felt like it was about to explode. Black Ice Shield, open. When Su Yan saw this, he was shocked. However, he reacted quickly and hurriedly operated his secret art. He chanted an incantation in his mouth. Suddenly, the profound ice divine shield opened up and a golden light surged out from the frost. Plop, when the fire dragon collided, a loud explosion rang out. Under the impact of the huge power and the heat, Su Yan's whole body was blown away. Poochie. At the same time, a mouthful of blood gushed out from his body. His whole body went limp and fell to the ground. Although Su Yan's black ice shield blocked the attack, Su Yan's clothes were destroyed. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth. He was in a very sorry state. Not only that, the heat in the 9th level was still there, constantly eroding Su Yan's body. The waves of pain came, as if thousands of ants were biting his body. Su Yan felt as if all the blood in his body was about to boil. No, I can't die here. Su Yan roared out in a low voice. His eyes rotated and a scarlet-red light burst out. Suddenly, he circulated the cultivation technique in his body and the black ice cold cover surged up. The moment the black ice cold cover surged up, Su Yan felt that the heat in his body was reduced by a lot. Su Yan couldn't help but be happy. However, right at this moment, a loud bang rang out once more. Not good. Su Yan suddenly exclaimed. His eyes focused on the center of the 9th level. He suddenly saw a huge fire dragon exploding from the huge magma. With a roar, it attacked Su Yan again. That speed was even faster than the previous one. Black Ice Shield. Su Yan immediately ran his cultivation method and silently chanted the chant. Before he finished chanting, Su Yan felt that his whole body was emptied. The spiritual energy in his body was not enough to open the black ice cold shield. His whole body directly knelt on the ground because of the exhaustion of spiritual energy. Damn it. Chapter 279. Although Su Yan was not afraid of death, it did not mean that Su Yan wanted to die. Looking at the huge fire dragon, Su Yan could not help but reveal a look of fear in his eyes. Swoosh! At this moment, a loud sound was heard, followed by a bang. A loud sound was heard, and the energy of the huge fire dragon that was attacking Su Yan was directly blown apart. When Su Yan saw this scene, he could not help but frown slightly. When he looked again, he saw the crimson ancient jade floating in front of him. The corners of Su Yan's mouth could not help but reveal an excited expression. Celestial Fiend Jade, you saved me again. Su Yan said excitedly. He originally wanted to hug the Celestial Fiend Jade again, but with the previous experience, Su Yan suppressed the excitement in his heart. He just looked at the Celestial Fiend Jade and smiled foolishly. Celestial Fiend Jade, now that I think about it, this is the 3rd time you have saved me. Plop, just as Su Yan's words sounded out, another loud explosion sounded out. Suddenly, a gigantic fire dragon erupted from the magma pool. Again. Su Yan could not help but be shocked, and he hurriedly looked at the celestial fiend Jade. However, the moment he looked at the celestial fiend Jade suddenly let out a loud roar, and its entire body kept jumping up and down, creating a series of loud noises. Su Yan originally wanted to use the celestial fiend Jade to save himself when he saw the fire dragon explode, but now that he saw the celestial fiend Jade's violent behavior, he could not help but frown. At this moment, the fire dragon had already attacked. The huge force came straight at him, and each attack was stronger than the previous one. Under the pressure of this powerful force, Su Yan knew very well that even if he had abundant spirit energy, he would not be able to withstand such a powerful attack, let alone the fact that he was lacking spirit energy. Su Yan glanced at the celestial fiend Jade, and instinctively wanted to run away, but unfortunately, he was lacking spirit energy, and his speed could not be faster than the fire dragon. Su Yan's eyes flickered with a hint of unwillingness. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as the fire dragon charged towards him. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I've turned danger into safety several times. I didn't expect that I would die here in the end. Bang! Just as Su Yan was about to lose all hope, a loud sound suddenly exploded in front of him. A black figure stood in front of Su Yan. In a flash, the black figure waved his hand, and the huge fire dragon was shattered, turning into sparks that scattered in the 9th level. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Looking at the phantom in front of him, he was completely stunned. After entering the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, Su Yan had been in danger several times. Every time, Su Yan felt that he was going to die, but every time, a miracle appeared. Su Yan wasn't surprised by the previous miracles, but now, looking at the black figure, Su Yan was completely stunned. He had no idea how the phantom appeared. Just as Su Yan was perplexed, the phantom suddenly waved his hand. Immediately, he felt a gentle force emanate from it. Although this force was gentle, the force it contained was not small. When it struck Su Yan's body was suddenly sent flying. Instantly, he flew to the 8th level. As the 8th level's heat had been absorbed by the celestial fiend Jade, Su Yan's lack of spirit energy was of no use here. At that moment, the black phantom flashed and appeared in front of Su Yan once again. Su Yan snapped out of his shock and looked at the black phantom in front of him. He stood up and asked, "Who are you?" The black phantom did not answer Su Yan's question. Instead, he reprimanded Su Yan. A mere 1-star celestial phase cultivator dares to step onto the 9th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. You are simply courting death. When Su Yan heard his words, he couldn't help but sweat. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. After all, the elder was speaking the truth. Furthermore, he had saved him. Su Yan really didn't know how to answer. The old man didn't care about Su Yan. Instead, he looked at the 9th layer and said in a low voice, "I didn't expect the fire Qilance devil's soul to be trapped here. No wonder I couldn't find it before. Fire unicorn demon soul." The black phantom elder muttered without lowering his voice. When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Clearly, he didn't know what the elder was referring to. The fire Qilin is one of the sacred beasts. When the elder saw Su Yan's confusion, he glanced at him and explained. Sacred beast. When Su Yan heard this, his eyes suddenly widened. He looked at the elder in front of him in surprise. He was no stranger to sacred beasts. Furthermore, he had only heard of the Qilin sacred beast. He had never heard of the fire Qilin. The elder glanced at Su Yan and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the 9th step. His slightly aged face immediately darkened. He stood there and didn't say a word for a long time. Su Yan looked at the old man's weathered face that was faintly emitting a dignified aura. However, he did not dare to ask too much. Instead, he quietly waited by the side. At the same time, he was secretly guessing the old man's identity. Why do I feel that this power is so familiar? Su Yan sensed the power of the old man and felt that it was somewhat familiar. However, when he thought about it, he had never seen such a person before. He could not help but squint his eyes. He glanced at the old man and suddenly thought of something. Power. This power. Isn't this the power that saved me from danger several times? As Su Yan thought about it, his face immediately surged with excitement. When Su Yan entered the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, every time he was in danger, there was a power that saved him several times. At that time, Su Yan had been wondering what kind of power it was. Now that he saw the elder in front of him, Su Yan suddenly realized that the power came from the elder in front of him. When he thought of the strange power and looked at the elder's gloomy face, Su Yan became even more interested in his identity. However, when he saw the elder's gloomy face, especially the dignified aura that came from the elder's face, Su Yan didn't dare to ask recklessly. He could only wait quietly for the elder's answer. The elder quietly looked at the 9th step. His expression was sometimes gloomy and sometimes relaxed. After standing there for a long time, he relaxed and revealed a smile. He said with a laugh, "I understand. I understand." Upon hearing his words, Su Yan frowned again. When the elder saw Su Yan's expression, he smiled and said, "Kid, are you having a lot of questions in your heart?" "Yes." When Su Yan heard the elder's question, he nodded without standing on ceremony. When the elder saw Su Yan's expression, he smiled and said, "You can call me Sword Sage." Sword Sage. When Su Yan heard the elder's name, his pupils suddenly dilated. He had been in the Sword Collection Tomb for a long time, so he naturally knew who Sword Sage was. Sword Sage was the founding ancestor of the Sword Collection Tomb. Founding ancestor. When Su Yan thought about it, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. At the same time, he looked at the elder's eyes and suddenly a bright light surged. He thought about the day he left the Sword Collection Tomb. It was Sword Sage who expelled him. Then why was Sword Sage here? While thinking about it, Su Yan suddenly realized something and said excitedly, "Sword Sage, did you follow me from the moment I was expelled from the Sword Collection Tomb?" Smart. Sword Sage smiled again and said, "Actually, I didn't want to expel you from the Sword Collection Tomb at that time. I just wanted you to leave the Sword Collection Tomb. With your talent, you wouldn't be able to develop in the Sword Collection Tomb. Although the Sword Collection Tomb is the #1 sect in Celestial Twin City, the world is too big. As long as you continue to travel and experience, you will be able to reach the peak." As Sword Sage said, he looked at Su Yan and nodded with satisfaction. "Su Yan, you really are worthy of me saving you several times. It's just that you overestimate yourself." When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he smiled embarrassedly. Just now, Su Yan didn't know who Sword Sage was, so he didn't dare to disobey him. Now that he knew his identity, Su Yan naturally didn't dare to disobey him. Sword Sage was the founding ancestor of the Sword Collection Tomb. And Su Yan could be said to be a disciple of the Sword Collection Tomb. Then, Sword Sage was his master. Master, as Su Yan thought about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, with a plop, he knelt in front of the old man and said respectfully, "Master, please accept this disciple's 3 kowtows." Sword Sage was stunned at first, then a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He laughed and said, "Good, good, get up, get up." After receiving Sword Sage's approval, Su Yan stood up from the ground with an excited smile on his face. Su Yan was a person who valued friendship. He had once taken Lu Hong as his master, so he naturally had to obey. So after coming out, even if Su Yan met many experts, Su Yan didn't think of taking them as his master. Even if it was the Princess of Chu, Su Yan didn't call him master. However, Sword Sage was different. This was because he was from the Sword Collection Tomb and came from the same lineage as Lu Hong. Therefore, Su Yan's acknowledgement was also from the Sword Collection Tomb, so it wasn't considered a violation of the sect. Furthermore, Sword Sage was the founding ancestor of the Sword Collection Tomb. He was definitely more than qualified to be Su Yan's master. Upon hearing Sword Sage accept him as his disciple, Su Yan didn't hesitate at all. Su Yan was no longer as reserved as before and asked, "Master, what's the matter with the fire Qilin devil soul?" "Kid, I nearly forgot about it after telling you all this." When Sword Sage heard Su Yan's question, he suddenly looked towards the 9th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Su Yan, haven't you been studying the Wraith Immortal Ancient Jade all this while? That Wraith Immortal Ancient Jade might very well be where the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul is sealed." Demon Soul. Su Yan became even more confused. However, Sword Sage clearly had no intention of explaining it to Su Yan. Instead, he looked in the direction of the 9th level and said, "Su Yan, I'll naturally explain it to you in the future." Chapter 280. Subdue the Fire Qilin. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, his whole body trembled from excitement. A long time ago, Su Yan had heard that some powerful cultivators could subdue some demon beasts, or even sacred beasts to help them cultivate and fight. However, it was extremely difficult to subdue demon beasts. All this time, Su Yan had only read about it in some ancient books, and had never seen it in the 5 counties. Although Su Yan had thought about it before, he didn't know how to subdue it, so the thought disappeared in a flash. However, now that he heard Sword Sage say this, how could Su Yan not be surprised? Although he still didn't know what the Fire Qilin beast was, he knew that the Qilin was definitely a sacred beast, and from what Sword Sage said, the Fire Qilin must be a higher level than the Qilin. A higher level demon beast than a sacred beast. When Su Yan thought about it, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Even subduing a demon beast was something that Su Yan didn't dare to imagine, not to mention subduing a sacred beast that was higher level than a sacred beast. "Su Yan, you were hit by the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul just now, and your injuries are too heavy. If you go down to the 9th level now, you will definitely die, so you must quickly recover the spiritual energy in your body." Just as Su Yan was feeling excited and surprised, Sword Sage spoke again. Although Su Yan had a lot of doubts in his heart, he could see the anxiety and urgency in Sword Sage's face, which made Su Yan know that this matter was definitely not a small matter. Not daring to be careless, he nodded, sat down cross-legged, and began to circulate his cultivation technique. Just as Su Yan was about to circulate his cultivation technique, suddenly, a burning sensation came from his body. That burning sensation instantly penetrated Su Yan's heart. Even with Su Yan's amazing willpower, under such a tearing pain, he couldn't help but let out a low roar. What's going on? Su Yan was stunned. Not only him, Sword Sage also frowned slightly. When his gaze swept across the stairs leading up to the 9th step, a look of horror immediately appeared on his face. He hurriedly shouted to Su Yan, "Su Yan, quick, that Fire Unicorn Demon Soul is about to awaken. The energy emitted from his body will become purer and purer. If we don't subdue it now, I'm afraid the entire Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda will be destroyed by it. Hurry up and recover your spiritual energy. I'll help you block the heat of the 8th layer." As he spoke, Sword Sage waved his hand, causing a powerful surge of energy to envelop Su Yan. The moment the majestic power fell, the burning sensation in Su Yan's body also disappeared. Although Su Yan was puzzled when he saw Sword Sage's cautious expression, he didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly circulated his cultivation technique to recover the spiritual energy that he had just exhausted. In the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda, this wasn't the first time Su Yan had exhausted his spiritual energy. When Su Yan stepped into the 8th level, he had already done so once. However, at that time, he had used the rich spiritual energy in the 8th level of the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda to recover his spiritual energy in a few breaths. However, at this moment, Su Yan had just circulated his cultivation technique to absorb the spiritual energy here, but he couldn't feel the existence of spiritual energy. He even felt as if his blood was flowing in reverse. When Sword Sage saw Su Yan's appearance, he frowned slightly. Could it be that the demon soul has already begun to absorb the spiritual energy here? As he thought of this, Sword Sage couldn't help but tremble. He looked at the staircase that led to the 9th level and his face darkened. Suddenly, he waved his hand and a powerful spiritual energy surged into Su Yan's body like a river. The depleted spiritual energy in Su Yan's body recovered in an instant. While Su Yan was stunned, he heard Sword Sage say, "Su Yan, the fire unicorn demon soul has already begun to devour the spiritual energy here. You can't recover your spiritual energy here at all. I used the remaining power in my body to recover your strength. As I have helped you a few times previously, the power in my body has been exhausted. Therefore, when you enter the 9th level to subdue the fire unicorn, I can no longer help you." After Sword Sage said this, the shadow became weaker and weaker. Then, it disappeared and turned into a black shadow that surged into Su Yan's mind. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly shouted, "Master, Su Yan, I'm here." At this moment, Sword Sage's voice sounded in Su Yan's ears. Su Yan looked around and didn't see Sword Sage's figure at all. He was puzzled. "Su Yan, there are some things that I will explain to you in the future. The most important thing for you now is to enter the 9th level to subdue the fire unicorn demon soul. If the fire unicorn demon soul absorbs the spiritual energy here, I'm afraid the entire monster palace will be destroyed." "What? The entire monster palace will be destroyed?" Su Yan's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a look of surprise. "Kid, don't underestimate the fire unicorn demon soul. The power it contains is beyond your imagination." Sword Sage felt Su Yan's surprise and said with a smile. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from the 9th level. Sword Sage was suddenly startled and hurriedly shouted, "Su Yan, quickly enter the 9th level and find the fire unicorn demon soul." Although Su Yan didn't know Sword Sage's strength. However, Sword Sage was the ancestor of the hidden sword tomb. How weak could his strength be? At this moment, even with his knowledge and experience, he was still panicking. Su Yan's heart surged. He didn't dare to be negligent. While operating his cultivation method, he summoned the profound ice-cold shield and quickly rushed to the 9th level. "Su Yan, the fire unicorn demon soul has absorbed a lot of spiritual energy. The heat it emits is probably stronger than before. You must be careful." Sword Sage reminded Su Yan the moment Su Yan stepped in. Su Yan nodded and carefully walked forward. However, when he thought of the scene just now, he couldn't help but frown. He asked Sword Sage, "Master, the heat on the 9th level is getting stronger and stronger." "I'm afraid, Su Yan, you can rest assured. When I was restoring your spiritual energy, I poured some frost bloodline into your body. This frost bloodline will be enough for you to resist the heat here for a while. As long as you don't get hit by the fire dragon produced by the fire unicorn demon soul, you'll be fine." Sword Sage said, then paused for a moment. He smiled bitterly and said, "Su Yan, I know that with your current strength, it will be difficult for you to subdue the fire unicorn demon soul. However, you have no other choice now." Hearing Sword Sage's words, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. However, he quickly recovered. The corner of his mouth revealed a devilish smile. Immediately, a bright light surged in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Master, don't worry. Today, I will definitely subdue the fire unicorn." With that said, Su Yan clenched his fist tightly. Perhaps at that moment, Su Yan still had some doubts in his heart. However, at this moment, Su Yan's eyes were like torches. In his heart, he was even more determined to subdue the fire unicorn. Although Sword Sage didn't explain much about the fire unicorn demon soul. However, Su Yan knew very well that if he didn't subdue the fire unicorn today, not only would he die here, but the entire Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda and even the entire Monster Palace would be destroyed. Therefore, today, whether it was for himself or for the Monster Palace, Su Yan had to subdue the fire unicorn demon soul. Thinking about it, the powerful pressure he suffered in the 9th level left a shadow in his heart. Su Yan also removed it from his heart. "Fire unicorn, I will definitely subdue you today." Su Yan gritted his teeth. There was no longer a trace of fear in his heart. The cultivation method in his body was activated. His body jumped up and flew directly to the 9th level. Bang! Just as Su Yan stepped into the 9th level, there was a loud explosion. In the middle of the magma pool, another fire dragon surged up. Good timing. When Su Yan first entered the 9th level, Su Yan didn't have the slightest ability to resist the fire dragon. However, it was different now. With Sword Sage's frost bloodline and the mystic ice cold shield, although Su Yan still felt waves of burning inside his body, this little bit of pain was negligible with Su Yan's willpower. Seeing the fire dragon rushing over, Su Yan didn't panic like before. Instead, his eyes were like torches. The moment the fire dragon arrived, Su Yan slapped his bag of holding and took out the ghost howl sword. Su Yan's eyes lit up as he looked at the incoming fire dragon and the huge force coming at him. Boy, quickly dodge. Sword Sage saw that Su Yan was still in a daze and hurriedly reminded. Hearing Hidden Sword Sage's warning, Su Yan's lips curled up into an evil smile. Just as the fire dragon was about to get close to him, he suddenly rolled his eyes and a red light appeared in them. His body suddenly jumped up. Shio, the moment the fire dragon collided, Su Yan's body was like a bolt of lightning, directly leaping up. The fire dragon directly attacked the air. At the same time, Su Yan waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. Suddenly a ghost howl whistled. Pang, with a swing of the sword, a loud sound suddenly rang out. The fire dragon was directly cut into two, turning into sparks and scattered. Good boy, you're really something. Sword Sage saw this scene through Su Yan's consciousness and couldn't help but smile in admiration. He then looked at the lava pool and said, Su Yan, the fire dragon born from the fire Qilin demon's soul will only erupt once every 10 breaths. So you must quickly find the fiend immortal ancient jade and stimulate the demon's soul hidden in it. Then, let the fire unicorn demon's soul merge with the demon's soul. Only then will you be able to stop the fire unicorn demon's soul from absorbing the Ling Qi here. Remember, you must be quick. The more Ling Qi this fire unicorn demon's soul absorbs, the harder it will be for you. N. Chapter 281. Ancient Jade of the Fiend Immortal. Su Yan still did not understand what the fire unicorn demon's soul and the fire Qilin demon's soul were. However, he finally understood what the ancient jade of the fiend immortal was. He also understood why he could not figure out the ancient jade of the fiend immortal despite studying it for so long. Of course, Su Yan knew that if he could not subdue the fire Qilin today, not only him, but the entire Great Fei ancient pagoda and monster palace would be destroyed. Su Yan still did not know what the fire Qilin was. However, from Sword Sage's serious expression, Su Yan knew that he was not being alarmist. Whether it was for himself or for the entire monster palace, Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. He quickly circulated his cultivation technique as he stepped on the sword dragon, searching for the ancient jade of the fiend immortal in the 9th level of the Great Fei ancient pagoda. Unfortunately, the ancient jade of the fiend immortal had always been in the 9th level of the Great Fei ancient pagoda. Now, it was nowhere to be found. Su Yan had searched every inch of the 9th level of the Great Fei ancient pagoda, but he still could not find the ancient jade of the fiend immortal. The ancient jade of the fiend immortal was not even the size of a palm in the past. Although the 9th level of the Great Fei ancient pagoda was not big, it was intricate and complicated. If the ancient jade of the fiend immortal was in any place, it would not be easy to find it. However, the ancient jade of the fiend immortal had absorbed the heat of the 8th level of the Great Fei ancient pagoda. In addition to the heat of the 9th level, it was red like a fireball. In the dim 9th level of the Great Fei ancient pagoda, it was definitely a bright light. However, Su Yan had not found any trace of the ancient jade of the fiend immortal despite searching for so long. Su Yan could not help but worry. Where did the ancient jade of the fiend immortal go? Su Yan furrowed his brows. He knew that he did not have much time left. At this moment, he could feel the scorching heat of the 9th level slowly surging up. The frost bloodline that Sword Sage had injected into his body was also slowly disappearing. If he waited for the frost bloodline to disappear, before the fire unicorn demon's soul appeared, Su Yan would be burned to death by the heat emitted by the 9th layer. Today, even if I have to turn the entire 9th level upside down, I will find the ancient jade of the fiend immortal. Su Yan thought to himself. His eyes immediately glowed brightly as he once again set off to search for the ancient jade of the fiend Celestial. However, at this moment, with a loud bang, a huge burst of light erupted from the middle of the magma. Then, a fire dragon erupted, condensed, and pounced directly at Su Yan. Be careful. Seeing this, Sword Sage hurriedly reminded him. Good timing. Compared to Sword Sage's worry, Su Yan was not afraid of the fire dragon at all. Instead, he let out a soft shout as his lips curled into an evil smile. At the same time, his eyes turned and the ghost howl sword suddenly appeared in Su Yan's hand. Today, I will meet this fire dragon of yours. Su Yan let out a cold shout and immediately clenched the ghost howl sword in his hand. Facing the incoming fire dragon, he did not dodge at all. Instead, he leaped up and his body was like a bolt of lightning as he suddenly rushed towards the fire dragon. Wailing of 10,000 ghosts. Su Yan leaped up and immediately slashed out with his sword. A sword skill was released. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from the ghost howl sword and attacked the fire dragon with a roar. Bang! The two forces collided and immediately caused a loud explosion. However, the fire dragon did not disappear because of this. Instead, it pounced towards Su Yan once again. Be careful. The hidden sword sage reminded him again. Su Yan did not care. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. His eyes surged as his body suddenly jumped up and directly avoided the fire dragon's attack. As his body leaped into the air, the ghost howl sword in his hand flashed. Whoosh! With a loud sound, it directly slashed towards the fire dragon's body. With a loud bang, the fire dragon was directly cut into two and turned into a bright firework that scattered on the ground. Boy, there are two boys. Sword Sage saw this scene and could not help but smile as he praised. Su Yan smiled but did not say anything. His eyes were surging with a murderous intent. All of this was forced by the fire dragon. Su Yan almost died in the hands of the fire dragon when he first came to the 9th level. How could he not be angry? It was because of this anger that Su Yan did not choose to dodge this time. Instead, he directly destroyed the fire dragon. Of course, although he was angry, Su Yan was not affected by the anger in his heart. He did not lose his mind. With the previous two encounters, Su Yan more or less had some understanding of this fire dragon. In addition to the powerful strength of the fire dragon, the more important thing was that it contained a scorching energy. This scorching energy was definitely stronger than the power of the fire dragon. If it was the previous Su Yan, he could not even resist the scorching heat of the 9th level, let alone the scorching energy of the fire dragon. Naturally, he would not have the strength to fight back. However, it was different now. Su Yan's body had the frost bloodline that Sword Sage poured into it. Naturally, he was not afraid of the scorching heat. Since he was not afraid of the scorching heat, he was naturally not afraid of the fire dragon. Of course, Su Yan also understood that he did not have much time left. The frost bloodline in his body was constantly flowing away. He had to hurry up and find the celestial terminus jade. Otherwise, all of his efforts would be in vain. Celestial terminus jade, where are you? Su Yan stepped into the air again and started to search. As time passed, his brows furrowed tighter. Bang! However, right at this moment, another loud explosion suddenly rang out. Originally, Su Yan was anxious because he could not find the celestial terminus jade. Now that he heard the loud explosion, Su Yan knew that the fire dragon was about to appear again. He could not help but feel a surge of anger in his heart when he knew that the fire dragon was about to appear again. Are you done? Let's see how strong you are. Su Yan shouted coldly. He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand and turned to deal with the fire dragon. However, just as Su Yan turned his head. He was completely stunned on the spot. This time, what appeared was not a fire dragon, but a huge qilin. Moreover, this qilin was formed by flames. Those bronze furnace-sized eyes stared at Su Yan. There was a faint murderous aura surging. Fire. Fire Qilin. Under the powerful aura of this sacred beast, Su Yan could not help but swallow his saliva even though he was usually arrogant. Although Su Yan had encountered the blood dragon and bone dragon in the Thousand Ghosts cave and under the sword well, because of their broken bodies, the deterrent force was not comparable to the Fire Qilin beast in front of him. It's over, it's over. At this moment, Sword Sage's voice was heard. I did not expect that. I underestimated the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's speed of absorption. It's too late to say anything now. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he could not help but frown slightly. He glanced at the Fire Qilin and took a step back. He asked, Master, what is going on? Is this the Fire Qilin? This is not the Fire Qilin. Sword Sage smiled bitterly. Although it has the same appearance as the Fire Qilin, it is not the real Fire Qilin. To be more precise, it is only the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul. Fire Unicorn Demon Soul. Su Yan frowned again. Yes, the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul was once extracted by a demon using the resentment of 10,000 souls in the world and condensed into 10,000 ghosts. However, that person underestimated the Fire Qilin's strength. When he extracted the Fire Qilin's soul, the Fire Qilin Demon's soul escaped. Sword Sage paused for a moment before continuing. And it was because the Fire Qilin Demon's soul escaped that the demon's plan was exposed. The Fire Unicorn Demon's soul is sealed in the ancient demon pagoda. As for the Fire Qilin Demon's soul, it is sealed in your fiend immortal ancient jade. Su Yan already had doubts about this matter. It would have been better if Sword Sage did not explain. Now that he did, he was even more confused. Su Yan, I will naturally explain these matters to you in the future. It is obvious that the Fire Qilin's devil's soul has successfully devoured the Fire Qilin's devil's soul because it has absorbed the spirit qi. However, it has yet to awaken. Therefore, you must extract the ancient jade of the fiend celestial from its body. Sword Sage did not finish his sentence. However, Su Yan understood what he meant. Based on the strength of the Fire Qilin, not to mention the Monster Palace, even all the sects in the 5 counties would not be able to resist it. If the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul was truly awakened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Master, what do I have to do? Su Yan was a little afraid of the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul. However, Su Yan knew that no matter what, whether he died or not, he had to do it today. Not for the people of the world, not for the Monster Palace, but for himself. Su Yan had to extract the fiend immortal ancient jade. What do I have to do? When Sword Sage heard Su Yan's words, he smiled bitterly. Su Yan, to be honest, if the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul had not swallowed the Fire Qilin Demon's soul, I would have a way. But now... What? When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he could not help but frown. Although he was a little afraid, at least Sword Sage, the founding ancestor of the hidden sword tomb, was here. He felt more or less reassured. However, now that Sword Sage said that he did not know what to do, Su Yan was suddenly at a loss. At the same time, he was even more afraid of the power of the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul. Sword Sage was the founding ancestor of the hidden sword tomb. Although Su Yan did not know how strong he was still an existence that surpassed the Radius realm. If even someone like that did not know how strong the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul was, then how strong was it? Chapter 282. When Sword Sage heard Su Yan's words, he couldn't help but frown. After hesitating for a long time, he said, "It seems like we can only take a gamble." Gamble? Su Yan was stunned. He didn't understand what Sword Sage meant. Sword Sage felt Su Yan's surprise and nodded slightly. Su Yan, the strength of this Fire Qilin's demon's soul is beyond your imagination. You are too weak. If you rely on your strength, you won't be its opponent. So, we can only take a gamble. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he couldn't help but blush with shame. Perhaps in the eyes of many, a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator was an expert of a generation. However, Su Yan knew that this little bit of strength was insignificant. Moreover, he was a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator who couldn't even feel the power of heaven and earth. This kind of strength was even weaker than an ordinary celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. Therefore, when Sword Sage said that he was weak, Su Yan only felt ashamed. Gamble, gamble. It seems like we have no other choice. Obviously, Sword Sage didn't like this kind of gambling method to solve problems. After all, the stakes of this gamble were too high. If he lost the bet, not only would Su Yan lose his life here, perhaps even the entire Supreme Demon Palace, or even the entire 5 counties would be destroyed because of this. However, they had no choice but to gamble. Because if they didn't gamble, they wouldn't even have the slightest chance. Now, Sword Sage and Su Yan had no choice. Su Yan, are you afraid? Sword Sage whispered to Su Yan. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. If Sword Sage hadn't asked this question, Su Yan would have been afraid. After all, Su Yan was only in the celestial phenomenon realm. However, he had to face the fire Qilin, which was even stronger than the Qilin Saint Beast. How could he not be afraid? But what's the point of being afraid? Su Yan glanced at the fire Qilin sacred beast. He knew that he would not be able to escape from this calamity. It was useless to be afraid. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, a bright light surged in his eyes. He replied with a firm tone, "Master, I am not afraid. Today, I will take a gamble." "All right." When Sword Sage heard Su Yan's words, he instantly became bold and laughed. "Su Yan, let's make a bet today." "Yes." Su Yan nodded. His eyes were like torches, no longer showing the slightest trace of fear. When Sword Sage saw Su Yan's gaze, he nodded in appreciation. Then, he glanced at the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul and said, "Su Yan, the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul has not fully awakened yet. So, we still have a chance. If we wait until it awakens, then we won't have any chance at all. So, you have to make the best use of your time." "Yes." Su Yan nodded again. Then, he gripped the Ghost Howl sword in his hand and quickly circulated the cultivation technique in his body. When Sword Sage saw this, he said, "Su Yan, what you need to do now is to pry open the mouth of the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul and enter its stomach to find the fiend immortal ancient jade. Then, you can stop the fusion of the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul and the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul." "Yes." Su Yan nodded his head once again as his eyes glowed. Although the Fire Qilin had yet to awaken, an irresistible majestic aura was being emitted from its body as well as its gigantic head. But now, Su Yan no longer had a trace of fear when he looked at it. When Sword Sage finished speaking, he suddenly jumped and flew towards the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul. When Su Yan flew over, Sword Sage's voice sounded again, "Su Yan, remember, although the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul has not yet awakened, its body has already formed a barrier around its body. It contains a huge amount of power. You have to be careful." Bang! Just as Sword Sage finished speaking, a loud bang suddenly erupted. A fire dragon burst out from the lava pool and rushed towards Su Yan with a roar. "Go to hell." Su Yan did not have much time left. When he saw that the fire dragon was still causing trouble, he was instantly enraged. He let out a cold shout and a powerful force suddenly erupted from his body. The Ghost Howl sword in his hand slashed out horizontally. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out. Bang! The fire dragon exploded, turning into countless sparks that fell to the ground. Then, Su Yan's eyes turned. He raised the Ghost Howl sword in his hand and attacked the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul's huge mouth. Bang! Before Su Yan could get close, Su Yan suddenly felt a powerful energy surge towards him. A light barrier erupted and Su Yan was sent flying. "What's going on?" Su Yan was shocked. "Su Yan, this is the barrier emitted by the body of the Fire Kirin's devil soul. Therefore, you must break this barrier now. Remember, you must be fast. Otherwise, the more spirit energy the Fire Kirin's devil soul absorbs, the stronger this barrier will become. At that time, with your strength, you will not be able to break it." Sword Sage knew that Su Yan was surprised and explained to him. And Su Yan nodded his head. Once again, a resplendent glow appeared in his eyes. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to circulate rapidly. Gripping the ghost howl sword in his hand, a resplendent glow appeared. One sword to settle heaven and earth. Su Yan coldly shouted. His body suddenly rushed out and the ghost howl sword in his hand struck forward at the same time. Like a bolt of lightning, the sword light flickered and cut through the air, causing bursts of loud noises. Break! Su Yan shouted coldly. With a loud bang, a huge amount of energy suddenly surged up. Boom! Su Yan was sent flying. Poochie! His body rolled over and over, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan's body fell heavily to the ground. Su Yan suddenly frowned when he saw that the barrier in front of the fire Qilan devil's soul was completely fine. However, the glow in his eyes remained the same as it flashed with waves of bright light. His entire body suddenly shrunk as he looked at the fire Qilan devil's soul. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to circulate rapidly. A majestic amount of energy surged out and poured into the ghost howl sword. In an instant, countless rays of light burst out and a series of roars burst out. 9 dragons soul stealing. Su Yan bellowed as his body madly rushed forward once again. Bang! With a loud bang, a crack suddenly appeared on the seemingly indestructible fire Qilan devil's soul barrier. At the same time, Su Yan immediately felt a violent burning sensation surging towards him. Su Yan immediately felt as if his entire body was being burned by this scorching heat. Waves of tearing pain radiated from his body. Ah, the endless pain eroded Su Yan. Even with Su Yan's mental strength, he couldn't help but let out a low roar. Has the ice frost bloodline disappeared? Sword Sage frowned when he felt Su Yan's pain. Then, he saw the barrier beside the fire unicorn demon soul. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Su Yan, hang in there. Su Yan felt as though his entire body was on fire. The scorching pain that came from his heart directly burned Su Yan's consciousness. This kind of pain that was worse than death made Su Yan want to give up. However, Su Yan knew that he couldn't. Ah! Su Yan roared. The ghost howl sword that was about to leave his hand was once again held tightly by Su Yan. No. No, I can't give up, I can't, Su Yan roared furiously. His pupils suddenly turned and a ray of light gushed out. A ray of red light directly hit the barrier. At the same time, Su Yan's cultivation method quickly circulated. He held the ghost howl sword in his hand and pushed it forward. Bang! With a loud bang, the barrier of the fire Qilan's devil's soul finally cracked open. Poochie! The interior of Su Yan's body churned the moment the barrier was broken. Another mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from his mouth. His entire body swayed and fell to the ground. Su Yan. Sword Sage couldn't bear to see Su Yan like this. Su Yan might have just met Sword Sage. However, Sword Sage had accompanied Su Yan since the day he left the hidden sword tomb. Sword Sage had watched Su Yan grow. He had watched Su Yan work hard to become stronger. He had also saved Su Yan many times. Although Su Yan had just become his disciple today, Sword Sage had already recognized Su Yan as his disciple. Seeing him in such pain, Sword Sage couldn't bear it. Su Yan. Sword Sage was the founder of the hidden sword tomb. He had seen many things in his life. However, seeing Su Yan like this, his heart couldn't help but sink. Moss. Master, I'm fine. Su Yan heard Sword Sage's sorrowful voice. He endured the pain in his heart and slowly stood up. At this moment, Su Yan's body felt like it was on fire. His whole body was as red as a fireball. His eyes were bloodshot. Su Yan gritted his teeth and endured the burning pain in his body. He asked Sword Sage, Moss. Master, what should I do now? Sword Sage was the founder of the hidden sword tomb. He naturally knew how the heat in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda affected Su Yan, a one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. If it wasn't for Su Yan's amazing willpower, he would have died from the burning pain. However, Su Yan was still holding on. Sword Sage originally thought that he wouldn't be able to stop the fusion of the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul and Fire Qilin Demon Soul. However, when he saw the determination in Su Yan's red eyes, Sword Sage saw a glimmer of hope. Chapter 283. Remember, you have to be quick. Sword Sage gritted his teeth and said, his voice trembling. He was very clear about the pain Su Yan was enduring. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. However, Su Yan was still able to hold on. This was already a miracle among miracles. How could the hidden Sword Sage have the heart to ask him to break those stones as soon as possible? However, there was nothing he could do. After all, these stones were the spirit-absorbing array set up by the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul. If he didn't destroy them, Su Yan wouldn't be able to pry open the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's mouth. Therefore, he had no other choice. Hold on. Su Yan endured the immense pain in his body. He wanted to give up, but he knew that if he gave up now, all his efforts would be wasted. Therefore, he couldn't give up, he definitely couldn't. Su Yan roared as he endured the immense pain. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body suddenly circulated rapidly. Clenching the ghost howl sword in his hand, he slashed at one of the stones. Bang! With a loud sound, the stones suddenly broke into pieces. A smile involuntarily flashed across the corners of Su Yan's mouth. Just now, he was really afraid that these rocks would be as hard as the previous barrier. If that was the case, regardless of how strong Su Yan's willpower was, he would not be able to break through so many rocks. Pucci, at this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt the blood in his body churning. A stream of blood gushed out from his mouth. Su Yan's body went limp and fell to the ground. Su Yan. Sword Sage saw Su Yan in such a state and anxiously shouted. Cough, master, I'm fine. Su Yan coughed a few times and stood up from the ground again. At this moment, Su Yan's whole body was red, and his face was pale without a trace of blood. Only the skin on his face seemed to be constantly shedding. Su Yan, if you can't do it, just give up. When Sword Sage saw Su Yan in such a state, he couldn't bear to see him suffer any longer. This was because he knew very well that Su Yan's body had basically lost all of its defenses. The reason why he was able to hold on was because he was holding on with his last breath, relying on his strong will to persevere. Sword Sage was truly impressed by Su Yan's strong will. Sword Sage knew that even if he had lived for such a long time, he would not be able to match Su Yan's will. However, when Sword Sage saw Su Yan's painful appearance, he couldn't bear to see Su Yan persevere any longer. Furthermore, Su Yan's spirit energy had long been depleted. Even if Su Yan could break these stones, he wouldn't be able to pry open the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's mouth. In the end, Su Yan wouldn't be able to escape death. Furthermore, even if Su Yan could pry open the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's mouth and enter the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul's body, with Su Yan's current body, he wouldn't be able to escape death. Therefore, Sword Sage didn't want Su Yan to persevere. However, in the face of Sword Sage's persuasion, Su Yan only smiled faintly. His blood-red eyes were still filled with unswerving determination. Looking at the other stone beside him, he gritted his teeth and gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand. Enduring the intense pain in his body, he took a step forward. Bang! Another stone exploded. Seeing this, Sword Sage was moved. He gritted his teeth and said, Fine, Su Yan. Since you're so desperate, I, Hidden Sword, will fight with you today. As Sword Sage spoke, the remnant soul in Su Yan's mind suddenly erupted with a powerful force. This force instantly entered Su Yan's body. Su Yan couldn't help but be startled. Then, he felt Sword Sage's body gradually disappear. He was shocked. Master, you, ha ha ha. Seeing Su Yan's anxious expression, Sword Sage let out a hearty laugh. Su Yan, since you're so persistent, how can I, Hidden Sword, not help you as your master. But master. Su Yan felt Sword Sage's body becoming more and more blurry. His heart suddenly ached. How could Sword Sage not know Su Yan's meaning? He smiled and said, Su Yan, don't worry. I've only used up the last of my strength and fell into a coma. In the future, when your cultivation becomes stronger, I'll naturally absorb the spiritual energy in your body and recover. So Su Yan, you don't have to worry about me at all. Now, I'll use the last of my strength to help you. Although it won't be of much use, at least it can save you from the pain you're going through now. Su Yan, you must remember, you must be fast. Otherwise, when the fire unicorn demon soul awakens, everything you've done today will be in vain. After Sword Sage finished speaking, he completely disappeared. Su Yan also couldn't sense his existence. Su Yan's heart ached again, but he could feel that the pain in his body had lessened a lot. He immediately grasped the ghost howl's sword in his hand and gritted his teeth. I must break this fire unicorn demon's soul, I must. Su Yan gritted his teeth and his body suddenly surged. Patting his storage bag, he took out the scarlet parting sword case and quickly circulated the great sun-colored glass sword scripture. Break, Su Yan shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, several flying swords rushed out from the scarlet parting sword case and directly exploded at the stones. Bang! 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 After a few loud sounds, the stones were suddenly blown away. Seeing this scene, Su Yan finally showed a gratified smile, but soon this smile disappeared from Su Yan's face. Su Yan knew very well that this was only the first step to success. The real difficulty was still to come. He had to pry open the fire unicorn demon soul's mouth and enter its body to find the evil immortal ancient jade and extract it from its body. Only in this way could he prevent the fire unicorn from awakening and prevent a disaster from happening. Su Yan looked at the fire unicorn demon soul's tightly closed mouth and suddenly frowned. This fire unicorn demon soul was an existence that surpassed the sacred beast unicorn demon Qilin. Although it hadn't awakened yet, it was easy to pry open its mouth. What's more, Su Yan didn't have much spirit energy left in his body. After all, Su Yan was constantly fighting against the heat here. If it wasn't for Sword Sage's last bit of spirit energy, Su Yan would have died. Su Yan didn't know how long he could hold on with his willpower. No matter what, since I've already come this far, I have to give it a try. Su Yan looked at the fire unicorn demon soul's mouth and gritted his teeth. He immediately jumped up and attacked the fire unicorn demon soul's mouth with the ghost howl sword in his hand. His speed was as fast as lightning. The ghost howl sword in his hand instantly exploded with a powerful light. There was a loud bang. Su Yan directly hit the mouth of the fire Kirin's devil soul. When the formidable energy collided with the mouth of the fire Kirin's devil soul, it suddenly exploded. Su Yan's entire body was also sent flying under the rebound of this power. Puchi, Su Yan once again spat out a mouthful of blood. He was secretly shocked in his heart. This fire Qilin's devil soul is indeed powerful. Even though it has yet to awaken, its body alone is already so powerful. However, Su Yan wasn't afraid at all. He sneered and once again clenched the ghost howl sword in his hand and attacked. Lowly brat, you think you can ruin my plans? Just as Su Yan stood up, a dull voice suddenly echoed in the air. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. He frowned and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." "Huh, brat, I'm right in front of you." Just as Su Yan's voice fell, this voice sounded again. Su Yan was stunned again. Looking at the fire unicorn demon soul in front of him, he seemed to understand something. He frowned and pointed at the fire unicorn demon's soul and shouted, "Is it you, bastard?" Bastard, humph, lowly brat, I, the dignified demon sovereign myriad soul, was actually called a bastard. You're courting death. Just as Su Yan's voice fell, the voice suddenly became furious. At the same time, a huge fireball erupted from the fire unicorn demon soul's body and directly hit Su Yan. The fireball came with a ferocious momentum. As it tore through the void, a series of whistling sounds echoed in the entire ninth layer. Seeing this, Su Yan was shocked. His eyes moved and his body hurriedly retreated a few steps, narrowly avoiding the attack. At this time, the voice spoke again. "Brat, you have some skills. To have such a cultivation at the one-star celestial phase realm, you are a rare talent. If you surrender to this sovereign now, I might spare your life." Surrender. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. Then his eyes darkened and he shouted, "Don't even think about it. Today, I will definitely extract the fiend immortal ancient jade from your body." "You think you can?" When the fire unicorn demon's soul heard Su Yan's rejection, it immediately became furious and coldly shouted, "Brat, if you didn't stop me, I'm afraid I would have devoured the fire unicorn demon's soul long ago. I, the great demon's sovereign myriad soul, would have been reborn. And all of this is because of you. Do you think that I can still let you destroy me now?" The fire unicorn demon's soul's voice exploded again. At the same time, several fireballs erupted from the fire unicorn demon's soul's body. Although Su Yan didn't know who this self-proclaimed demon sovereign myriad soul was, Su Yan knew that no matter what, he had to stop the fire unicorn demon's soul from fusing with the fire unicorn demon's soul. Otherwise, if this demon sovereign myriad soul took control of the fire unicorn demon's soul, the 5 counties wouldn't be peaceful. Looking at the fireballs that kept coming, Su Yan clenched his teeth and quickly circulated the cultivation technique in his body. He coldly shouted, "Break." His body suddenly surged forward, and he directly slashed at one of the fireballs with his sword. Several fireballs were suddenly broken apart. When those fireballs disappeared, several fireballs suddenly surged out of the fire unicorn demon's soul's body. Seeing this, Su Yan frowned. Chapter 284. Hearing this voice, Su Yan frowned. Looking at the fireballs that kept coming out, a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. Su Yan was very clear about his body's current condition. Although he had the power from Sword Sage, after all, Sword Sage had saved Su Yan several times. He did not have much power left. In addition, Su Yan's injuries were too serious. Hidden Sword Sage's power couldn't hold on for long. If this fire Qilin devil's soul were to continuously erupt with fireballs, Su Yan would not even need to use these fireballs to attack, as he would die from the exhaustion of the spirit qi within his body. As Su Yan was thinking, the fireballs arrived in front of him. Su Yan suddenly frowned again. The great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body quickly circulated. His body leaped up and with a cold shout, the ghost howl sword in his hands suddenly slashed out horizontally. A powerful force burst out from the ghost howl sword, and a bright light surged out. With a bang, the fireballs were shattered, turning into countless sparks that fell to the ground. Su Yan launched a strike and was panting heavily. It was obvious that the spirit qi in his body was getting less and less. At this moment, the voice sounded again, "Ha ha ha, it's useless. Kid, don't think you can stop me." Following that, a few more fireballs surged out from its body. Su Yan frowned and hurriedly took a few steps back. "This won't do. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'll die of exhaustion before I can pry open the mouth of the fire Qilin devil's soul." Su Yan stared at the fireballs that were constantly surging towards him and frowned. "A mere one-star Emperor Tian Xiang wants to stop me? You're courting death." Seeing Su Yan's expression, the thousand-ghost demon's soul laughed arrogantly. "Ahaha, kid, if you surrender to me now, maybe I can spare your life. Otherwise, when I awaken, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." "Surrender? Don't even think about it." Su Yan snorted and snorted. In his mind, the word surrender did not exist. What an arrogant kid. A mere one-star Emperor Tian Xiang. I, the thousand-ghost demon soul, want you to surrender to me. This is the blessing of a lifetime. You're courting death. The thousand-ghost demon soul snorted. Suddenly, countless fireballs burst out from the fire unicorn demon soul's huge body. Su Yan was shocked. There are so many fireballs. With my current strength, I can't break them one by one. Even if I break them, the fireballs will continue to surge towards me. There is no chance at all. Su Yan looked at the fireballs that kept surging towards him, and his expression became increasingly gloomy. Is there really no other way? Su Yan's heart sank. His mind was spinning. Way, what way is there? Unfortunately, Su Yan didn't know anything about the fire unicorn demon soul. He had never heard of this 1,000-ghost demon soul before. How could he know how to deal with it? Su Yan wished that sword sage wasn't asleep. If he was, he would definitely think of a way to deal with the current situation. What way is there? Su Yan roared in his heart. When he looked at the mouth of the fire Qilance devil soul, he saw that there was a crack in its mouth. His eyes suddenly brightened. Master said that as long as I enter the fire unicorn demon soul's body and extract the celestial fiend jade, I can stop the 1,000-ghost demon soul from regenerating. Then, thinking of this, Su Yan's great sun-colored glazed sword scripture started to spin rapidly. Looking at the mouth of the fire Kirin devil soul, a burst of light suddenly surged in his eyes. Then a burst of majestic power was emitted from his body. Ha ha ha, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're overestimating yourself. When the self-proclaimed 1,000-ghost demon soul saw the power erupting from Su Yan's body, he laughed. Boy, it's useless. Don't make a pointless struggle. Just accept your death. Su Yan didn't care about the 1,000-ghost demon soul's laughter. His eyes continued to move and emitted a demonic blood-red light. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body spun rapidly. The spiritual energy in his blood vessels kept flowing into the pagoda sword. The moment the spiritual energy entered the pagoda sword suddenly emitted a bright golden light. As the light spread, a powerful force exploded. When the 1,000-ghost demon soul saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw the pagoda sword in Su Yan's hand, he was stunned. Then, he said in horror, the pagoda sword. How is this possible? How can the pagoda sword be in your hands? The pagoda sword. You're the successor of the pagoda sword sect. The 1,000-ghost demon soul was clearly afraid of the pagoda sword sect. When he saw the pagoda sword in Su Yan's hand, his voice trembled. Then, he became furious and shouted, the successor of the pagoda sword sect. Good, good. Looks like I'll have to get rid of you today. Bang, just as he finished speaking, there was a loud explosion. Countless fireballs erupted from the fire unicorn demon soul's body. The light from the fireballs lit up the entire 9th level of the supreme demon ancient pagoda. Su Yan didn't care about this at all. He stared at the mouth of the fire unicorn demon soul and continued to emit a scarlet light. Die, brat. The 1,000-ghost demon soul immediately burst into laughter when he saw the fireballs. So what if you're the successor of the pagoda sword sect? So what if you have the pagoda sword? You're still going to die at my hands today. Pagoda sword venerable, you probably didn't expect this. Thousands of years ago, you sealed me here. Now, the only successor of the pagoda sword sect is going to die here. The more the 1,000-ghost demon soul spoke, the prouder and crazier he became. Especially when he mentioned the pagoda sword sect, his voice sounded crazy. Brat, to be honest, I really have to thank you. If you didn't bring the fiendish immortal ancient jade and trigger a resonance with me, I might have been sealed here for the rest of my life. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Pagoda sword venerable, you probably didn't expect this. Su Yan didn't care about the 1,000-ghost demon soul's laughter. He stared at the mouth of the fire unicorn demon soul and the fireballs that were flying towards him. His spiritual energy was pushed to the limit. Just as one of the fireballs was about to hit him, Su Yan, who hadn't moved his body until now, finally moved. Now is the time. Su Yan coldly cried out. In an instant, his eyes turned and a bright glow erupted from his blood dragon eyes. His entire body was like a long rainbow as he leaped up. The Buddha sword, which was emitting a resplendent golden glow, shot forward and sliced through the air with a deafening boom. Bang! Zhao Fu's sword slammed into the first ball of fiery qi, resulting in a massive explosion as boundless fiery light shot out. Is it useful? When the myriad ghost demon master saw this, he laughed out loud again. Kid, just accept your death obediently. As the 1,000 ghost demon soul spoke, a fireball suddenly exploded towards Su Yan. The huge force suddenly exploded on Su Yan's body. When the 1,000 ghost demon soul saw this, he laughed even more mournfully. Pagoda sword venerable, this must be your last successor. I didn't expect you to die at my hands in the end. At this moment, myriad ghost demon sovereign saw the scene before him and his laughter came to an abrupt halt. When he saw the icy light surging from Su Yan's body, the 1,000 ghost demon soul was stunned. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. When Su Yan heard the 1,000 ghost demon soul's terrified expression, the corner of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. He looked at the fire unicorn demon soul's mouth and narrowed his eyes. Success or failure depends on this. As he spoke, Su Yan's body suddenly became like a bolt of lightning. He tightly gripped the pagoda sword in his hand and charged forward. When the 1,000 ghost demon soul heard Su Yan's words, he was furious. He roared, "Brat, do you think this is enough? Die!" With this roar, countless fireballs suddenly erupted from the fire unicorn demon soul's body and rapidly smashed towards Su Yan. Success or failure depends on this. Success or failure depends on this. When Su Yan saw this, his expression didn't change at all. He was still cold and emotionless. Only his eyes, which were staring at the fire unicorn demon soul's mouth, kept emitting waves of resplendent light. At this moment, bang, suddenly, countless fireballs exploded on Su Yan's body. The black ice divine shield on Su Yan's body was instantly blasted apart. A searing pain exploded from Su Yan's body. Su Yan couldn't help but roar in pain. His entire body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. Die! At this moment, the 1,000 ghost demon soul roared again and countless fireballs exploded on Su Yan's body. Su Yan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Just now, when he used the black ice divine shield to block those fireballs, he had exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body. Now, Su Yan was already at his wit's end. Under the attack of the fireballs, Su Yan's entire body suddenly tottered. Waves of searing pain constantly surged in his body, constantly eroding Su Yan's body. Brat, let's see how you struggle. Seeing this, the 1,000 ghost demon soul sneered and roared, "Die!" Then, a few more fireballs directly flew towards Su Yan's body. Su Yan's entire body suddenly tumbled. It was as if his body was being torn apart, and all his tendons and veins were burning. Even with his strong willpower, he could not help but let out a low roar. Even so, Su Yan still clenched his teeth and persevered. "No. I can't lose here like this. No, I definitely can't. Good brat, you're still not dead. Let's see how long you can last." Chapter 285. Bang, countless fireballs exploded on Su Yan's body, and the intense pain instantly spread to every nerve in Su Yan's body. Su Yan's entire body felt like it was about to burn. Su Yan also let out a low roar in pain. However, his eyes were still surging with a resplendent glow. Success. Success or failure will depend on this. Su Yan clenched his teeth and suddenly shouted. Ignoring the fireballs, he exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body and directly attacked the fire unicorn demon soul's big mouth with the Buddha sword. His speed was as fast as lightning, and under the cover of the countless fireballs, he directly passed through. Bang, the Buddha sword instantly hit the fire unicorn demon soul's big mouth, and suddenly a loud explosion sounded. After receiving such a heavy blow, the myriad ghost demon ancestor couldn't help but let out a cry of grief. The arrogant voice from before also turned into shock. "How is this possible? How is this possible? You're just a one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. How can you?" Although the myriad ghost demon ancestor didn't believe it, the fire unicorn demon soul's big mouth had already been pried open by Su Yan. The moment the mouth was pried open, the surrounding fireballs also disappeared. When Su Yan saw this scene, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a light smile. With a bang, his entire body fell onto the ground. Although the fireballs had disappeared, Su Yan had received too many attacks just now. Now, Su Yan's body didn't have a single piece of intact flesh, and his clothes were also burned to ashes. Did it work? Seeing the fire unicorn demon soul's pried open mouth, Su Yan felt a gratified smile in his heart. However, at this moment, the myriad ghost demon ancestor's voice sounded again. Haha, good boy, I really underestimated you. You actually made me open my mouth with willpower. Not bad. But do you think it will work? Ha, don't forget, even if you pry open your mouth, you still won't be able to extract the ancient jade of the fiendish immortal. You still won't be able to resist the rebirth of my 10,000 ghosts demon lord. What? When Su Yan heard myriad ghost demon sovereign's words, his entire body froze. His muddle-headed will suddenly sobered up at this moment. That's right, the 1,000 ghosts archdevil was right. Although he had pried open the 1,000 ghosts archdevil's mouth, he still couldn't extract the ancient jade of the evil immortal from the 1,000 ghosts archdevil's body. He still couldn't stop the 1,000 ghosts archdevil from regenerating. Everything he had done today was in vain. No, I can't fall like this. Su Yan was on the verge of fainting, but when he heard myriad ghost demon sovereign's words, his mind moved. He forcefully supported his broken body and struggled to stand up. Unfortunately, Su Yan's injuries were too serious. Just as he stood up, his knees went soft, and he fell to the ground again. When myriad ghost demon sovereign saw Su Yan like this, he laughed loudly and said, "Ahaha, lowly brat, stop struggling. You can't stop me." Hearing myriad ghost demon sovereign's words, Su Yan didn't know why, but anger suddenly surged in his heart. This anger surged in Su Yan's heart and stimulated the will in his heart. No, I must stop it, I must. Su Yan roared in his heart, and a bright light suddenly surged in his eyes. With a loud bang, a majestic spirit energy suddenly surged in Su Yan's body. Roar, a dragon's roar reverberated, and Su Yan's entire body was suddenly torn apart, turning into a dragon. What's going on? When myriad ghost demon sovereign saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. Just as he was in a daze, another mighty dragon's roar reverberated. Following that, a bright light surged, and Su Yan's entire body suddenly drilled into the fire unicorn demon soul's body. The moment Su Yan entered the fire unicorn demon soul's body, myriad ghost demon sovereign suddenly let out a sorrowful cry. No. Impossible, how can I, myriad ghost demon sovereign, be destroyed by a mere one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator? No. Absolutely impossible. As myriad ghost demon sovereign roared, a bright light suddenly surged in the fire unicorn demon soul's body, and a majestic power directly exploded towards Su Yan. Su Yan was already exhausted. He had only succeeded in transforming into a dragon by sheer willpower. When the majestic power attacked, Su Yan wanted to dodge, but the space inside the fire unicorn demon soul was small to begin with, and Su Yan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Bang! All of a sudden, Su Yan's entire dragon body was blasted away. Brat, you forced me to do this, you forced me to do this. When Su Yan's body was blown out of the fire unicorn demon soul's body, myriad ghost demon sovereign suddenly laughed sinisterly. Brat, if you didn't stop me, how could I, myriad ghost demon sovereign, have spent 1,000 years of my cultivation? You forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. As myriad ghost demon sovereign roared, the fire Qilint's body that had been in a daze all this time suddenly moved. Its 4 huge limbs fell down. Bang! The entire supreme demon ancient tower trembled. A surge of majestic power suddenly surged forth. Pucci, under the pressure of this power, Su Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Die! Myriad ghost demon sovereign roared, and the fire Qilint's body suddenly pounced towards Su Yan. Its 4 huge limbs trampled on Su Yan's body. Bang! Su Yan's entire body was suddenly trampled into a pulp. A strand of soul rushed out of Su Yan's body. When the fire unicorn demon's soul saw this, it couldn't help but be stunned. Then, a raging fire rushed out of its nose and it shouted, "Brat, you're only at the one-star celestial phase realm, but you've actually condensed a soul. Interesting. Today, I'll kill you to vent the hatred in my heart. Now, I'll devour your soul." Hearing this voice, the fire unicorn demon's soul suddenly opened its mouth wide, wanting to devour Su Yan's soul. "Myriad ghost demon sovereign, you stole my soul. It's time to repay it." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the fire unicorn demon's soul's body. "What?" Myriad ghost demon sovereign was stunned. Whoosh! At this moment, a bright light surged out, and the fiend immortal ancient jade burst out from its body. The fiend immortal ancient jade was no longer the same as before. Its entire body was scarlet red, and it constantly shone with a bright light. At the moment when the light shone, with a loud bang, the fiend immortal ancient jade exploded, and a huge body surged out. It was the fire Qilin demon beast that was similar to the fire unicorn demon soul. Fire Qilin. Although the myriad ghost demon sovereign had the body of a fire Qilin, he couldn't help but tremble when he saw the fire Qilin. "Myriad ghost demon sovereign, you destroyed my body thousands of years ago. Now, it's time for you to pay for it." The fire Qilin demon's soul roared, and the raging flames around its body suddenly burst out, directly colliding with the fire unicorn demon's soul. The fire unicorn demon's soul roared, but it wasn't in a hurry. It opened its huge claws and attacked the fire Qilin demon's soul. With a loud bang, a huge surge of energy surged, illuminating the surrounding darkness as if it was daytime. The fire unicorn demon's soul took a few steps back, and the myriad ghost demon sovereign inside its body said in astonishment, "Fire Qilin, how can you be reborn? No, how is this possible? Your demon soul is under my control. How can you be reborn?" Hearing his words, the fire Qilin demon's soul roared and laughed. "Huh, myriad ghost demon sovereign, you didn't expect this, right? I forgot to tell you, when you controlled me, I already left a trace of my demon soul in your demon soul. In addition, for thousands of years, I've been constantly absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, and devouring spiritual stones in the world. Naturally, I can be reborn. However, I actually have to thank you, myriad ghost demon sovereign. If you hadn't expended so much energy fighting that punk, I wouldn't have been your match." But now, the fire Qilin demon's soul sneered, and directly collided with the fire unicorn demon's soul. Although this body actually belonged to the fire Qilin, the fire Qilin did not hesitate. At the moment of impact, it released all its strength. Be it the soul or the body, they were all born from the fire Qilin, and they were all sacred beasts. The strength of the two was enough to destroy the world. As the intense battle broke out in the 9th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, it immediately caused the entire monster palace to shake. The disciples cultivating in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda immediately sensed the powerful energy, and one by one, they left the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. All the upper echelons of the monster palace were gathered here. Elder Li Tianyi frowned when he sensed the majestic energy fluctuations in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. He wasn't the only one. All the disciples were the same. Of course, there were also some disciples who were angry. This person was none other than Murong Fu, who wanted to kill Su Yan. Murong Fu had been stunned by Su Yan's powerful defense on the 7th level. And because he was stunned, Murong Fu's killing intent towards Su Yan grew even stronger. He was cultivating in seclusion on the 8th level, constantly absorbing the spiritual energy in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Needless to say, Murong Fu was truly a genius of his generation. In just a few days, he had touched the bottleneck of the 7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. And he was about to break through to the 8th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Suddenly, a majestic energy came from the bottom of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. The strength of the energy was beyond imagination. It scared Murong Fu so much that he immediately ran out of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. This also caused him to fail in his attempt to break through to the 8th level. Looking at the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda that was still surging, How could he not be angry? Elderly, what is going on? Murong Fu was angry, so he naturally didn't hold back when speaking to Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi was also frustrated by this matter. When he heard Murong Fu's tone, he frowned and shouted, I will naturally deal with this matter. There's no need for you to worry. Chapter 286. Please ask the palace master to come out. The others didn't think much of it. After all, they didn't know that the Princess of Chu had died. However, Macario Ice and the others who were standing to the side trembled. A sinister smile appeared on Ming Ruofeng's face. When Li Tianyi heard this, he frowned. This was because he could feel the power fluctuating in the Supreme Demon Ancient Tower. It wasn't something he could resist. With such a big matter happening, it was reasonable to ask the palace master for help. Although he also felt that it was reasonable to ask the Princess of Chu to come out, his expression was still gloomy. He didn't favor Murong Fu at all. He glanced at him and said coldly, Murong Fu, even if you want to ask the palace master, I should be the one to inform him. It's not up to a disciple like you to make the decision. You, Murong Fu looked at Li Tianyi. He, who was already suppressing his anger, became even more furious. For him, in the entire monster palace, other than the Princess of Chu, there was also the celestial pig demon king, Luo Yaofeng. In the entire supreme demon palace, there was not a single person that he could take a fancy to. So what if he was a disciple? His strength was at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm. He was only one level lower than Li Tianyi, so he was naturally dissatisfied with Li Tianyi. However, looking at the light emitted from Li Tianyi's eyes, Murong Fu chose to endure. Li Tianyi, just you wait. As long as I break through the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm, I will be able to replace your position. Murong Fu sneered in his heart. He looked at Li Tianyi and nodded. He said with an evil smile, Okay, Li Tianyi. Since you want to inform the palace master, go quickly. Don't delay my cultivation. Humph, Li Tianyi was too lazy to argue with Murong Fu. He snorted and was about to inform the Princess of Chu. Chu Linger's heart trembled when she saw this. She hurriedly stepped forward to stop Li Tianyi and said, Elderly, you can't. My mother is in a critical period of secluded cultivation. It's inconvenient to disturb her with this matter. Chu Linger was the daughter of the Princess of Chu, and Chu Linger was also very talented. Although the Princess of Chu did not announce Chu Linger as the successor of the Monster Palace, in many people's hearts, the Princess of Chu was the next palace master. Now that she had stepped out, her words naturally carried some weight. When Li Tianyi heard Chu Linger's words, his brows furrowed. For a moment, he didn't know how to decide. Although Chu Linger was the daughter of the Princess of Chu, because of the Princess of Chu's protection, Chu Linger had never cared about the Monster Palace. After the Princess of Chu passed away, Su Yan directly took over the position of Palace Master. Chu Linger had always ignored the matters of the Monster Palace. Now that she encountered this matter, Chu Linger had no confidence in her heart. Seeing that all the disciples were looking at her, she, who was naturally thin-skinned, couldn't help but blush. Junior Sister Chu, this matter is of great importance. I think it's better to ask the Princess of Chu to come out and preside over it. At this moment, Ming Ruofeng, who was standing next to her, suddenly spoke. Ming Ruofeng, what do you mean by this? Hearing Ming Ruofeng's words, Macario Ice and the others couldn't help but have a burst of anger on their faces. After all, Ming Ruofeng knew that the Princess of Chu had passed away. Now that he proposed to see the Princess of Chu at this juncture, wasn't he causing trouble? When Ming Ruofeng heard Macario Ice and the others questioning, he smiled coldly and didn't answer. Seeing Ming Ruofeng like this, Chu Linger also frowned slightly. She glared at Ming Ruofeng and shouted, Ming Ruofeng, I already said that my mother is in seclusion, and it's not convenient to disturb her. What do you mean by this? Seclusion? I don't think so. Ming Ruofeng smiled coldly. Although he didn't directly say the truth of the matter, the expression on his face had a different charm, and it couldn't help but make people suspicious. Don't forget, the people here today are all the geniuses of the Supreme Demon Palace. Seeing Ming Ruofeng's expression, Li Tianyi also frowned. Looking at the anxious eyes of Chu Linger, Macario Ice, and the others, he had some doubts in his heart. Although the Princess of Chu has handed over all the major and minor matters in the palace to me, with the Princess of Chu's personality, she has never been in seclusion for such a long time. Could it be that the Princess of Chu is seriously injured? Thinking of this, Li Tianyi's body suddenly trembled. After all, the entire monster palace was now supported by the Princess of Chu alone. If the Princess of Chu was really seriously injured, the Pig Sky Monster King and Luo Yaofeng would definitely take this opportunity to fight back. If these two people fought back, then the monster palace would definitely be reshuffled. At that time, not only would he lose his position as an elder, but he might also lose his life. Thinking of this, Li Tianyi's body suddenly trembled. Seeing that everyone was still arguing, Li Tianyi suddenly shouted, "All right, stop arguing. I'll naturally investigate this matter. It's not up to you to worry. For now, the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda will be temporarily sealed. I'll make a decision after I'm done with it." After Li Tianyi finished speaking, a majestic spiritual power surged in his body, emitting a majestic aura. He shouted, "I've made this decision today. If anyone dares to cause trouble behind my back, don't blame me for being rude." With that said, Li Tianyi waved his hand and sealed the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Everyone was shocked by Elder Li Tianyi's stance. After all, Li Tianyi's strength was obvious to everyone. Now, he was the great elder of Monster Palace. Even Murong Fu did not dare to offend him, let alone them. All the disciples looked at the sealed Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda and were somewhat disappointed. However, after all, everyone had felt the majestic power inside. Thinking about it now, they still felt some lingering fear. Not daring to act rashly, they shook their heads and dispersed. Chu Linger, Macario Ice, and Ratley walked together. The three of them knew the truth of the matter. At this moment, the three of them were frowning. Especially Chu Linger. After all, she was the daughter of Princess Chu. Although she had not taken over the Monster Palace, she had always treated the Monster Palace as her home. Moreover, the Monster Palace was her mother's life's work. She was also the most worried about this matter. While worrying, Chu Linger suddenly thought of something. Looking at the moving crowd, she raised her head and asked Macario Ice, "Senior Brother Mu, did you see Junior Brother Su today?" Su Yen. When Macario Ice heard Chu Linger's words, he was first taken aback. Then, he shook his head and said, "I really didn't see Su Yen today." Chu Linger immediately cast her gaze at Ratley. When she saw Ratley shaking his head, she immediately felt worried. She muttered softly, "Junior Brother Su, could something have happened to him? If I'm not wrong, Su Yen has probably died in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda." Just as Chu Linger was worrying, a voice suddenly came from the horizon. Following that, Ming Ruofeng's figure appeared in front of the three of them. "What are you doing here?" Because of Ming Ruofeng's words earlier, the three of them had long held a grudge against Ming Ruofeng in their hearts. When they saw him come out, their expressions couldn't help but sink. When Chu Linger heard his words, she rebuked him angrily, "Ming Ruofeng, what nonsense are you spouting? Junior Brother Su is clearly fine. Who said that he has died?" Ming Ruofeng was not angry at Chu Linger's rebuke. Instead, he smiled and said, "Am I spouting nonsense? That day, when you were cultivating in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda, you saw Su Yen enter with your own eyes. However, did you see him come out today?" When Ming Ruofeng said that, Chu Linger and company's hearts sank. "No, that's impossible." Chu Linger's face was filled with sadness. When Ming Ruofeng saw this, he smiled and said, "Junior Sister Chu, I once said that if Su Yan's strength exceeded mine, I would naturally be able to help him. However, it seems that he does not have that strength. So what do you want?" Macario Ice was alarmed when he heard Ming Ruofeng's words. He looked at him warily. "I don't want anything." Ming Ruofeng maintained his devilish smile. His eyes flashed slightly as he said with a smile, "I'm just thinking that since Su Yen has died, shouldn't the position of palace lord be chosen again? No. No. When Ming Ruofeng said that, Chu Linger immediately roared angrily. She shouted, Ming Ruofeng, don't spout nonsense. Su Yan can't be dead. It's impossible. As Chu Linger spoke, tears slid down her gentle and beautiful face. Her sorrowful expression caused others to feel pity for her. In the Eastern Palace, several male disciples fancied Chu Linger. This included Ming Ruofeng. When Ming Ruofeng saw the relationship between Chu Linger and Su Yan in the demonic blood cave, he was jealous. Furthermore, Su Yan had taken over the position of palace lord. This made Ming Ruofeng even more unhappy. Therefore, when Ming Ruofeng knew that Su Yan had died in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda, he was not sad at all. Instead, he was happy. He only saw the woman he loved crying for someone else. Ming Ruofeng could not help but feel angry. He shouted, Junior Sister Chu, don't be silly. Su Yan is already dead. He's dead. No, that's impossible. Chu Linger kept shaking her head and said, that's impossible. Su Yan can't be dead. He can't be. I want to find him. I want to find him. Chu Linger cried. She suddenly thought of something and ran out of the door. Chu Linger. Ming Ruofeng immediately shouted and stopped Chu Linger. He glared at her and shouted, Chu Linger, are you really going to give up the entire monster palace for a man like him? What do you mean by that? When Chu Linger heard Ming Ruofeng's words, she was immediately stunned. When Ming Ruofeng saw that Chu Linger had finally calmed down, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He revealed a sinister smile and said, I don't mean anything. I'm just thinking of Monster Palace. Thinking of Monster Palace. When Chu Linger heard Ming Ruofeng's words, she could not help but sneer. Ming Ruofeng, you nearly exposed yourself today. Do you think you're thinking of Monster Palace? Exposed? Ming Ruofeng sneered and said, I naturally have my plans. Of course, as long as Junior Sister Chu is willing. Ming Ruofeng, don't even think about it. Chapter 287. Ming Ruofeng, you said that Su Yan died in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Have you seen him? The person who came was none other than Dong Qinghao, who knew the truth of the matter. Ming Ruofeng, you said Su Yan died in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Dong Qinghao stared at Ming Ruofeng with a cynical expression on his face. However, his tone of voice was firm and powerful. Dong Qinghao. Ming Ruofeng frowned when he saw Dong Qinghao. When he heard Dong Qinghao's words, he could not help but snort coldly. Dong Qinghao, although I did not see Su Yan lose his life in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda, you do not have the right to enter the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda this time. What do you know? I don't know. Dong Qinghao smiled and said, I really don't know. However, I believe that Su Yan will not die. Ha ha ha. Ming Ruofeng suddenly laughed when he heard Dong Qinghao's words. I believe you. What a joke. Su Yan went to the 7th level of the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda alone and was severely injured by Murong Fu. Then, he entered the 8th level. Dong Qinghao, although you haven't obtained the right to enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda, I'm sure you know how powerful the heat is. You're at the 8th level, a 1-star Celestial Ascension stage cultivator, and you're seriously injured. Do you think you still have a chance to live? What? These people were no less familiar with the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda than anyone else. They naturally knew how powerful the scorching energy within the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was. When they thought about how Su Yan had actually entered the 8th level, they could not help but be stunned. Even Dong Qinghao's body trembled. However, it was impossible for Dong Qinghao to accept this. He rolled his eyes and a bright light surged in them. He sneered, Ming Ruofeng, no matter what, I absolutely believe that Su Yan is not dead. He is not dead, foolish child. Ming Ruofeng was almost angered to death by Dong Qinghao. He turned his head and ignored Dong Qinghao. Instead, he turned to Chu Linger and said, Junior Sister Chu, I hope you think carefully and make plans for the Monster Palace. Now that Su Yan has fallen, the position of palace master is empty. Now that Monster Palace has encountered such a huge incident, how long do you think Palace Master Chu's matter can be hidden? If things fail, I'm afraid the entire Monster Palace will be in chaos. At that time, let alone the Supreme Monster Palace falling into the hands of others, I'm afraid that even the other 2 sects within the 5 countries will come looking for us. Don't forget, the Supreme Monster Palace has always been a taboo in this world. Junior Sister Chu, could it be that you really want the Supreme Demon Palace to walk down this path? It was clear that Ming Ruofeng's words were very persuasive. They directly penetrated Chu Linger's heart. Chu Linger had feelings for Su Yan. This was true. However, Chu Linger also had deep feelings for Monster Palace. After all, Monster Palace was Chu Linger's home. Home. Su Yan, the more Chu Linger thought about it, the sadder she became. Her face was already full of tears. When Dong Qinghao saw this scene, he immediately shouted angrily, Ming Ruofeng, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm talking nonsense. Ming Ruofeng sneered and shouted, Dong Qinghao, you and the others should stop lying to yourselves. If Palace Master Chu's matter is exposed, you should all know what kind of suffering Monster Palace will suffer. Although Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, and Ratli all hated Ming Ruofeng, they had to admit that what Ming Ruofeng said was true. If the matter of Princess Chu's death was exposed, then the entire Monster Palace would be in danger. They didn't even dare to imagine it. Fine, fine. Ming Ruofeng, even if what you said makes sense, you're only at the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm. I'd like to hear how you're going to save Monster Palace. Dong Qinghao's heart was filled with anger. The frivolous smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a sense of dignity. Save it. Ming Ruofeng had obviously already thought of a way. When he heard Dong Qinghao's words, his eyes couldn't help but greedily look at Chu Linger. He licked his lips and said, it's actually very simple. As long as Junior Sister Chu is willing to think for Monster Palace, everything will be fine. Although Chu Linger's heart was filled with sorrow, she knew how important this matter was. She forcefully suppressed the sorrow in her heart and looked at Ming Ruofeng, saying, you tell me. When Ming Ruofeng saw Chu Linger's expression, he knew that his plan would most likely succeed. Immediately, an evil smile appeared on his face. It's actually very simple. Junior Sister Chu, you should know about the Supreme Monster Ancient Pond in Monster Palace, right? Supreme Monster Ancient Pond. Chu Linger was momentarily stunned. Then, a sharp light flashed in her eyes as she shouted, Ming Ruofeng, how do you know about the Supreme Monster Ancient Pond? Junior Sister Chu, don't worry about how I know about the Supreme Monster Ancient Pond. It's fine as long as you know about it. When everyone heard Ming Ruofeng's words, they didn't interrupt. They all looked at him, wanting to see what he would say. Seeing that no one reacted, Ming Ruofeng smiled evilly. He glanced at everyone and continued, then everyone should know that my Ming clan's previous life was the Supreme Monster Water Spirit clan, right? Hurry up and say it. Dong Qinghao urged impatiently. However, Ming Ruofeng wasn't in a hurry. He smiled and said, since everyone knows that I'm from the Supreme Monster Water Spirit clan, then you should also know that Junior Sister has the bloodline of the Water Spirit clan, right? Ming Ruofeng, what are you trying to do? When Dong Qinghao heard Ming Ruofeng's words and thought about the Supreme Monster Ancient Pond, he immediately realized something. Anger surged in his eyes as the spiritual energy in his body surged. When Ming Ruofeng saw Dong Qinghao's strength, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he smiled and said, not bad, not bad. Dong Qinghao, you couldn't enter the Supreme Monster Ancient Pagoda to cultivate this time, but you're able to step into the quasi-spiritual sea realm. As expected of the bloodline of the Dongqing clan, your cultivation speed is really fast. But even so, you're still not my match. Ming Ruofeng shouted coldly. Suddenly, the cultivation technique in his body followed and a majestic spiritual energy surged. Rank 5 Spiritual Sea Realm. The few of them couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this. Ming Ruofeng looked at their shocked expressions and smiled, that's right. I'm now at the rank 5 spiritual sea realm. So, as long as junior sister Chu is willing to enter the supreme monster ancient pond to cultivate with me, then breaking through to the spiritual sea realm is just around the corner. Cultivate with him. Chu Linger thought that Ming Ruofeng had some ideas. When she heard him talking about cultivating with her, her face immediately flushed red. At the same time, she was a little angry. Ming Ruofeng was using this to threaten her to cultivate with him. Dong Qinghao and the others were also furious. They pointed at Ming Ruofeng and shouted, "Ming Ruofeng, you're shameless. You're using such methods to force junior sister Chu." I'm shameless. Ming Ruofeng heard their words and was also furious. Junior sister Chu, you already know my feelings for you. My Ming clan and your Chu clan are both from the Supreme Monster Water Spirit clan. I used to believe that Palace Master Chu would definitely betroth you to me. Only when I, Ming Ruofeng, cultivate with you will the best results be achieved. So, in the Monster Palace, no matter if it was Qin Luo or anyone else, I was not afraid at all. Because I knew in my heart that you, Chu Linger, would be mine one day. The more Ming Ruofeng spoke, the more agitated he became. His entire body trembled slightly. But who would have thought that Palace Master Chu would betroth you to Su Yan? And you, too. I hate you the most. You, Chu Linger, have only known Su Yan for a few months, but you've already developed feelings for him. What's even more hateful is that Princess Chu even betrothed the position of Palace Master to Su Yan, a mere Saint Bloodline Realm warrior. I can't accept this. I, Ming Ruofeng, can't accept this. How am I inferior to Su Yan? Be it strength or bloodline, how am I inferior to him? Why did all of you choose him? In the Blood Demon Cave, I chose to endure because I knew that Su Yan, a mere Saint Bloodline Realm warrior, would not be able to support the entire Monster Palace. I was waiting for the day of his death. Now, I've finally waited. I've waited. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. As Ming Ruofeng spoke, he began to laugh loudly. His cold expression suddenly became ferocious. He looked at Chu Linger and said, "So, junior sister Chu, if you really care about the Monster Palace, you can only agree with me. Only when you and I dual cultivate can our strength soar quickly. Right now, I am in the 5th level spiritual sea realm. If I enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool and dual cultivate with you, I will definitely reach the peak of the spiritual sea realm. And you, junior sister Chu, can also enter the spiritual sea realm. When that time comes, who will be a match for the two of us? The entire Monster Palace will fall into our hands again." No one knew that Ming Ruofeng had hidden his feelings so deeply. Even Chu Linger did not know that Ming Ruofeng had such deep feelings for her. Moreover, he had already planned this from the beginning. She could not help but secretly sigh at Ming Ruofeng's shrewdness. Even so, Chu Linger still did not have any feelings for Ming Ruofeng. Instead, she felt that he was even more shameless and annoying. Annoying, shameless, Chu Linger looked at Ming Ruofeng and could not help but feel a little angry. However, although she was angry, Chu Linger also knew that what Ming Ruofeng said was the truth. If her mother's matter was exposed, the entire Monster Palace would definitely fall into an irrecoverable crisis. This was probably the only way to solve this problem. As she thought about it, Chu Linger's heart could not help but sink. Her eyes surged with a pear blossom. When Dong Qinghao, Macariu Ice, and Ratli saw Chu Linger like this, they could not help but feel a burst of anger in their hearts. They pointed at Ming Ruofeng and shouted, "Ming Ruofeng, you despicable and shameless fellow. I will kill you today. Kill me." When Ming Ruofeng heard the three of them, he suddenly laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, you want to kill me with just the three of you? You overestimate yourselves." Chapter 288. Shameless. When Dong Qinghao, Macariu Ice, and Ratli heard Ming Ruofeng's words, they couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. With a roar, the three of them attacked Ming Ruofeng at the same time. Although the three of them had feelings for Chu Linger, they had chosen Chu Linger. However, after Chu Ling chose Su Yan, they only wished the two of them well. Now, they only treated Chu Ling, as their junior sister. How could they have such dirty thoughts like Ming Ruofeng? Now that they saw Ming Ruofeng's shamelessness, how could they not be angry? With just the three of you? Ming Ruofeng saw the three of them attacking him, but there was no fear on his face. Instead, a gloomy and evil aura burst out. At the same time, he circulated the cultivation technique in his body. Suddenly, a majestic spirit chi surged out. With a move of his body, he leaped up like a bolt of lightning, directly dodging the attacks of the three people. The moment his body leaped up, a powerful surge of energy suddenly surged out. The three of you want to kill me? Courting death. Ming Ruofeng shouted angrily. Suddenly, he waved his hand and a powerful force swept out. Be careful. When Dong Qinghao and the other two saw this scene, they were stunned. They hurriedly circulated the cultivation technique and quickly retreated. The three of them were extremely fast, but unfortunately, Rat Li's strength was too low. He was hit by Ming Ruofeng's force. Bang! With a loud sound, his whole body was directly sent flying. Poochie! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out from Rat Li's mouth. Rat Li, Dong Qinghao and Macariu Ice hurriedly went to check on Rat Li's injuries. I'm fine. Kill this bastard. Rat Li stood up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were surging with anger. Dong Qinghao and Macariu Ice looked at each other and nodded. At the same time, they took out their weapons and looked at Ming Ruofeng with killing intent in their eyes. Do the three of you really want to die? If so, don't blame me for not caring about the past. Ming Ruofeng saw that the three of them were unwilling to give up, and his face was also surging with anger. Love from the past. The three of them sneered at the same time and completely ignored Ming Ruofeng. Perhaps they were once disciples of the Eastern Palace and had some feelings for each other. However, these feelings had long been destroyed after Ming Ruofeng's words. Now, the three of them only wanted to get rid of this despicable Ming Ruofeng. How could they still have any feelings for him? Die! The three of them shouted angrily and charged towards Ming Ruofeng again. Good, very good. Since you want to die, don't blame me for not fulfilling your wish. Ming Ruofeng looked at the three of them attacking and roared angrily. The cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated and a bright light surged. The light overflowed and at the same time, a majestic power erupted. It reverberated in the air and produced a series of whistling sounds. Ever since the fall of Qin Luo, Ming Ruofeng could be said to be the strongest disciple of the Eastern Palace. In addition, after entering the ancient demon pagoda to cultivate, Ming Ruofeng had broken through the fourth stage and stepped into the fifth stage of the Spirit Sea realm. His strength was even more different from before. As for Dong Qinghao, Shu Li, and Mu Lubing, although they had made some progress during this period of time, they were still quite strong. However, the strongest of the three was only Macariu Ice, who was only at the third stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Dong Qinghao was at the Quasi-Spirit Sea realm, and Rat Li was at the 5-star Celestial Phenomenon realm. The three of them combined were not enough to catch up to Ming Ruofeng. Soon, injuries appeared on the three of them. Chu Linger's face was already full of pear blossoms when she saw this scene. Her heart ached. Everyone present had a good relationship with her in the past. She could not bear to see any of them injured because of this. Of course, this was still secondary. The one she felt the most heartache for was Su Yan. Thinking about Su Yan's death, Chu Linger's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Furthermore, these things had happened in the Monster Palace, which made her even more anxious. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound was heard. Dong Qinghao, Ming Ruofeng, and Rat Li were all sent flying by Ming Ruofeng's move. Ming Ruofeng immediately took advantage of the situation and looked at Rat Li as he shouted, "Humph! A mere celestial phenomenon realm cultivator dares to go against me. I'll kill you first." As he spoke, Ming Ruofeng suddenly smashed towards Rat Li's head. When Chu Linger saw this scene, her pupils suddenly constricted. She bit her lips and shouted, "Stop, Ming Ruofeng, stop right now." When Ming Ruofeng heard Chu Linger's cry, he stopped what he was doing. Ming Ruofeng, I promise you. Chu Linger said to Ming Ruofeng as her entire body trembled. When she finished speaking, the tears in her eyes were like a broken thread that continuously slid down her soft and beautiful skin. Promise me, Junior Chu. You've finally promised me. When Ming Ruofeng heard Chu Linger's words, he immediately laughed happily. He was so excited that he directly hugged Chu Linger. Junior Chu, you're mine. You're mine. Chu Linger allowed Ming Ruofeng to hug her as her expression became extremely gloomy. She said coldly, Ming Ruofeng, I can promise you, but I'll have to wait 3 days before I can enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool with you. Okay. Junior Chu, as long as you're willing, anything is fine. Ming Ruofeng said with a laugh. Okay. When Chu Linger heard Ming Ruofeng's words, she nodded. Then, she looked at Ming Ruofeng and said coldly, Ming Ruofeng, you can leave now. I hope you won't harass me in these 3 days. Also, you have to hide the fact that my mother has died. Otherwise, even if I, Chu Linger, am destroyed along with the monster palace, you won't be able to touch a single finger of mine. Okay. I'll promise you anything. Ming Ruofeng looked greedily at Chu Linger and kept nodding. When Chu Linger saw Ming Ruofeng's gaze, she felt a surge of anger in her heart. She shouted, then why aren't you leaving now? After all, she'll be mine in 3 days. I don't need to rush. Although Ming Ruofeng really wanted to dual cultivate with Chu Linger right now, when he saw the anger on Chu Linger's face, he suppressed it. He turned around and looked at Macario Ice and Dong Qinghao with disdain before leaving. Junior Chu, why did you agree to him? After Ming Ruofeng left, Dong Qinghao and the other two immediately went up to Chu Linger and asked. The 3 of them looked at Chu Linger's appearance with a pained expression. Chu Linger looked at the 3 of them and smiled bitterly. In this situation, what can I do? The monster palace is my mother's life's work. Do you really want to see it destroyed? As Chu Linger spoke, her face was already covered in tears. Her eyes were filled with pain. But, when Dong Qinghao and the other two saw Chu Linger's sad appearance, they wanted to say something, but they didn't know how to comfort her. The 3 of them could only curse themselves for being useless and lament at the side. Su Yan, are you really dead? When Chu Linger thought of Su Yan, tears welled up in her eyes again. Then, she bit her lip and walked to Dong Qinghao's side, saying, Senior brother Dong Qinghao, do you have a way to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda? Enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda? When Dong Qinghao heard Chu Linger's words, he couldn't help but be stunned, not understanding what she meant. Yes. Chu Linger nodded. Her eyes immediately revealed a determined light. I want to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda and find Su Yan. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. If Su Yan really died in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, then when she said this, Chu Linger suddenly choked up. She couldn't say the rest of her words. When Dong Qinghao and the other two heard this, they finally understood why Chu Linger had promised Ming Ruofeng to give her 3 days. So this was the reason. She wanted to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to find Su Yan. The 3 of them looked at Chu Linger and immediately felt admiration for Chu Linger's feelings for Su Yan. Junior sister Chu, let the 3 of us handle the matter of entering the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. You stay here. Dong Qinghao looked at the pitiful Chu Linger and couldn't bear to let her take the risk of entering the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Macario Ice also said, yes, leave the matter of finding Su Yan to the 3 of us. No. In the past, whenever Chu Ling wanted to do something, she would often ask them for help. However, this time, Chu Ling was unusually determined. She said, this time, I must go by myself. Just tell me how to get in. This. When Dong Qinghao and the other two heard Chu Linger's words, they looked troubled. They really didn't want to see Chu Linger take the risk. Chu Linger looked at the 3 of them and snorted, if that's the case, I'll go alone. With that, Chu Linger was about to walk out the door. The 3 of them were stunned when they saw this. They hurriedly pulled her back. Junior sister Chu, don't be rash. We don't know what kind of power is surging in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Even Li Tianyi might not be able to withstand it. Entering now is definitely not a trivial matter. We need to think carefully. When Chu Linger heard this, she sneered and said, 3 days. I only have 3 days. In these 3 days, I have to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda and find Su Yan. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. If Su Yan is still alive, even if Monster Palace is destroyed, I won't agree to Ming Ruofeng's shameless request. If he, as Chu Linger spoke, a wave of grief surged up on her face again. Her eyes dimmed as well. When the 3 of them saw this, they wanted to persuade her, but they didn't know where to begin. After a moment of silence, Dong Qinghao sighed helplessly and said, forget it. Junior Sister Chu, since things have come to this, we won't force you. The 3 of us will help you enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Thank you, senior brothers. Chu Linger clasped her hands at the 3 of them. At this moment, in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, the 2 fire Qilin beasts were constantly fighting. There were many wounds on their bodies. Fire Qilin, so what if you've awakened? You're definitely not my match without your demonic soul. Seeing the fire Qilin's exhausted appearance, the corner of myriad ghost demon sovereign's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Chapter 289. Bang! Just as Fire Qilin finished speaking, a huge amount of energy erupted from Fire Qilin's body. The flames on its body surged forward, blasting the entire Great Fei Ancient Pagoda away. A huge flame shot up into the sky. At this moment, it was also night time. This powerful flame rushed up, illuminating the entire Supreme Demon Palace as if it was daytime. All the Monster Palace disciples' gazes were attracted. Seeing this scene, all of them were shocked. Although they were still some distance away from the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, they could still feel a powerful force surging towards them. Some of the weaker ones even spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Elder Li Tianyi was also shocked when he saw this scene. This was because he could feel that this force was beyond his imagination. Fang Yuan's realm, no, it was even stronger than Fang Yuan's realm. Chu Linger, Macario Ice, Dong Qinghao, and Ratli originally wanted to break through the restrictions set up by Elder Li Tianyi, but before they could get close, they were attacked by this powerful force. The 4 of them hurriedly retreated. Roar! At this moment, a low roar came from the horizon. The flame that reached the sky slowly descended. The entire Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was razed to the ground, turning into ruins. Everything returned to normal. However, this tremor attracted everyone in Monster Palace. When they saw this scene, they still had lingering fear on their faces. They did not dare to approach the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Don't get too close. Wait for me to go check it out. Elder Li Tianyi frowned when he saw everyone surrounding him. He immediately gave the order and headed towards the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda alone. In fact, no one dared to approach the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. They could only watch from afar. However, when some people saw Li Tianyi's body heading towards the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, they were puzzled. Monster Palace is in such a big mess. Why haven't we seen Palace Master Chu? It wasn't just them, even Li Tianyi had the same doubts in his heart. However, as an elder, Li Tianyi naturally would not discuss such matters with others. At this moment, he could also feel that the powerful force within the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda had already descended. Hence, he was only puzzled by the absence of Princess of Chu. He did not panic. Instead, he was somewhat delighted. Because the Princess of Chu did not appear, it meant that she trusted him. As Li Tianyi thought about it, the cultivation technique in his body began to circulate as well. His figure quickly flew in the direction of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. No, I must go in, I must. Junior Sister Chu, the power erupting from inside is not something we can withstand. You can't go in. If you want to go, let us go. That's right, Junior Sister Chu, you can't go. Just as Li Tianyi was about to reach the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda, he heard a commotion coming from below. Li Tianyi immediately frowned. Then, he floated down. When he saw them, he shouted, "Why are you still here? Don't you know that this place is dangerous? Elderly, I want to enter the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda." When Chu Linger saw Li Tianyi, her expression did not change. She said with a resolute look. "What?" Li Tianyi was stunned. Just as he was about to scold her, he saw that it was Chu Linger. Then, he frowned. Looking at the resolute look in Chu Linger's eyes, he asked respectfully, "Young palace master, we don't know what kind of power is hidden in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda. It is truly a dangerous place. Why do you want to enter?" "I want to find Su Yan," Chu Linger said. Thinking of the huge power that had erupted, a look of sadness appeared in her eyes. "Find Su Yan." When Li Tianyi heard Chu Linger's words, he was stunned. He looked at the four of them in panic and said, "Young palace master, you said that Su Yan did not come out of the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda?" Seeing that Chu Linger did not answer, Li Tianyi looked at the other three. When the three of them saw Li Tianyi looking at them, they sighed helplessly. "Su Yan did not come out. How is this possible?" When Li Tianyi looked at the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, a look of worry immediately welled up in his heart. He had seen the anomaly in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. When the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda was activated, he was busy dealing with this matter and did not check if anyone had come out. He had always thought that Su Yan had come out of the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda long ago. He did not expect that Su Yan had not come out yet. He did not come out. Li Tianyi looked at the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda and narrowed his eyes. Thinking of that huge power, he could not help but feel sad. "Don't stop me. I must go in. I must." At that moment, Chu Linger growled and was about to walk in the direction of the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda. Li Tianyi was stunned when he saw this. He hurriedly went forward to stop Chu Linger and said, "Young palatial lord, you must not. We do not know what is hidden in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda. You must not go near it." No, even though Chu Linger was facing Li Tianyi, her tone did not change. She said firmly, "I must enter the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda today. I must find Su Yan." When Li Tianyi heard this, he frowned and immediately understood. After all, Li Tianyi was experienced. He naturally understood the feelings between young men and women. Seeing Chu Linger's determined look, Li Tianyi frowned again. He looked at the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda and felt that the power had weakened significantly. He sighed helplessly and said, "Since young palatial lord is so insistent, let me lead you in." "Okay." Chu Linger nodded slightly when she heard that Li Tianyi was not stopping her. Dong Qinghao and company also hurriedly requested to enter the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda. Li Tianyi glanced at Chu Linger and nodded. Fine. All of you, follow me." "Okay." When they heard Li Tianyi agree, their eyes revealed a look of excitement. At this moment, the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda had been completely blasted into ruins by the fiery light. All the passageways were blocked. When they saw this, they could not help but frown. "All of you, make way. Let me clean it up." When Dong Qinghao saw this, he went forward and began clearing the path. Following that, Macario Ice, Ratli, and Chu Linger also joined in clearing the path. With the few of them joining in, Li Tianyi naturally could not just stand there. After all, Chu Linger's status was higher than his. The few of them were all at the celestial stage or above. The power they erupted with had the power to shatter mountains. With the few of them working together, their speed could be considered fast. It did not take long for them to open up the first path. Unfortunately, the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda's blockage was too powerful. No matter how fast they were still slow. Seeing the place blown up like this, the expressions on their faces became uglier and uglier. After all, Su Yan was only at the one-star celestial stage. If he was really here, it was likely that he would be doomed. And their guess was right. Su Yan had fallen. He had already fallen in the battle between the Fire Qilin and the myriad ghost demon Venerable. At this moment, only a wisp of his remnant soul was left. Am I dead? Su Yan looked at the pitch-black surroundings as a thought flashed through his mind. However, when he reached out to touch his body, he could not feel his body at all. Su Yan was immediately shocked. Am I really dead? Pudong, at this moment, there was a loud sound. A huge rock suddenly flew up and a fiery light erupted from it. Su Yan was shocked. He hurriedly looked towards the source of the fiery light. When he saw that it was the fire Qilin, his body trembled. Subconsciously, he activated his cultivation technique. However, when he activated his cultivation technique, Su Yan felt that his body was empty. Su Yan's face was even more shocked. Following the fiery light emitted from the fire Qilin's body, Su Yan looked at his own body. It was illusory, as if he could disappear at any moment. His entire body trembled even more. Kid, you're just a remnant soul right now. Stop struggling. At this moment, the fire Qilin suddenly opened its mouth and said to Su Yan. When Su Yan heard this, he was stunned. He looked at the fire Qilin in astonishment. He wanted to open his mouth to say something but he could not. However, even so, he could feel a huge amount of energy coming from the fire Qilin. In front of this powerful energy, Su Yan's body trembled again. When the fire Qilin saw Su Yan like this, it spoke again. Kid, don't be afraid. I am not the 1,000-ghost demon king. The 1,000-ghost demon king is gone now. I am the real fire Qilin. The real fire Qilin. Su Yan suddenly trembled again. He wanted to say something, but he could not make a sound. The fire Qilin did not care about Su Yan. It continued to say, Kid, you and I are fated to meet. I stole a lot of your spirit stones. Evil celestial jade. You are the evil celestial jade. Su Yan's body trembled. He looked very excited. If he was the evil celestial jade, it meant that the fire unicorn demon's soul had not been successfully awakened. It meant that the monster palace would not be destroyed. Su Yan was very excited. He wanted to ask the fire Qilin about it, but he could not make a sound. When the fire Qilin saw this, it smiled and said, Kid, you are a remnant soul body. I am just a remnant soul body. If you have any questions, you don't have to speak. Just tell me with your mind, and I will know. When Su Yan heard this, he was very happy. He hesitated, and then he asked with his mind, this. What is going on? When the fire unicorn heard Su Yan's words, it smiled faintly and told Su Yan what had happened. Su Yan's face was full of shock. At the same time, Su Yan also heard the news of his death from the fire unicorn. Even though Su Yan wasn't afraid of death, when he really found out about the news of his death at this moment, a wave of sorrow couldn't help but surge up in his heart. The fire Qilin could feel Su Yan's sadness. It smiled and said, Kid, don't be sad. You are dead, but because your soul is very strong, you are not really dead. If you are suitable, you can find someone to possess and be reborn. I still have a chance to be reborn. Chapter 290. Indeed. When the fire Qilin saw Su Yan's excited appearance, it didn't keep him in suspense. It opened its mouth slightly and said, when the opportunity arises, you can find a warrior and seize his body. Then, you can use his body to revive. Seize other people's bodies? Su Yan thought about the chance of resurrection and his eyes were filled with excitement. Yes. The fire Qilin nodded and looked at Su Yan. It said, unfortunately, your soul power is too weak. If you want to seize a body, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Su Yan was still feeling complacent about the chance of resurrection. Hearing the fire Qilin's words, he immediately became nervous. He asked, difficult? What should I do? What should I do? The fire Qilin stared at Su Yan's soul body for a long time and sighed. Forget it, forget it. I'm going to die anyway. I'll lend you a hand. Aowu, just as the fire Qilin finished speaking, before Su Yan could react, there was a sudden roar. Suddenly, a powerful force surged. Su Yan was shocked and wanted to retreat. Bang! With a loud sound, a powerful force suddenly surged from Su Yan's mind and directly entered Su Yan's soul. When this force entered, Su Yan suddenly felt that his whole body was about to explode. An unprecedentedly intense pain surged up from his soul. This was the pain of the soul being torn apart. It would always exceed the pain of the body. Su Yan wanted to shout, but unfortunately, he could not make any sound. At the same time, there was a burst of bright light in front of Su Yan. This ray of light directly dispersed the darkness. Su Yan endured the pain and was hit by this strong ray of light. He could not help but close his eyes. At this moment, the fire Qilan's voice followed. "Boy, I will use my last bit of strength to help you increase your soul power. With my soul power, you should be able to find a martial artist in the spiritual sea realm to seize the body." Spiritual sea realm? After the fire Qilan's words, the pain in Su Yan's body lessened a lot. He narrowed his eyes, thinking about something. "Brat, remember, you must only be a martial artist below the spiritual sea realm. Of course, if you agree, that person's strength must also be at the celestial phenomenon realm. Otherwise, he won't be able to carry your soul. At that time, I'm afraid your soul will be scattered because of your failure to possess him. Remember, as soon as the fire Qilan finished speaking, it disappeared with a flash of light. Senior Fire Qilan. When Su Yan saw that the fire Qilan had disappeared, he woke up from his daze. He looked at the surroundings that had returned to darkness. He couldn't help but feel a burst of sadness. No matter what, the fire Qilan had helped him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the fire Qilan had saved Su Yan's life. How could Su Yan, a person who valued relationships, not feel sad when he saw his savior fall just like that? "Senior, you can go in peace." Su Yan looked at the dark scene in front of him and sighed slightly. At this moment, in front of Su Yan, a ray of light suddenly flashed. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. "What is this?" In the midst of his astonishment, Su Yan hurriedly bent down to check. There was a white round, palm-sized fireball on the ground, emitting a burst of bright light. Su Yan didn't recognize this thing, so he couldn't help but frown when he saw it. A woo! At this moment, the fireball suddenly exploded and let out a low roar. Su Yan was shocked by this sudden roar and hurriedly took a few steps back. When he calmed down, Su Yan saw the thing in front of him, and a shocked expression immediately appeared on his face. Fire. Fire Qilan. Su Yan opened his mouth in shock and couldn't close it for a long time. Yes, the thing on the ground was not an object, but the cub of the fire Qilan. Because of the fall of the fire Qilan, Su Yan was still a little sad in his heart. At this moment, seeing the cub of the fire Qilan, his heart suddenly felt a burst of relief. Looking at it, Su Yan slowly approached it. A woo! Just as Su Yan approached, the fire Qilan suddenly burst out a low roar, which scared Su Yan. Although this fire Qilan was only a cub, it was after all a holy beast, and the deterrent force it burst out was really shocking. Su Yan looked at the vigilant eyes of the fire Qilan looking at him and couldn't help but frown. "How do I subdue this fire Qilan?" "Little thing, don't be afraid, I am your mother's friend." Although Su Yan didn't know why the fall of the fire Qilan gave birth to this fire Qilan cub, Su Yan was sure that this fire Qilan was definitely the son of the previous fire Qilan. Su Yan didn't know how to subdue this little guy, so he could only try to communicate with it with his soul force, constantly saying good words to it, conveying a good impression of it. Under Su Yan's efforts, the killing intent in the little guy's eyes finally slowly fell. When Su Yan saw this, a smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand to touch it, but unfortunately, he touched nothing. Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I'm just a remnant soul now. How can I grab the real thing?" Thinking of this, Su Yan frowned again and sighed. "It looks like I have to find a warrior to possess as soon as possible." As Su Yan spoke, he immediately stood up and looked around, hoping to find a way out. Unfortunately, the Great Fei ancient pagoda was completely destroyed due to the battle. Su Yan was just a remnant soul body, so it was impossible for him to open a path out. This made Su Yan feel a sense of melancholy. This place is completely sealed off. There is no way to get out. Do I have no choice but to wait here for the other people in the palace to come to my rescue? Su Yan smiled bitterly. The expression on his face grew more and more solemn. Awu. Awu. At this moment, the fire Qilin suddenly screamed and burrowed into a crack in the stone. Su Yan saw this scene and frowned slightly. He hurriedly followed and asked, "Hey, little guy, what are you doing?" Unfortunately, the fire Qilin ignored Su Yan and kept burrowing forward. What the hell is this little guy doing? Su Yan looked at the fire Qilin's actions in confusion, but Su Yan did not stop it. All he did was follow behind it and watch. He watched as the little guy kept digging forward. After about an hour or so, a loud explosion suddenly sounded. Immediately, a dense spirit qi surged up from the ground. This is... Su Yan's body trembled as he looked at the place the fire Qilin had dug out. His eyes immediately filled with shock. What? What is this? Su Yan looked at the blue substance that surged out in front of him and suddenly thought of something. His eyes immediately lit up with excitement. I understand. The reason why the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda has such rich spiritual energy is because of this. Spirit Spring. That's right, this is definitely a spirit spring. Su Yan looked at the blue substance that kept flowing out of the small hole in front of him and trembled with excitement. Just as he was about to activate his cultivation technique, Su Yan's face filled with disappointment. Unfortunately, I'm just a remnant soul now. Even if this is a spirit spring, I can't absorb it. Su Yan smiled bitterly as he looked at the spirit spring and shook his head. At this moment, the little guy suddenly burrowed its head into the spirit spring and greedily absorbed the blue liquid. With its little tail sticking up, its petite body looked exceptionally cute. When Su Yan saw this, he could not help but laugh. Although I can't absorb it, this little guy can. That's a good thing. Su Yan smiled and didn't think too much about it. He just watched the fire Qilin absorb the spirit spring. At first glance, Su Yan didn't feel anything, but when he looked again, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This little guy's absorbing speed is way too fast. Su Yan could not imagine that the fire Qilin could absorb the spiritual energy at such a fast speed. One had to know that this was a spirit spring. The spiritual energy gathered here was enough to allow hundreds of ordinary warriors to break through a major realm. However, this little guy was absorbing it at an extremely fast speed. Sizzle, in less than an hour, the spirit spring dried up. As for the little guy, it looked as though it had not had enough. Su Yan was surprised when he saw this. How much spiritual energy does this little guy need to absorb to break through? After all, if it were any other warrior, as long as they could break through the bottleneck, they could use the spirit spring to cultivate at a speed more than 100 times faster. However, this little guy had been completely absorbed by the spiritual energy in less than an hour. Su Yan could not help but smile bitterly when he saw this. It looks like this Great Fei Ancient Pagoda will no longer exist in the future. With this in mind, Su Yan felt his heart ache. After all, Su Yan was the Monster Palace's palace lord. With the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda around, it was definitely of great help to the strength of the Monster Palace disciples. However, now, it had all been absorbed by the fire Qilin. So what if it was absorbed? The most hateful thing was that Su Yan did not see any increase in the little guy's strength. This made Su Yan feel that it was a waste. The spirit spring is a rare occurrence in 1,000 years. Now, it is being wasted just like that. Su Yan shook his head with a wry smile, but he didn't blame the little guy. Instead, he looked at the little guy's unsatisfied expression and licked his lips. He found it funny and pointed at the little guy. You've absorbed so much spiritual qi, but you're still not satisfied. Pudong, at that moment, a deep crater suddenly appeared where the spirit spring was. Su Yan was shocked by the sudden change. He took a few steps back before he calmed down. He looked at the deep crater in puzzlement and frowned. What's going on? Su Yan looked and suddenly thought of something. Chapter 291. Could this be the entrance to the 10th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda? Su Yan thought as he looked at the deep pit that had suddenly appeared. His eyes immediately glowed with a bright light. Although Su Yan thought that this might be the entrance to the 10th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, he could not be sure. Su Yan did not dare to enter rashly. Instead, he observed from the side. It was a pity that everything here was destroyed. In addition to the darkness, there was no way to see Shizhen Dao. Is this the entrance to the 10th level? If so, what is there in the 10th level? Su Yan looked at the crater and muttered to himself. For a moment, he did not know what to do. Plop, at this moment, the little guy beside Su Yan leaped and directly jumped into the deep pit. Su Yan was shocked when he saw this. He hurriedly shouted, "Don't," unfortunately, it was too late. The little guy had already jumped into the crater. This made Su Yan smile bitterly. He sighed and said, forget it. Since I can't get out, I'll go down and find out." With that said, Su Yan flew into the crater. In fact, if it were any other time, Su Yan would not hesitate and would have gone down long ago. But because of his death this time, Su Yan deeply felt the fear of death. Therefore, this made Su Yan feel a little apprehensive. That was why he could not make up his mind. Now that he saw the fire Qilin go down, he made up his mind. Where is this? After Su Yan followed, he looked at the place in front of him and was stunned. This was because this place was completely different from the 9th level. This was a brand new place. It was much bigger than the 9th level. Furthermore, the aura was different. It was eerie, making one feel a sense of fear. Could this be the 10th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda? Su Yan looked at the scene in front of him and could not help but frown. He could not connect everything here with the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Su Yan, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, a low roar suddenly came from afar. When Su Yan heard this, his heart couldn't help but tremble. When he reacted, he was even more stunned. What the hell is going on? Su Yan, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Right at this moment, that furious voice sounded again. Bang! Bang! Before Su Yan could react, the fire Qilin ran towards the source of the sound. Little thing. Su Yan wanted to stop him, but the fire Qilin was too fast, and Su Yan couldn't make a sound now. By the time Su Yan called him, he had already run dozens of meters away. Su Yan shook his head helplessly. What a curious little guy. Su Yan smiled bitterly as he hurriedly followed. As they approached, the furious voice became clearer. Following that, they saw a white-robed youth imprisoned in a cage. Although he was dressed in white, his clothes were extremely sloppy. Coupled with his messy hair, he looked very wretched. Su Yan recognized him at a glance. Nangong Xiangming. That's right. This person was none other than Nangong Xiangming, who had been imprisoned in the Great Fei Ancient Prison because he wanted to kill Su Yan. Looking at him, Su Yan's face suddenly surged with a strange expression. Of course, he was not surprised because of Nangong Xiangming, but because of the 10th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Su Yan never expected that the 10th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda would be combined with the Great Fei Ancient Prison. Nangong Xiangming had been in the prison for a very long time. Although he could still cultivate here, he had to endure the torture of loneliness and the corrosion of darkness. This made Nangong Xiangming's hatred for Su Yan grow stronger. Su Yan, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. When Nangong Xiangming thought that all of this was because of Su Yan, he let out a low growl again. At the same time, he looked up and happened to see the fire Qilin. Nangong Xiangming was immediately taken aback as he stared at the fire Qilin for a long time. A look of surprise suffused his face. Qilin holy beast. Furthermore, it's just a cub. I never expected to encounter a Qilin holy beast here. The heavens are helping me. The heavens are helping me. Nangong Xiangming laughed excitedly. As long as I subdue this Qilin holy beast, it will only be a matter of time before I gain control of Monster Palace. Killing that Su Yan will be a piece of cake. Nangong Xiangming's eyes were full of excitement as he looked at the fire Qilin. He ignored Su Yan, who was not far behind the fire Qilin. Su Yan saw Nangong Xiangming's greedy eyes and then looked at the fire Qilin. He was a little worried that the fire Qilin would be subdued by him. He couldn't help but frown as he saw Nangong Xiangming's spirit energy surge and fly towards the fire Qilin. Su Yan was even more nervous. He wanted to use his technique to stop him. But just as he was about to use his technique, Su Yan remembered that he was just a remnant soul body. He had no power at all, and he couldn't stop Nangong Xiangming. Su Yan couldn't help but feel depressed. Seeing Nangong Xiangming subduing the fire Qilin made him even angrier. Unfortunately, he wanted to stop him, but he didn't have the power to do so. He could only worry in his heart. What should I do? What should I do? Su Yan looked at Nangong Xiangming, his mind spinning. When he saw the spirit energy surging on Nangong Xiangming's body, his eyes suddenly lit up. Sky Realm, isn't this Nangong Xiangming suitable for me to possess? When Su Yan thought of this, his eyes suddenly shone with a bright light. When the fire Qilin told Su Yan that he could seize the body of a Sky Realm cultivator to be reborn, Su Yan was still thinking about whose body would be suitable. He didn't expect to find a suitable candidate so quickly. Looking at Nangong Xiangming, Su Yan immediately sneered, "Nangong Xiangming, you brought all of this upon yourself. Don't blame me." As he spoke, Su Yan's body suddenly moved. Although he was only a remnant soul body, his speed wasn't slow at all. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of Nangong Xiangming. Nangong Xiangming didn't expect that there would be another soul here besides him and the fire Qilin. He only felt a black shadow flash in front of his eyes. Nangong Xiangming was shocked, and his eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. While he was in shock, Nangong Xiangming suddenly felt his body shake. While Nangong Xiangming was in a daze, he immediately saw Su Yan's figure in his mind. His entire body trembled, and he pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, you! Why are you here? I'm here to take your life." Su Yan smiled and suddenly pounced on Nangong Xiangming's soul. Although Su Yan had never possessed a body before, Su Yan still knew that if he wanted to possess a body, he had to devour the soul of the original owner of the body. Nangong Xiangming still hadn't recovered from his shock. When he saw Su Yan's soul pouncing on him, he was shocked. His soul also shrank, dodging Su Yan's attack. "Su Yan, why are you here? What's going on?" Nangong Xiangming felt that Su Yan's soul power was always stronger than his soul, and his heart was suddenly filled with fear. Su Yan smiled coldly, but didn't answer Nangong Xiangming's question. Instead, he looked at Nangong Xiangming with a cold smile and attacked him again. Seeing that Su Yan's soul was much stronger than his, Nangong Xiangming's heart trembled again, and he hurriedly dodged. At this time, he also understood what was going on. Obviously, Su Yan wanted to devour his soul and occupy his body. Thinking of this, Nangong Xiangming panicked, but more than that, he was astonished. He looked at Su Yan and said with a trembling voice, "Su Yan, your soul power is so strong." Su Yan still didn't answer him, but his eyes flashed, and he directly devoured Nangong Xiangming's soul. Su Yan's soul was originally stronger than Nangong Xiangming's, and with the injection of the fire Qilin's soul power, Su Yan's soul power was much stronger than Nangong Xiangming's. Under Su Yan's soul attack, Nangong Xiangming didn't have the strength to fight back. Nangong Xiangming just shouted that he wanted to kill Su Yan, but now in Su Yan's hands, he could only wait to be slaughtered. At this time, Nangong Xiangming no longer had the arrogance from before, and looked at Su Yan with fear in his eyes. At this time, Nangong Xiangming also realized something, looked at Su Yan, and directly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. "Su Yan, I was wrong, please be magnanimous, don't kill me, don't kill me." Su Yan saw Nangong Xiangming's appearance, and couldn't help but frown. If it were normal times, Su Yan might really spare him. But now, Su Yan had to borrow his body to be reborn, so he definitely couldn't let him go. Thinking, Su Yan's eyes suddenly surged with a burst of bright light, and a ruthless look flashed across his face, and he directly swallowed Nangong Xiangming's soul. Under Nangong Xiangming's scream, his soul instantly shot out. It directly wrapped around Su Yan's body. Visible to the naked eye, flesh and bones gradually appeared on Su Yan's body, and everything about Su Yan was recovering. After 3 days, a brand new body was reforged. At this time, Su Yan also slowly woke up, and stretched his hands and feet, and a burst of excitement immediately surged on his face, and he couldn't help shouting, "Su Yan, am alive again." Alive. Su Yan clenched his fists, and the air in the center of his palms was instantly crushed by him. Su Yan immediately understood that all of this came from the gift of the Qilin. If it weren't for him, even if he was reborn, he wouldn't have cultivation. And now, not only did he recover his strength, but he also had a breakthrough. Su Yan was alive. Chapter 292. 3-star Celestial Phenomenon Realm. Su Yan clenched his fists, the cultivation technique in his body slowly circulating. Feeling this familiar power slide through his palm, a bright light immediately surged in his eyes. I didn't think that this rebirth would not only allow me to break through, but I would also no longer be a cripple. Su Yan's eyes flashed with tears of excitement. At this moment, he truly realized how wonderful it was to be alive. Feeling the power of heaven and earth revolving around him, Su Yan was immersed in this strange power for a moment, unable to extricate himself. Qilin. Su Yan felt this power and suddenly realized that all of this was because of the gift of the fire Qilin. Thinking of this huge favor, Su Yan hurriedly searched in the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison. Little guy, little guy. However, Su Yan did not see the fire Qilin even after calling out a few times. He could not help but frown. Where did it go? Su Yan remembered very clearly that when he was fighting with Nangong Xiangming's soul, the little guy was still in the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison. How could it have disappeared now? Looking at the empty Supreme Demon Ancient Prison, Su Yan's eyes could not help but be filled with worry. This little guy had lost his parents the moment he was born. Although it could not be said that all of this was caused by Su Yan, when he thought about how the fire Qilin had indeed disappeared in the end because he had injected his soul power into it. Whether it was kindness or something else. Su Yan definitely could not let anything happen to the fire Qilin. Although the fire Qilin was a saint beast, this little guy was still a cub. If he met someone with intentions, it was very likely that he would be subdued and used as a beast pet. Beast pet, thinking of this, Su Yan's brows suddenly flashed with a cold light. He definitely would not allow this little guy to become someone else's beast pet. This was an insult to him. Little guy, little guy. Thinking of this, Su Yan could not help but become anxious, and hurriedly searched around. Although this little fellow was small, the fiery light that erupted from its body was like a bright lamp in this pitch-black Supreme Demon Ancient Prison. Unfortunately, Su Yan searched the entire Supreme Demon Ancient Prison and did not see the fire Qilin's figure. This made Su Yan worried. Could it be that he ran out? Su Yan frowned. As the palace master of the Monster Palace, he was no stranger to the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison. There was already a restriction outside the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison. If the people inside wanted to leave, there was no way they could leave without someone opening it from the outside. Unless that person was strong enough to break the seal. Although the fire Qilin was a saint beast, it was still a cub. Clearly, he was still unable to break out of the seal. Then we can only leave from here. Su Yan looked at the deep pit he had entered from the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. His expression sank as he prepared to go up. Right at this moment, suddenly, a low roar came from a corner of the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison. Little fellow. Su Yan's entire body froze. His body that was about to fly into the deep pit suddenly turned back and rushed towards the source of the sound. However, when Su Yan flew to the source of the sound, he still did not see the fire Qilin. Su Yan could not help but frown. How can it not be? Did I hear wrongly? Oh, right at this moment, the low roar sounded again. Little fellow. Su Yan's eyes immediately lit up. When he lowered his head, he saw something lying on the ground. His expression immediately turned gloomy. At this moment, the fire Qilin's body did not have any injuries. However, the flames on its body had already disappeared. Furthermore, the fire Qilin was constantly panting, looking exhausted. Su Yan could not help but feel his heart ache when he saw this. His eyes immediately surged with killing intent as he roared angrily, "Who is it? Who hurt this little fellow?" Oh, right at this moment, the little fellow roared again and tugged at Su Yan's trousers. Su Yan could not help but frown. When he lowered his head to look, he saw an ancient piece of wood placed beside the fire Qilin. Seeing that piece of ancient wood, Su Yan was first shocked. Then, his face filled with excitement. This is the spring-autumn ancient wood. Oh, when the fire Qilin saw the excitement on Su Yan's face, it also roared excitedly. Then, its small claws pointed at a small hole in front of it. You're saying that you got this spring-autumn ancient wood from the hole? Su Yan saw this strange action of the fire Qilin. Oh, when the little fellow heard Su Yan's words, it immediately jumped up and down happily. It looked very cute. Su Yan could not help but be stunned when he saw this. Then, he could not help but laugh. I didn't expect a little fellow like you to be so understanding. Looking at the fire Qilin's cute appearance, Su Yan was even more determined to not let the fire Qilin become a pet beast. This was not only to repay the kindness of the little fellow's mother. It was also to show respect to a sacred beast. In fact, if other people were to see this, they would definitely not understand Su Yan's actions. After all, to tame a pet beast, one had to establish a soul contract with the pet beast through a blood sacrifice. This way, the demonic beast would obey its master for the rest of its life. Not only could it help its master, but it could also help its master cultivate. In the continent of the 5 counties, Su Yan had never seen any almighty with a pet beast. However, Su Yan had read about it in ancient books. Not only did he read about it, but Su Yan also knew the secret technique of establishing a soul contract. He also knew that establishing a soul contract with a sacred beast would be very helpful to one's cultivation in the future. But looking at the little fellow's cute appearance, Su Yan really could not bear to make this little fellow a pet beast. After all, if he established a soul contract, it would be equivalent to restricting the freedom of this demonic beast in the future. Little fellow. Su Yan looked at the fire Kirin cub and was about to reach out to stroke it when the little fellow immediately took a few steps back vigilantly. Su Yan could not help but be stunned, then he chuckled and said, "Little fellow, don't be afraid. I will not let you become my pet beast. Now I just want to protect you. After all, this world is too dangerous." As Su Yan said, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a self-deprecating smile. This sentence was not only for the little fellow to hear, but also Su Yan's feelings from the bottom of his heart. Along the way, Su Yan had encountered too many dangers. If it were not for this rebirth, Su Yan was afraid that he would not have felt it. When the fire Kirin heard Su Yan's words, its small eyes kept blinking at Su Yan. After a while, it slowly approached Su Yan. When Su Yan saw this, he smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll bring you to my residence. No one can harm you there." After saying that, Su Yan stood up. Because Su Yan knew that the little guy still had some scruples in his heart, he took the lead and walked forward. The fire Kirin hesitated for a while before following Su Yan. Su Yan was delighted when he saw this and was about to hug it. Roar! The fire Kirin immediately let out a low growl. Su Yan was taken aback before he smiled embarrassedly. All right. I won't hug you. You can follow behind me." With that said, Su Yan took the lead and returned to the 9th level of the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda. Just as he reached the 9th level, Su Yan's body froze. Someone has been here. Thinking of Su Yan, he immediately panicked. This was because his storage bag was still in the 9th level of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. In the storage bag was all of Su Yan's belongings. Not only was there the Red Inferno sword case, there was also the Heaven Vanquishing Divine Sword, Blazing Sun Divine Sword, Buddha Sword, and Ghost Howl Sword. That was all of Su Yan's belongings. If these were to be taken away, Su Yan did not know what to do. Who came in? Su Yan looked at the empty 9th level of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda and immediately felt a surge of anger. His eyes turned red. This was all of Su Yan's blood, sweat, and tears. How could Su Yan not be enraged? Anyone who can enter the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda must be a disciple of Monster Palace. Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He circulated his cultivation technique and rushed out of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. At this moment, in front of Spirit Palace, Dong Qinghao, Ratley, Macario Ice, Chu Linger, and Ming Ruofeng were gathered. Junior Sister Chu, the 3-day agreement is up. Isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? Ming Ruofeng looked at Chu Linger's enchanting body with a greedy look in his eyes. Thinking about how he was finally going to get the body that he had been dreaming of for countless days, Ming Ruofeng could not help but swallow his saliva. He was as cold as usual. Ming Ruofeng, don't go overboard. When Dong Qinghao and the rest saw Ming Ruofeng's sinister look, they were all furious. They circulated their cultivation techniques slowly. Dong Qinghao had fallen because of Su Yan. He was even more furious. Looking at Ming Ruofeng's sinister face, he snorted, "Ming Ruofeng, I'm going to kill you." In an instant, he was about to attack Ming Ruofeng. However, before he could do anything, he was stopped by Chu Linger. "Senior brother Dong Cheng, forget it." Chu Linger looked at Dong Qinghao and waved her hand. Her face was expressionless. The tears in her eyes had already dried up. She was caressing a storage pouch in her hand. There was no light in her eyes. "Ha ha ha, did you hear that?" When Ming Ruofeng heard Chu Linger's words, he immediately laughed proudly. He looked at Dong Qinghao and the rest provocatively. Then, he looked at Chu Linger and said, "Junior Sister Chu, we're about to enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool to cultivate. Should we let them out?" Ming Ruofeng, you, Dong Qinghao and the rest were furious. Chu Linger smiled bitterly. She turned to look at them and said, "Senior brother Dong Qinghao, you guys can leave first." Junior Sister Chu. When Dong Qinghao and the rest saw Chu Linger's empty eyes, their faces were filled with sadness. They could not bear to see Chu Linger being ravaged by this beast. However, when they saw Chu Linger's determined look, they could not say anything. Other than feeling upset and sad, what else could they feel? Chapter 293. Although Dong Qinghao, Shu Li, and Mu Lubing didn't want to see Chu Linger being ruined by Ming Ruofeng like this, they didn't want to. However, they had no ability to stop it. With Su Yan's death, Chu Linger's heart was already dead. She was only doing this for the sake of Monster Palace. Furthermore, the few of them were unable to save Monster Palace. Therefore, this was the only way out. It was the only way to save Monster Palace. Looking at Chu Linger's ashen face, tears welled up in the eyes of the trio. They gritted their teeth and walked out of the palace. "Su Yan, I hate you. I hate you." The moment Dong Qinghao left Spirit Palace, he finally couldn't hold back his emotions. He roared at the sky, "Su Yan, it's all because of you. Why did you leave so quickly?" "Why?" Dong Qinghao's roar was extremely loud. Uncontrollably, it spread throughout Monster Palace. Su Yan was also furious because he had lost his storage bag. When he heard the roar, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He circulated his cultivation technique and sped up. In a flash, he arrived in front of Spirit Palace's door. "Senior brother Dong Cheng." Su Yan thought that someone was roaring, but when he approached, he could not help but be taken aback when he saw that it was Dong Qinghao. Although he and Dong Qinghao hadn't known each other for a long time, the mutual trust between the two of them had allowed them to establish a deep friendship. Dong Qinghao, Ratley, and Mikharu Ice were in a state of grief when they suddenly heard a familiar voice. The three of them could not help but be taken aback. When they turned around, they saw Su Yan's handsome face. The three of them were stunned. Illusion? Is this an illusion? The three of them asked themselves at the same time. They had entered the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda together to search for Su Yan. However, after searching all 9 levels of the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda, he still could not find Su Yan. All he saw was the storage pouch that Su Yan had left behind in the 9th layer. A storage bag could be said to be the most important item for a cultivator. After all, a storage bag could contain all of a cultivator's belongings. If it was lost, there was only one possibility, and that was that this cultivator was already dead. Therefore, when they saw Su Yan's storage pouch, they all thought that Su Yan was already dead. Now that they suddenly saw Su Yan's figure, how could they not believe it? Su Yan looked at the trio's stunned expressions and the tears in their eyes. He suddenly realized something as the corners of his mouth curled up. He said with a smile, "Senior brothers, do you think that Su is already dead?" Upon hearing Su Yan's words, the trio's bodies trembled. Their faces flushed with excitement as they ran towards Su Yan at the same time. "Su Yan, you aren't dead." Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan and asked in disbelief. It was not that he did not dare believe that Su Yan was still alive, but he did not dare to believe it. He was afraid that if he believed it, it would only be an illusion. It would only make him sadder and more disappointed. "I'm naturally not dead," Su Yan said with a faint smile. I'm not hallucinating, am I?" Ratley stood in front of Su Yan in disbelief. "It's not an illusion. Su Yan, am not dead, not dead," Su Yan said, and at the end, he even deliberately emphasized his tone. This was not only to tell him, but also to vent the excitement in Su Yan's heart. Of course, Su Yan did not tell them that he had actually died once, and that he had been reborn. After all, this was too strange for them. Su Yan was only in the sky realm, and had yet to reach the level of cultivating the soul. Without being able to cultivate the soul was not strong enough. When the body was destroyed, the soul would also disappear. But at the moment of Su Yan's death, his soul did not disappear. For a celestial phenomenon realm martial artist, this was definitely a strange thing. Regarding this, Su Yan himself also understood what was going on. Dong Qinghao and the other two listened to Su Yan's powerful voice, and only then did they dare to believe that Su Yan was not dead. "You're not dead, Su Yan, you're really not dead. If King knew that you wouldn't die so easily," Dong Qinghao said excitedly, and gave Su Yan a heavy punch. Then, he hugged him and cried tears of joy. Mikharu Ice and Ratley were the same. Looking at the excited expressions of his 3 friends, Su Yan also felt a wave of gratification in his heart. At the same time, Chu Linger's enchanting body appeared in his mind. Although the two of them had never expressed any feelings to each other, Su Yan knew that the two of them had feelings for each other for a long time. If Dong Qinghao and the others knew about his death, then Chu Linger would definitely know as well. If Dong Qinghao and the others were so sad, how would Chu Linger feel? Thinking of Chu Linger's sad expression, Su Yan's heart could not help but ache. However, looking around, he did not see Chu Linger's figure. Su Yan blinked his eyes in confusion and asked, "Senior brother Dongcheng, where's senior sister Chu?" "Junior sister." Hearing Su Yan's question, Dong Qinghao and the others trembled, and their faces revealed a look of anger. Thinking of the supreme demon ancient pond, they hurriedly pulled Su Yan up and said, "Su Yan, quickly follow me." "What's wrong?" Seeing the nervous expressions of Dong Qinghao and the others, Su Yan could not help but frown. "Su Yan, don't ask so many questions. Hurry up and go to the supreme demon ancient pond. Otherwise, it'll be too late," Dong Qinghao said anxiously as he quickly rushed into the spiritual palace. Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. Su Yan had entered the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond before. Hearing Dong Qinghao's words, he immediately realized something. His eyes turned cold, and the martial arts in his body started to circulate as he rushed into the spiritual palace. Linger, from today onwards, you belong to me, Ming Ruofeng. Ming Ruofeng looked at Chu Linger and licked his lips greedily. Pulling Chu Linger's hand, he slowly walked into the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. Junior sister Chu, Su Yan is not dead. Dong Qinghao was afraid that he would miss the opportunity and let Ming Ruofeng defile Chu Linger. Therefore, before they even got close to the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond, he shouted out loudly. That voice of his was so loud that it shook the heavens. Su Yan is not dead. Chu Linger, who was about to take off her clothes, suddenly froze. Hurriedly, she put on her outer clothes and jumped up. Seeing this, Ming Ruofeng's eyes widened. Looking at the few figures flying over, he roared, Dong Qinghao, it's you guys again. Swoosh. Swoosh. A few figures flashed, and Su Yan and the others came to the side of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. Su Yan looked at Ming Ruofeng's naked body, and then looked at Chu Linger, who was in midair with a face full of pear blossoms. Instantly, a wave of anger surged in his body as he shouted coldly, courting death. Suddenly, the martial arts in his body started to circulate. A majestic wave of spiritual energy suddenly erupted. At this moment, the strength of a 3-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator suddenly erupted. 3-star celestial phenomenon stage. When Ming Ruofeng saw Su Yan's strength, he could not help but be startled. After all, it had been less than half a month since he last saw Su Yan. And Su Yan had actually risen from the 1-star celestial phenomenon stage to the 3-star celestial phenomenon stage. How could Ming Ruofeng not be surprised? However, when he saw the spirit energy surging from Su Yan's body, he couldn't help but sneer and shout, Humph, Su Yan, I didn't expect you to not die and even break through. But even so, you're only at the 3-star celestial phenomenon stage, you're not qualified to stop me. When Ming Ruofeng thought about how the thing that he had dreamed of for so many years was about to come true, his eyes immediately filled with anger. This was like a piece of fat meat that he had worked hard for a long time to obtain. It had already been delivered to his mouth, but it was pulled out by someone else. How could Ming Ruofeng not be angry? Su Yan, I didn't expect you to not die in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Then, I'll let you die here today. Ming Ruofeng roared as the martial arts in his body surged as well. A burst of resplendent light erupted as the powerful spirit energy suddenly revolved as he attacked Su Yan with his palm. Not good. When Dong Qinghao and the others saw Ming Ruofeng's powerful scene, they couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, the three of them circulated their martial arts and jumped up, directly attacking Ming Ruofeng. Because the three of them were worried about Su Yan's safety, they used their full strength without holding back. When Ming Ruofeng saw such a powerful attack from the three of them, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't dare to take it head-on, so he retreated a little. Looking at Su Yan and the others, the corner of his mouth rose into a cold smile. Very good, very good. Bullying with numbers? Chu Linger also reacted at this time. With a leap, she came to Su Yan's side. Looking at Su Yan, a complicated light flashed in her eyes. The tears that had dried up over the past few days once again surged out from her eyes. Su Yan. Although Chu Linger knew that there was a powerful opponent in front of her, she couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart and directly hugged Su Yan. Senior sister. When Su Yan saw that Chu Linger had become much more haggard than a few days ago, his heart couldn't help but ache. At that time, when Su Yan knew about Chu Linger's feelings for him, Su Yan didn't know how to express it. After all, Su Yan's mind was always filled with the beautiful figure in red on the sky sword peak of the hidden sword tomb. At this time, looking at the haggard Chu Linger, Su Yan finally understood. In fact, he had already fallen in love with Chu Linger when he first saw her. Su Yan also didn't know why he was so emotional. However, Su Yan knew very well that this was love. Although Su Yan still didn't know exactly what had happened, Su Yan looked at the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool and the naked Ming Ruofeng and clearly understood that this was definitely Ming Ruofeng trying to force Chu Linger. Senior sister, as long as I, Su Yan, am here from now on, I will absolutely not allow anyone to bully you. Su Yan hugged Chu Linger with a gentle look in his eyes. When he turned to look at Ming Ruofeng, his eyes suddenly turned cold. When Ming Ruofeng saw Su Yan hugging Chu Linger, jealousy rose in his heart. At the same time, a burst of anger surged in his body. He pointed at Su Yan and coldly shouted, "Su Yan, you're courting death." As he spoke, Ming Ruofeng's cultivation technique quickly revolved and a huge burst of energy erupted. Chapter 294. Ever since this revival, it made Su Yan understand how wonderful it was to be alive. At that time, Su Yan thought that in the future, he must act according to his ability and not be reckless. Su Yan was only at the 3-star sky realm, while Ming Ruofeng was at the 5th stage of the spirit sea realm. The difference in strength between the two was extremely great. If Su Yan were to fight against Ming Ruofeng, he would definitely not have a chance. However, Su Yan did not avoid it. Because Su Yan was very clear that there were some things that he could not be reckless about. However, there were some things that as a man, even if he had to die, he had to protect to the end. Looking at the powerful energy coming from Ming Ruofeng's hands, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated. Macario Ice, Ratli, Dong Qinghao, and Chu Linger also took up their stances at the same time. Die! Ming Ruofeng roared and pushed out both of his palms. The huge energy directly struck towards Su Yan's body. Su Yan. When Dong Qinghao and the other 3 saw the scene, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. They wanted to help Su Yan block it, but unfortunately, Ming Ruofeng's speed was too fast and they couldn't stop him at all. "I'm fine, you guys go kill Ming Ruofeng." Hearing their shouts, Su Yan's eyes turned and said to him. At the same time, seeing the huge energy attack, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. The cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated, and he shouted, "Profound Ice Cold Shield 2nd Layer, Profound Ice Divine Shield, open." As Su Yan's voice fell, a bright light suddenly surged from his body. There was a golden light within the frost. Bang! Ming Ruofeng's huge energy directly collided with it. When the 4 saw this powerful scene, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. However, the 4 of them quickly reacted and attacked Ming Ruofeng at the same time. Ming Ruofeng's strength surpassed anyone here. Although the 5 of them had joined forces, they were still at a disadvantage when facing Ming Ruofeng. Good. I'll kill all 4 of you today. Let's see who dares to stop me. Ming Ruofeng sneered, killing intent surging in his eyes. Su Yan watched as the energy surging from Ming Ruofeng's body grew stronger and stronger. He couldn't help but frown. Although Su Yan had blocked Ming Ruofeng's attack earlier, Su Yan knew that if Ming Ruofeng were to attack again, he would not be able to block it. Not only would he not be able to block it, but the others would also be unable to block it. What should I do? Su Yan used his speed to avoid Ming Ruofeng's attacks. His mind was spinning rapidly. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, all methods were futile. Su Yan couldn't help but become anxious. Disciples fighting in private has violated the rules of the Monster Palace. At this moment, a dignified voice suddenly sounded from the horizon. Then, Li Tianyi appeared in the Spirit Palace. Li Tianyi was in the rank 8 spiritual sea realm. He was 3 levels higher than Ming Ruofeng. As soon as he made a move, Ming Ruofeng suddenly retreated a few steps. Ming Ruofeng, you dare to hurt a fellow disciple? Li Tianyi looked at Ming Ruofeng and shouted with a gloomy expression. When Ming Ruofeng saw Li Tianyi appear, he couldn't help but frown. This was because he knew that with his own strength, he wouldn't stand a chance against Li Tianyi. Moreover, Li Tianyi had Dong Qinghao, Su Yan, and a few others by his side. Ming Ruofeng, do you know your crime? Li Tianyi shouted at Ming Ruofeng again. I know my crime. When Ming Ruofeng heard Li Tianyi's words, he suddenly laughed. Elder Li Tianyi, oh Elder Li Tianyi, do you really think that your current prestige was given to you by Princess Chu? When Li Tianyi heard Ming Ruofeng's strange words, he couldn't help but frown. What do you mean? Li Tianyi didn't know the inside story. But everyone present knew the inside story. When they heard Ming Ruofeng's words, their hearts couldn't help but tremble, and they inwardly said, not good. Dong Qinghao looked at Ming Ruofeng and his face sank. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he shouted, Ming Ruofeng, don't talk nonsense. I'm talking nonsense? When Ming Ruofeng heard Dong Qinghao's words, he suddenly laughed loudly, I'm talking nonsense? I really don't want to talk nonsense, but all of this is because you forced me to do this. If you want to blame someone, blame Su Yan. If he didn't appear, then Linger and I would have already been together. Su Yan is all your fault. If the monster palace falls into someone else's hands today, it's also your fault. Ming Ruofeng said agitatedly before his expression sank. He looked at Li Tianyi and said, Elderly, do you know? Princess Chu is long dead, and the person who gave you such great power is Su Yan, who is standing in front of you. What? When Li Tianyi heard Ming Ruofeng's words, his entire body trembled. Following that, anger surged on his face as he pointed at Ming Ruofeng and shouted, Ming Ruofeng, don't talk nonsense. Palace Lord Chu is in seclusion. Why, I'm talking nonsense. Ming Ruofeng didn't wait for Li Tianyi to finish his words as he laughed out loud, Elder Li Tianyi, if you don't believe me, you can ask them. Ask Su Yan if what I said is true. Su Yan. Li Tianyi turned around and saw Su Yan's figure. Su Yan. Ever since the battle for the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, Li Tianyi had wanted to take Su Yan as a disciple. Unfortunately, who would have thought that Su Yan would die in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda? That day, Li Tianyi, Chu Linger, and the others entered the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to investigate. When they heard the news, they were heartbroken. How could he have expected that? Su Yan wasn't dead. Looking at Su Yan's figure, Li Tianyi was a little agitated, but he suppressed it in the end. Thinking about what Ming Ruofeng said, he frowned and asked, Su Yan, is what Ming Ruofeng said true? It's true. Su Yan knew that there would be a day when the matter would be exposed, but he didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly. Facing Li Tianyi's questioning, Su Yan didn't want to hide anything and answered straightforwardly. This was because Su Yan knew that since the matter had been exposed, it couldn't be hidden anymore. It's true. Hearing Su Yan's affirmative answer, Li Tianyi couldn't help but be stunned and staggered a few steps back. Li Tianyi went from being an elder of the Western Palace to being an elder of the entire Monster Palace. He had always been grateful to Princess Chu in his heart. But how could he have thought that Princess Chu had already fallen? Ha ha ha, elderly, do you believe me now? When Ming Ruofeng saw Su Yan admit it, he laughed complacently. When he saw Li Tianyi appear, he knew that he didn't have the ability to kill Su Yan. That was why he thought of this matter. He believed that if Li Tianyi knew that Su Yan was the palace master, he would definitely kill Su Yan and seize the palace master's position. When he saw Li Tianyi's expression, Ming Ruofeng smiled and said, Elderly, this Su Yan is only a 3-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. You can kill him with a flick of your finger. When the time comes, the entire monster palace will be yours. Impudent. When Li Tianyi heard Ming Ruofeng's words, a dignified aura suddenly surged out from his body. When he looked at Ming Ruofeng, a trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Go to hell. With a cold shout, Li Tianyi suddenly waved his hand, and a powerful idea surged into Ming Ruofeng's mind. This is. The moment Li Tianyi's idea was transmitted to Ming Ruofeng, a look of fear immediately emerged in his eyes. No. No, then, Ming Ruofeng shouted loudly, and his face became more and more afraid. When Dong Qinghao and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but frown slightly. Su Yan was the same. Seeing Ming Ruofeng constantly roaring in panic, Su Yan knew that Li Tianyi must have used an illusion on him. Looking at Li Tianyi, Su Yan secretly admired Li Tianyi in his heart. His illusion technique had actually reached such a level. Ming Ruofeng let out a low roar. Suddenly, with a loud bang, his entire body exploded. When the others saw this scene, they were even more surprised. Ming Ruofeng was so afraid that he chose to self-destruct. What kind of illusion did Li Tianyi use? After a brief moment of astonishment, Su Yan came back to his senses and hurriedly pulled the others back a step. After all, Li Tianyi now knew about the death of Princess Chu. If he wanted to snatch the palace master's position, then no one present could stop Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi looked at the defensive look on Su Yan and the others' faces and couldn't help but smile. You guys can rest assured. I'm not interested in the monster palace master's position. When the others heard Li Tianyi's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. They looked at Li Tianyi with puzzlement on their faces. Li Tianyi could understand their thoughts. He smiled slightly and said, "Well, this is not the place to talk. Let's go inside and talk." After Li Tianyi finished speaking, he took the lead and walked into a room in the spirit palace. What do we do now? As soon as Li Tianyi left, Dong Qinghao and the others looked at Su Yan. Although Su Yan's strength wasn't the strongest, they all chose to believe in Su Yan and followed Su Yan's lead. If Li Tianyi really wants to snatch the palace master's position, the few of us can't stop him. So, let's go and see what Li Tianyi plans to do. Su Yan smiled slightly. He was no longer as worried as before and took the lead to follow Li Tianyi. The others also followed closely behind. I want to know about the death of Princess Chu and how you, Su Yan, were able to become the monster palace master. As soon as they entered the room, Li Tianyi directly looked at Su Yan and asked. His face faintly emitted a dignified aura. When Su Yan heard Li Tianyi's words, he wasn't afraid of his aura. He directly told them about the death of Princess Chu and why she passed the palace master's position to him in the end. After Li Tianyi heard this, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. The others looked at him and didn't dare to breathe loudly. They were afraid of angering Li Tianyi. Sigh, it's God's will, God's will. Li Tianyi didn't know what to think. After hesitating for a long time, he shook his head with a bitter smile and said, forget it, forget it. Since Palace Master Chu wants to pass the position to you, Su Yan, I believe Palace Master Chu naturally has his own plans. Sigh. Li Tianyi sighed helplessly and said, Su Yan, I will keep this matter a secret from you. You just need to cultivate more. When the others heard that Li Tianyi not only didn't snatch the palace master's position, but also was willing to keep this matter a secret, they couldn't help but feel excited. However, before their excitement died down, a voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 295. Who is it? When this voice was heard, everyone in the room trembled. At this moment, everyone was already aware of the death of the Princess Chu. At the same time, everyone knew what would happen to the monster palace if the news of the Princess Chu's death were to spread. At this moment, a few figures slowly walked in from outside the door. The people who appeared were none other than the strongest person in the South Palace, Murong Fu, and the strongest person in the North Palace, Lei Gao. The two of them had evil smiles on their faces. Looking at Su Yan, Murong Fu's lips curled into a meaningful smile. I really didn't expect, Su Yan, you would actually be the palace master of our monster palace. This Princess Chu is really too much. If she died, then she died. She actually let a mere celestial stage ant be the palace master. Isn't she afraid that the monster palace will be robbed? Murong Fu, you. When Chu Linger heard Murong Fu's disrespect to her mother, a burst of anger immediately surged on her face. Chu Linger, the most beautiful woman in our monster palace, is quite good-looking. Murong Fu glanced at Chu Linger, but didn't say anything. He then turned to look at Li Tianyi and smiled, elderly, if this matter is known by the Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng, what do you think will happen? You dare. As Li Tianyi spoke, a majestic aura suddenly surged from between his brows. At the same time, a majestic aura rushed towards Murong Fu. Murong Fu was at the 7th stage of the Spirit Sea realm. He was only one stage lower than Li Tianyi, so he wasn't afraid of Li Tianyi's pressure. Looking at the anger surging on Li Tianyi's face, he laughed, elderly, why wouldn't I dare? Don't tell me you want to use the same method to kill me? Elderly, your illusion technique is indeed powerful. However, if you want to deal with me, I'm afraid your illusion technique is still not good enough. Give it a try then. Li Tianyi was obviously an impatient person. When he heard Murong Fu's words, he immediately stopped talking nonsense. With a cold shout, his body suddenly surged and a majestic force erupted. With a wave of his hand, his body quickly rushed towards Murong Fu. Murong Fu frowned when he saw Li Tianyi charging towards him. He did not dare to slow down and hurriedly retreated. Elderly, if you dare to attack again, do you believe that I won't tell Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Yaofeng about this? Lei Gao sneered at Li Tianyi when he saw this scene. How dare you? Li Tianyi shouted angrily. Let's see if we dare or not. Murong Fu sneered. He did not put Li Tianyi in his eyes at all. Li Tianyi looked at Murong Fu and suddenly became listless. After all, Murong Fu's strength was only one stage lower than his. It would not be easy to kill him, not to mention there was Lei Gao. It was even more impossible to kill the two of them. Li Tianyi looked at Murong Fu and said with a gloomy face, Murong Fu, what do you want? What do I want? Murong Fu sneered, actually, what I want is very simple. I want the position of the palace master of the monster palace. You want the position of palace master? Su Yan could not help but laugh when he heard Murong Fu's words. Yes. Murong Fu nodded. He looked at Su Yan with a mournful look in his eyes and said with a cold smile, of course, that includes your life, Su Yan. Murong Fu. Hearing Murong Fu's arrogant words, Dong Qinghao and the others shouted angrily at the same time. Li Tianyi was even more furious. Murong Fu, it's fine if you want the position of palace master, but you actually dare to take someone's life. Why wouldn't I dare? Murong Fu sneered. He did not put Li Tianyi and the others in his eyes. Su Yan looked at Murong Fu and laughed again. Murong Fu, if you want the position of palace master, Su Yan can give it to you. However, you want my life. At this point, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank and his face became gloomy. If you, Murong Fu, want to take my life, then don't think about getting the position of palace master. Is that so? Murong Fu raised his eyebrows. Su Yan, do you think you have the ability to stop me? I really don't have the ability. Su Yan was not angry facing Murong Fu. He still maintained his calm smile. However, I believe that Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng are very interested in the position of palace master. Do you think you have the strength to defeat the two of them? When Murong Fu heard Su Yan's words, he could not help but be stunned. He then sneered, Su Yan, you really know how to use Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng to force me. Aren't you afraid that I will give up the position of palace master and directly tell them about the death of Princess Chu? Oh. Su Yan said with a calm face, Murong Fu, are you really willing to give up the position of palace master? With that, Su Yan took out the Monster Palace's palace master's seal. Murong Fu looked at the Monster Palace's palace master's seal, and his eyes immediately revealed a look of greed. He then looked at Su Yan, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, Good, good, Su Yan, you really won. I, Murong Fu, am indeed unwilling to give up the position of palace master. That's fine too. In any case, you are only at the celestial stage. I, Murong Fu, can take your life at any time. Murong Fu sneered and took the Monster Palace's palace master's seal from Su Yan's hands. Su Yan. When Li Tianyi saw this scene, he could not help but be startled. He wanted to say something. The others also looked at Murong Fu in confusion. They did not expect Su Yan to hand over the position of Monster Palace's palace master so straightforwardly. Ha ha ha. Murong Fu took the Monster Palace's palace master's seal and suddenly laughed. Elderly, I am now the Monster Palace's palace master. When you see me in the future, remember to salute me, okay? Humph, Li Tianyi snorted coldly and did not care about Murong Fu. Murong Fu looked at everyone's ugly expressions and laughed loudly again. Then, he left the spirit palace. After the two of them left, Li Tianyi immediately questioned Su Yan. Su Yan, the position of Monster Palace's palace master was personally given to you by Palace Master Chu. Why did you? After Li Tianyi finished speaking, he kept shaking his head. Su Yan saw Li Tianyi's pained expression and said with a bitter smile, Elder Li, actually, I don't want to. However, the situation now doesn't allow us to consider it at all. If we don't hand over the position of Palace Master, I'm afraid we won't be able to protect the entire Monster Palace. Originally, everyone did not understand why Su Yan would hand over the position of Palace Master so easily. Now that they heard Su Yan's words, they all laughed at themselves in their hearts. Just as Su Yan said, if they really did not give Murongfu the position of Palace Master today, then the entire Monster Palace might not be able to be saved. Not only the Monster Palace, but their lives might be in danger. One had to know that Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Yaofeng had been coveting the position of Palace Master for a long time. If the two of them knew that Princess Chu had fallen, they would definitely kill their way to the East Palace and seize the position of Palace Master. At that time, things would not be as simple as today. Li Tianyi did not understand Su Yan's actions just now. Now that he heard Su Yan say this, he felt that Su Yan had foresight. In his heart, he admired Su Yan even more. It was just that when he thought of obediently handing over the position of Palace Master, he was a little unwilling. However, although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Alright, today's matter will end here. I'll go back first. Li Tianyi said weakly, then left the spirit palace. Only Dong Qinghao and the others were left behind. Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan and wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he did not say anything. However, how could Su Yan not know what they wanted to say? Su Yan had absolute trust in them. Looking at them, Su Yan did not hide anything. He clenched his fists and said, Don't worry, no one can take anything away from me, Su Yan. Ming Ruofen can't, and Murongfu can't. If this sentence came from someone else's mouth, they would definitely laugh their heads off. After all, Su Yan was only at the Sky Phase realm, and Murongfu was at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm. The difference in strength between the two was too great. However, these words came from Su Yan's mouth. Although this voice was not loud, it was sonorous and powerful, making people have no choice but to believe it. Especially when Su Yan spoke, there was a faint flash of light in his eyes that caused people's bodies to tremble. When Dong Qinghao heard his words, he was stunned at first. Then, his cynical smile returned to his face. He patted Su Yan's shoulder and said, Su Yan, I believe in you. And Su Yan nodded heavily. Then, the few of them chatted for a while and left. Only Chu Linger and Su Yan were left in the Spirit Palace. Senior sister, will you blame me? Su Yan looked at Chu Linger and asked. Chu Linger snuggled in Su Yan's arms and shook her head. Fool, how could senior sister blame you? Although the Monster Palace is my mother's painstaking effort, compared to a Monster Palace, how could I bear to let you take the risk? As she said this, Chu Linger's face could not help but blush. Then, she looked at Su Yan and said, And I believe that you will definitely take back the Monster Palace, right? N. Su Yan nodded heavily. His eyes emitted a ray of light. Thinking of Murongfu, Su Yan gritted his teeth and said in his heart, No one can take anything away from me. Murongfu, I will make you regret what you did to me today. Chu Linger looked at Su Yan with a flash of anger in her eyes. She snuggled in his arms and said softly, Junior brother Su, don't think about these things. I don't want to see you unhappy. And Su Yan nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something and stood up. Right, senior sister, let me show you something. What? Chu Linger was stunned. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly took out the fire Kirin from his arms. What is this? Wow, it's so cute. Although Chu Linger asked Su Yan to call her senior sister, she was actually younger than Su Yan. Moreover, she had always been doted on by Princess Chu. Speaking of which, Chu Linger was still just a young girl. Chapter 296. Chu Linger reached out to touch the fire Qilin, but the little guy didn't give her face. It roared and dodged. Chu Linger wasn't angry. Instead, she was amused by the little guy's cleverness. She pulled Su Yan and said, "Hey, look, it still won't let me touch it." A young girl's mind couldn't be compared to a man's. Su Yan saw Chu Linger's cute appearance and looked at her enchanting body. Suddenly, an impulse surged in his heart. Seeing that Chu Linger was still chasing after the fire Qilin, he stepped forward and pulled her back. "Junior brother, you." Chu Linger was stunned by Su Yan's sudden action. Then, she turned around and saw Su Yan's burning eyes. Her face couldn't help but flush. Her shy appearance made Su Yan feel even more moved. Looking at Chu Linger's sexy red lips, Su Yan couldn't help but call out, "Senior sister." He slowly lowered his head and kissed Chu Linger. The moment their red lips touched, Chu Linger opened her eyes wide and stared blankly at Su Yan. Following Su Yan's kiss, Chu Linger slowly became lost. The Spirit Palace was Su Yan's residence. In the entire Spirit Palace, except for Chu Linger, no one could enter without Su Yan's permission or Chu Linger's lead. Therefore, in this vast palace, the two of them didn't fear each other. The two of them were not afraid at all. As their feelings for each other warmed up, the two of them quickly fell in love. Of course, the two of them didn't forget about the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. In the mystery of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool, in the crystallization of the love of the previous masters of the Monster Palace, the two of them stepped into the peak of life together. For the entire night, the two of them were entangled. Until dawn, they were still hugging each other. Chu Linger nestled in Su Yan's arms, even though she and Su Yan were already husband and wife. Now, she was no longer a young girl, but Chu Linger still looked at Su Yan with a faint blush on her face. "Linger." Su Yan looked at Chu Linger's bashful look and kissed her forehead. When he called her, he no longer called her senior sister, because from this moment on, she, Chu Linger, was Su Yan's woman. Su Yan. When Chu Linger called Su Yan, she also changed the way she addressed him. The tenderness in her heart towards Su Yan was no longer the same as before. She also knew that from now on, she would be Su Yan's woman. Although they had spent a night together. However, the two of them still had no intention of separating. They were still immersed in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond, enjoying the aftertaste of life after the peak. "Oh right, Su Yan, isn't dual cultivation in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond able to greatly increase one's cultivation?" "But we..." Chu Linger touched the water in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. The two of them had spent a night together. However, they did not feel their strength increase by leaps and bounds. When Su Yan heard Chu Linger's words, he frowned. He looked at the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond and said, "Could it be that the water in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond has no effect on the two of us?" "Maybe." Chu Linger also frowned slightly. After all, the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond was originally a mysterious pond in the Monster Palace. No one knew what was in it, and no one knew why couples cultivating here would increase their cultivation. Everyone only knew that the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond was a sacred place for dual cultivation. Forget it, forget it. Let's not think about these things. As long as I can be with you, it's fine. Su Yan shook his head. He did not want to think about the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond anymore. He stroked Chu Linger's hair gently. His eyes were filled with gentleness. "Okay." Chu Linger looked at Su Yan and also leaned into Su Yan's embrace gently. Bang! However, just as Chu Linger was leaning into Su Yan's embrace, a loud explosion sounded from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. Suddenly, a huge amount of energy surged out from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. This is, Su Yan and Chu Ling, couldn't help but be stunned. Immediately after, before the two of them could react, this powerful force directly surged into their bodies like a mountain torrent. This huge amount of energy invaded their meridians. The huge pain wrapped around their bodies, and the two of them could not help but groan at the same time. Ling, Su Yan looked at Chu Ling's uncomfortable appearance and resisted the intense pain coming from his body. He only hugged her, wanting to block this power for her. But just as Su Yan got close to Chu Linger, a loud bang was heard, a huge amount of energy exploded around Chu Linger, and Su Yan was sent flying. Su Yan. Chu Linger panicked when she saw Su Yan being sent flying. She wanted to check on Su Yan's situation. Unfortunately, this energy was too strong. It was like an invisible beast that wrapped around her tightly. Chu Linger could not resist at all. What's going on? What's going on? Su Yan panicked when he felt this huge amount of energy. At this moment, the huge amount of energy suddenly rushed into Su Yan's body again. Su Yan could not help but let out a low roar. No, I have to calm down. Calm down. Looking at Chu Linger's painful face, Su Yan endured the huge pain around his body and kept comforting himself in his mind. As the saying goes, caring makes you confused. Although Su Yan was only in his early 20s, his wisdom was not inferior to some of the 100-year-old people. At the first moment, Su Yan was completely dumbfounded by the sudden appearance of the scene. Plus, he only thought of Chu Linger. This caused Su Yan to be unable to calm down at all. At this moment, Su Yan felt the strength of this energy and knew that he had to calm down. As long as he calmed down, he could figure out what was going on. Only then would the two of them have a way to resist this powerful energy. As Su Yan thought, his eyes suddenly turned cold. The cultivation method in his body surged. Just as Su Yan was circulating his cultivation method, Su Yan suddenly felt that the powerful energy was drilling into his meridians. Su Yan's eyes lit up. I understand, I understand. Shouting excitedly, Su Yan hurriedly circulated his cultivation method and flew in the direction of Chu Linger. Looking at Chu Linger in pain, Su Yan hurriedly shouted, Ling Ta, quickly circulate your cultivation method and absorb this powerful energy. This energy should be a gift from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. The moment Chu Linger heard Su Yan's words, she hurriedly circulated her cultivation method. Indeed, it was as Su Yan had said. This was a gift from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. As she circulated her cultivation method, the pain that came from her entire body turned into a warm current that surged into her meridians. 5 stars heaven form, 6 stars heaven form. Chu Linger could see the power of the heaven and earth within her body expanding and breaking through continuously. Su Yan also noticed the situation within his body at this moment. His heart skipped a beat as his eyes shone with a bright light. He circulated the cultivation method within his body continuously, controlling a surge of energy and turning it into his own power of the heaven and earth. Spirit C state, level 1 Spirit C state, level 1 Spirit C state. Chu Linger shouted out excitedly. Her body was trembling slightly. This sudden increase in strength was something that she could not accept. 8 stars heaven form, 8 stars heaven form. Su Yan looked at the power that was breaking through continuously within his body. His eyes were filled with shock as well. This situation lasted for more than 2 hours before it came to an end. Following the news of the power, the two of them could feel the power within their bodies. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Excitement, astonishment, shock. They could not believe that just by cultivating in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond, they could achieve such great results. Spirit C state. Su Yan, I've broken through to the Spirit C state. Chu Linger looked at Su Yan and shouted out excitedly. She had forgotten her usual shyness as she hugged Su Yan and kissed him fiercely. Su Yan was also excited that he had risen from the 3 stars heaven form to the 8 stars heaven form. However, he was even happier about Chu Linger's kiss. Chu Linger's strength had increased. Looking at the excited Chu Linger, he felt gratified and reached out to hug her. In the midst of their excitement, neither of them noticed that the water in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond was slowly decreasing. It was slowly evaporating at the speed of the naked eye. Not long after, it disappeared without a trace. Only then did the two of them react. Seeing that the water in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond had suddenly dried up, the two of them could not help but be stunned. It's been thousands of years, thousands of years. I've finally met a couple that I can rely on. At this moment, an excited voice suddenly rang out from the bottom of the supreme demon ancient pond. Although this voice was not loud, Su Yan and Chu Linger could feel the majesty of this voice. The two of them were stunned at the same time. At this moment, a light erupted from the supreme demon ancient pond, forming a shadow in front of the two of them. Su Yan and Chu Linger were shocked, but they could clearly see the appearance of this person from this shadow. This person was a woman, and an extremely beautiful one at that. Even the purple robe she wore was unable to hide her enchanting figure. Her face that could topple countries was exceptionally alluring. Her red lips that were slightly moving seemed to have some sort of magical power. With just a glance, Su Yan felt a surge of impulse in his heart. This sudden feeling made Su Yan frown involuntarily. Su Yan, you just got Chu Linger, and you still dare to have evil thoughts about other women. You bastard. Su Yan scolded himself in his heart, suppressing the evil thoughts in his heart. Just as this evil thought was being suppressed, Su Yan quickly understood that all of this was probably the doing of this shadow in front of him. He could not help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. With a cold snort, he shouted, "Who the hell are you, and why are you here?" Ha ha ha, as expected of the person chosen by that old man Fu Tuesday. You can actually remain so indifferent under the charm of my flaming red lips. Not bad, not bad. The person ignored Su Yan's words and laughed. Chapter 297. Who are you? Why can't we understand what you're saying? Although Su Yan and Chu Ling were not considered to be very powerful in the 5 counties, they were still very powerful. However, one of them was the daughter of the first wife of the Supreme Demon Palace's palace master. She grew up in the Supreme Demon Palace and was deeply educated by her mother. Although she did not know all the strange things in the world, she still knew a little about the matters of the cultivation world. Su Yan was born in a small family in Tianshuang City. However, he had gone through countless difficulties and obtained many inheritances from the Sword Catacomb to the Monster Palace. He knew a lot about the cultivation world. However, it was precisely these two people who were unable to understand a single word spoken by the woman who had suddenly appeared. The illusory woman looked at the shocked expressions of the two and laughed loudly. Although the two of you can be considered as outstanding talents in the 5 counties, the 5 counties are just barbarians. How would you know what I'm talking about? Barbarian land. When the two of them heard the woman's words, they looked at each other and the shock on their faces deepened. The Qianjing world was divided into the 5 counties and the Jiuzhou continent. Everyone knew that the Jiuzhou continent was the land ruled by warriors. However, that was only because the warriors in the Jiuzhou continent were more powerful than the Jiuzhou continent. The Jiuzhou continent was still the center of cultivation for warriors. In the 5 counties, clans flourished and sects stood in great numbers. Countless warriors gathered here, and there were innumerable treasures of the heavens and the earth. However, this woman said that the Jiuzhou continent was a barbarian land. Who are you? Although Su Yan had some understanding of the 9 prefectures continent from ancient books, he knew that the strength of the cultivators in the 9 prefectures continent was much stronger than the cultivators in the 5 counties. He had also thought of visiting the 9 prefectures continent one day. However, no matter what, the Jiuzhou continent was where Su Yan was born. Su Yan had an inseparable feeling for the Jiuzhou continent. When he heard the woman say that the Jiuzhou continent was a barbarian land, Su Yan's face darkened and his tone was angry. Looking at the mysterious and unfathomable appearance of the illusory woman, killing intent appeared in his eyes. Who am I? Ha ha ha, who am I? The illusory woman continued to ignore Su Yan and laughed unscrupulously. She glanced at Su Yan from the corner of her eyes and saw the cold light in Su Yan's eyes. She suddenly looked up and roared, how many years has it been? How many years has it been since a man dared to talk to me like this? Futu, you old man, you chose a good man. Su Yan and Chu Ling looked at the strange appearance of the illusory woman. Their brows furrowed tighter, and their eyes became more cautious. Su Yan looked at her and tried to guess her identity. Although the woman's appearance was still charming, there was a hint of vicissitudes in her laughter. Judging from her arrogant attitude and the fact that she mentioned the Buddha sword sect's founder, it was obvious that she was related to the Buddha saint. She was related to the Lord Futu. Su Yan thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He looked at the woman in horror. You are the god of love. When the woman heard Su Yan call out her name, she was startled. She looked down at Su Yan and asked, "You know me?" "Yes." Su Yan didn't hide it. He nodded and said, "When I received the inheritance of the Lord Futu, there was a memory of you in my memory. However, the memory was very vague. It was only a vague imprint of the god of love. However, I could feel the melancholy and helplessness in the Lord Futu's heart through this imprint. Just now, you called the Lord Futu by his name. The supreme demon ancient pool has a rule that only couples can cultivate. So, I guess you are the legendary god of love." When the woman heard Su Yan's words, she couldn't help but laugh. "Not bad. You are worthy of being the person chosen by the old man Futu. You can guess my identity just by a vague imprint. Not bad, not bad." The woman looked at Su Yan and nodded approvingly. However, she didn't have much interest in Su Yan. Instead, when she looked at Chu Linger, a bright light surged in her eyes. "What do you want to do?" When Su Yan saw the woman looking at Chu Linger, he was startled. He hurriedly stood in front of Chu Linger. Speaking of Chu Linger and Su Yan, Chu Linger was now at the first stage of the Spirit Sea realm, while Su Yan was only at the 8-star celestial phenomenon realm. Chu Linger's strength was always much stronger than Su Yan's. But even so, Su Yan still stood in front of Su Yan without hesitation. This was the principle of being a man. It was also Su Yan's principle. Chu Linger was his woman, so he must not allow anyone to bully her. When Chu Linger was facing the woman, she was a little afraid when she saw the energy erupting from the woman. However, the moment Su Yan stood in front of her, her heart immediately warmed. The fear in her eyes also disappeared. She reached out and held Su Yan's hand tightly. When the woman saw this, she glanced at Su Yan and laughed. "I didn't expect you to have some affection. I just don't know how the relationship between the two of you is like." Just as the woman finished speaking, all of a sudden, a powerful energy surged from her body. This energy was stronger than all the energy that Su Yan and Chu Linger were familiar with. "Be careful." Su Yan had just warned, but under the attack of this powerful energy, before he could even activate the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, his entire body trembled. Puchi. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into the supreme demon ancient pool. Compared to Su Yan's situation, Chu Linger was not much better. The moment Su Yan landed, a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of Chu Linger's mouth. Just as her body was about to land, the illusory woman suddenly waved her hand and Chu Linger's body landed in front of her. Linger. Su Yan was shocked. He wanted to save Chu Linger, but the energy was suppressing Su Yan. No matter how hard Su Yan struggled, he could not stand up. The woman looked at Su Yan who was struggling and smiled. "Su Yan, only one of you can live. Now, make your choice." Make your choice." Su Yan coldly snorted as he forcefully suppressed the corrosion of this energy. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "Don't even think about it. Today, you can forget about taking our lives." "Is that so?" The woman looked at Su Yan and smiled. "Su Yan, do you believe that I will obediently wave my hand and Chu Linger will die?" As the woman spoke, a powerful energy suddenly surged from her body. In an instant, Chu Linger's body surged with a huge pain. With a low roar, she fainted. No, Su Yan looked at this scene. His whole body trembled. His face was filled with grief. He looked at Chu Linger's body that was gradually collapsing. He had not shed tears for many years. At this moment, he was sobbing silently. Linger. Su Yan was grief-stricken and bitter. Ha, Su Yan, do you know that this is all your fault? You are the one who killed her." The illusory woman laughed as she spoke. Then, she waved her hand and a powerful energy rushed towards Su Yan. The strength of this energy was beyond imagination. Su Yan had no way to resist. Under the pressure of this powerful energy, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He emitted a red light. No, no, I want to avenge Linger. Ah, Su Yan roared. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly surged. Go to hell. Su Yan roared and patted his storage bag. The Buddha sword flew out. Su Yan took a step forward and attacked the woman. When the woman saw this, she frowned slightly. Then, a cold smile appeared on her face. Interesting, interesting. A mere 8-star celestial phenomenon stage can actually break through my love. Not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, do you think it's useful? The illusory woman sneered and waved her hand. A powerful force burst out and directly attacked Su Yan. This power was like a flash flood. Its speed was strange. Although Su Yan was borrowing the blood dragon pupil, he was still unable to see the fluctuations of this power. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan felt a huge pain in his body and was sent flying. Die! At this moment, the woman shouted. Her body suddenly pressed towards Su Yan. That powerful force pressed down on Su Yan's mind. The moment the power surged, a ray of light of death exploded in Su Yan's mind. Death, everyone was afraid. Su Yan was no exception. Especially since Su Yan had experienced death once. He had a greater desire to live than anyone else. However, at this moment, Su Yan's face was ashen. He did not have the slightest fear of death. There was only anger. He hated himself for being useless and unable to protect his woman. As the power grew stronger, Su Yan gradually lost his mind and fainted. At this moment, the power on the woman's body also disappeared. Just as this power disappeared, Chu Linger, who had just lost her life, suddenly woke up. Chu Linger had just woken up when she saw Su Yan lying in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. Her heart suddenly ached. She let out a sorrowful roar and flew towards Su Yan. However, before she could take a step, she was blocked by the woman. When Chu Linger saw the illusory woman, the sadness in her heart suddenly turned into anger. With a loud bang,